So there you go. That's the two extremes of what can happen here on Kill Tony. It's basically the show's over. We just have to kill time for another hour and a half. But between those two guys, that's what the show is. Some of it's fucking absolute hot diggity dog shit, and we talk to those people. And some of them are just naturally funny. We'll see what happens next. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Chado. Everybody, Chado.
Thanks, guys. I really needed that. It's been a rough week. My son, he came out to me as trans this week. He said, "Dad, I think I'd be happy if I was a woman." I said, "Son, I've never met a happy woman." I almost recently died. Also, the last couple of weeks. I woke up in the hospital. My wife was next to me crying. I thought, well, this is the woman who's been there for me. I finally got somebody who can be there for and trust. And she's like, "Chad, please don't die. I can't be a boo-boo on the TV." I have these, we have a lot of animals, but I have this one little girl dog who keeps like getting out of the fence every time I put her in the backyard. And every time she does, she's fucking pregnant. So I've been putting a little plant bee in her dog food. I used to wake up and step in dog shit and be like really mad. Now I wake up in the middle of the night and step in something like that. That's dog shit. That's a public persona joke.
Chado. There you go. Welcome, Chado. You've been on this show before.
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
I feel like there's a huge improvement since the last time you were on the show. Am I correct? You
Oh,
feel
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Huge. You've been working hard?
Oh, yeah. At least 5 nights a week.
Yeah, 5 nights a week. When's the last time you were on this show?
It was September 11th, 23.
Wow. If I remember, you were so bad. It's one of the worst things that ever happened on September 11th. This is proof. I remember looking at your face and body and being like, "This guy is bad." So it just goes to show. Who knows? A few years from now, Joseph Paul Lampy could come back up here and crush, and I'll be like, "Didn't you once suck up here?"
I appreciate you saying I crushed. That's cool, man. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Chado, how old are you?
40. I'll be 44 this year.
You doing stand-up?
3 years now.
Right. What do you do for work?
I own a cannabis college.
Cannabis college.
Yeah.
Explain to us what that is.
I teach people how to work in the cannabis industry, like, a good bunch of years what they should know to get for certain elements and so on.
You look like you would be good at that job.
Thank you.
A professor. Yeah, professor of cannabis college.
I'm a pot professor.
Okay. I bet that kills at the cannabis college.
It does,
all
yeah.
the students.
And some higher education. Am I right, everybody? Come on now. Come on, everybody.
Come on now, everybody. I love it. How do you start a cannabis college? Anybody do that?
Yeah, there's no record. Yeah. A website. It's not marketing.
Yeah. A good, clear website. An easy to spell, easy to know website. Nothing like the way to get tickets for James McCann's USA tour, in which you would have to go to JDF McCann with 2 N's. .com. That's his website.
Give us cities as well. We're working on
MCCANN, but it's JDF, not James McCann, not James McCann comedy. JDF, so you can just guess 10,000 times.
Once again, it's JDF McCann, MCCANN.com, and then you have to click a couple things to get to the tickets. So once you get there, it's great.
Chado, what do you do for fun?
I just published a novel, a little psychological thriller.
Okay, what's it about?
It's about a female serial killer. She's got OCD, but she gets a relief through her victims.
Okay, so how does it end?
She walks away.
She just walks away.
Don't they all?
That's the happy ending to your novel is that the serial killer finds inner peace.
It's told from her point of view. So you see her whole life, and you kind of wonder about her.
Yeah, because she's killing innocent people.
Yeah.
Is she killing innocent people, or is there some
You know,
type that she's about?
Who doesn't deserve to fucking die at this point? Right?
All right. I absolutely agree.
He looks a lot like my dad. I really just have to say that.
Really?
It's fucking weird. Yeah.
I've been told I have dad dick.
No, that's not. What I was,
Wow.
that's not what I was saying.
Wow. Look at this
This facial.
duo. Facially looks like your dad.
Yeah, kind of. You also look like adult rock, but
Adult Rock as in the wrestler?
as in Kid Rock at Feed 8.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
But he does look like my dad. It's weird.
Do you play music or anything?
No,
You
I
like
just
that?
like
You
this.
just look like that. You just always look like that. And you can't play a single goddamn instrument.
I was prophesized I was going to be a musician growing up in churches. And so I tried every fucking thing. I am not musically talented at all. I think God was wrong.
And you have a girlfriend, Chad?
I've been married 25 years.
You're married 25 years. What does she do for a living?
Now she takes calls on at UPS or U-Haul. So
Okay.
same thing. Yeah.
How do you keep things interesting in the bedroom? 25 years. How often are you guys having sex? Once a month? Once a week?
A couple times a week still.
Okay. How does that go? Is it normally at night, in the morning?
Usually the morning. I'm kind of wore out now. I'm usually doing mics, but she's
So what's your difference? You just when she's
I
asleep, you
close the door and lock it, and that's it. She can't get out.
Okay,
But
that's great, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a rape confession here.
Because you got kids who are going to play
Yeah.
Stephen.
but they're adult kids, but they still live at home. So it's
How
kind of
adults are they?
in their 20s. Yeah.
And how many still live at home?
Well, my daughter just moved in with her grandma, but my son still lives in his room.
How old's your son?
He's 23.
And what's he doing with his life?
Fucking nothing.
What do you mean?
You should fuck your wife louder.
Yeah.
That's what it takes.
Instead of locking the door, you should leave it open. That should get him. Jesus Christ. That should get him out of there.
Yeah, I agree.
Either that or he's going to come and start jerking off right in the room watching mom and dad go at it.
He's got pretty good bits. Use that.
Sounds like a real do-nothing. Does he have a job?
He got recently fired from pinballs, but
How did he get fired from pinballs? What do you have to do?
he was going to the bathroom too much. He was hiding out in the bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's he going to do?
In his defense, he has to jerk off every time he hears a click.
I've been taking him to a lot of interviews. He's kind of visually impaired, so I have to drive him around and stuff. Yeah.
What's wrong with his eyesight?
He's got a few things. He's got the shaky eye thing, and he's got the degenerative thing where he can't. It's losing his eyesight. But he draws really good comics right now.
Have you thought about teaching him how to play bass guitar?
Yeah. My talent has passed on.
And the daughter lives with her grandma now?
Yeah, she couldn't put up with our shit because we were too strict, so she moved in with grandma.
So she's living with grandma. Yeah. Banged out by what? It's a grandma's house.
Yeah.
Is that pretty much what's going on, you think?
No, she had a bad relationship here, and that's why she moved there, get away from that shit.
Where does grandma live?
Grandma lives in Oklahoma.
Wow. So she's kind of out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah. And
You guys
grandma's
are
kind of-
worse than Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I need to look after my daughter. I'm going to send her to the teen pregnancy capital of the world. I actually love Oklahoma.
That's where we're from.
Tulsa, man.
Oklahoma City, and then that's where I grew up.
Also, I'm done with. That's all I know.
Tulsa, yeah. That's a place called Tulsa.
When you don't know,
All right, I'm trying. Are you Indian?
No, just the hair.
Okay.
you don't have to, like,
Yeah,
if you don't
you're
know.
very good at your
Yes, I
father.
know. Yeah, you don't have to just make noise. I mean, Red Band gets away with it every week, but you don't have to just, if you don't have like a thing. You don't have to do it. Last time you were on, you got a little joke book?
I did.
Well, guess what, Chad?
Yeah. Woo.
This time you're leaving with a big joke
Thank
book.
you guys. Yeah.
There goes Shadow, everyone. Look at fun. Look at this. The episode. Hello. This podcast is sponsored by Vaya. Look, life moves fast, and sometimes you just need a way to relax, recharge, or stay focused without making things more complicated than they already are. You ever tried meditating but then get stressed about how bad you are at meditating? Same. That's why I love Vaya, because they actually make feeling good easy. 500,000 customers can't be wrong. Vaya is changing the game in natural wellness, combining high-quality hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create real, effect-driven results.
Whether you're looking for daily wellness, laser focus, or deeper relaxation, Vaya has it. I personally love their gummies right before bed. I also love that they're made with organic lab-tested hemp from trusted, independent American farms.
Oh, we love American farms. Vaya legally ships nationwide discreetly, no medical card required. So if you're 21 or older, check out the link in the Vaya in our description. Use code Tony to receive 15% off free shipping on orders over $100. And if you're new to Vaya, get a free gift of your choice. After you purchase, they ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Enhance your everyday with Vaya. Hi, this podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks, the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts select pair projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. Think LeBron James will get more than 24 points, Giannis for more than 35 points. Cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this basketball season. When you and your crew run your game on Prize Picks. Ready,
Tony, I love Prize Picks. This week on Prize Picks, I'm looking at the basketball board, selecting Luka Doncic for more than 28 points and Jason Tatum for more than 8 rebounds. Prize Picks is so simple to use and makes it easy to start cooking up hot takes and getting big payouts quickly.
So download the app today and use code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. We're moving on. Your next bucket poll goes by the name of Zach Hollis, everyone. Okay, there's Heidi again. There's Heidi. Here comes Zach Hollis, everyone.
The other day, my smartwatch notified me that I was having a fantastic workout. I was taking a shit. I don't think I could ever have a normal job because every time I tighten that tie, my dick gets hard. I've been getting into BDSM lately, or at least that's what my girl tells the cops. Sometimes I fantasize about orgies, so they don't let me near schools anymore. I think I'm pretty good at flirting, but it's hard to tell between all the muffled screams, you know? I don't like to waste leftovers, so I always eat the fetus afterwards. Why do people fantasize about having a zombie apocalypse? You can eat people right now. Like, you don't have to wait, man. All right, I think that's probably about my time.
Just a bunch of creepy bullshit.
I know, I'm sorry.
Wow. It's really frightening. Ken Congan?
I've never seen a comedian do none-liners.
Yeah. It's almost impressive. It's a lot of good topics, a lot of good premises, and just a bunch of...
Yeah, it's a short amount of time, so I was really trying to squeeze what I could in there.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. It's not much, I get it.
It is the same amount of time that everybody's always got. Okay, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years now.
Where at?
Oh, all around town, Roscoe's, Kick Butt.
So, Austin.
Yeah.
That's the answer. What do you do for work?
Right now I'm a karaoke DJ on the weekends.
Ooh, karaoke DJ.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. What is that like?
Oh, it's awful, man. They're always trying to skip the line, bullshit around. Yeah.
Do they offer you money? Do you...
Every week, yeah, they try to bribe their way on stage. Like, the worst excuse I've had was, I'm dying of cancer.
Wow. Did you let them cut the line?
No, of
Do you
course
remember
not.
what song they wanted to do?
No. It was a while ago.
Well, very incredible stuff. Karaoke DJ? Nothing else about it?
I mean, I'm doing DoorDash on the weekends, or I'm just doing DoorDash in between doing DJ stuff. But
When
really,
you say you're doing DoorDash, it's like you're ordering it clearly?
yeah. I mean, as much as I can, you know.
What do you like to eat? You are shaped a specific way.
I mean, I love a good burger, you know.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
You are shaped like a pea.
Yeah. They used to call me a bear in college because I'm so damn hairy. Yeah.
Okay.
Not in a good gay way, just, you know,
Yeah.
insulting.
I was gonna say I don't think that's what that means.
Yeah.
What do you do for fun, Zach?
For fun, I'm big into video games. Yeah, I'm addicted to them. I love it.
Yeah? What video games?
I'm playing a new one, Claire Obscure, that came out this week. It's amazing.
What's that?
It's a RPG. It's turn-based. It's a big budget. It's really nice.
So interesting. What's your love life like?
My love life. Me and my girl bought a house 4 months ago.
Okay.
Headed towards marriage eventually. We'll see.
I love it. How can you afford a house?
Who the hell knows? I worked hard before that, but now I'm trying to get into comedy. So, you know.
What did you do before that?
I used to repair restaurants.
Okay.
Yeah, work with power tools.
All right. Nice. And you saved money doing that?
Yeah, a good bit. Yeah.
And now you have a house.
Yeah.
One bedroom?
It's a 3-bedroom. Yeah, 3-bedroom. Yeah.
Wow. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. What are you doing with all those bedrooms?
I mean, got my computer in one, got the dogs in the other, and then we stay in the last one. You know.
Computer in one, dogs in the other. How many dogs do you have?
We have 2. Yeah.
Okay. What do they do in that
Mostly shit on the floor. Yeah.
room? Wow. Okay. Bunch of disgusting fucks today so far. Like, this is incredible. People, fucking girls whose places smell like cat piss. There's guys whose floors full of shit.
No, he's not walking.
No, I mean, that's fair. Yeah.
Goodness. So Zach, what's your house payment like?
Oh, it's pretty bad. It's like 2,000 before bills and everything on top of that. So
How much money do you
not enough. I'll tell you that much. It's getting scary quick.
give us a ballpark?
Maybe like 10K in the bank. I don't know.
10K in the bank. We're going 2K a month. How much money is the wife making?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I've never asked her that direct question. She's definitely the breadwinner right now.
Well, you look like the bread eater.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
My goodness. And what does she do again?
She works for a nursing certification board, so she certifies nurses.
It's like a real job.
Yeah, apparently.
And she's fully supportive of you chasing your dreams.
She loves it. Yeah, she's super excited.
Would she come to your shows sometimes?
When work can afford, obviously, her schedule's over really long.
And how long have you been with her?
Like 3-4 years now.
How do you keep things exciting in the bedroom?
They're probably not, honestly.
How often are you guys having sex?
I don't know, maybe like 3 times a week, maybe.
That's pretty good for a
Yeah.
bedroom like you. What does she do that turns you on? You ever do into something?
She likes to insult me a lot and beat me down. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, looks like I could fuck you very easily.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Zach Holmes.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
A little joke, bro. Next time I would say take your time and fucking pick your favorite jokes and commit to them. Instead of rushing through it. There goes Zach Holmes, everybody. Starting a little fire during the show here. It's like a little tiny fire. Little tiny fire on Kentucky. All right, let's get another bucket full up here. This looks like an interesting name. You guys having fun out there? Let's meet another one. This one goes by the name of Tommy Tickles, everybody. Tommy Tickle. Hey, we know Tommy. It's the return of Tommy Tickles, everybody.
They say that opposites attract. If opposites really did attract, then my wife really wouldn't have a penis. I'm always broke, looking for new ways to make money. Last week I took an ad out in the back of a men's magazine offering $50 blowjobs. Now I just got to get my wife on board. I've written several books. 9 different ways to skin a cat. You gotta skin it if you're gonna eat it. I've been married 13 years. In the next book I wrote, I dedicated to my wife. 101 Ways to Kill Your Wife. That book was quickly followed by The Secret, 101 Things to Do in Prison.
Okay, Tommy Tickles. Look at you, you're back. I remember you.
Yes, sir. I came back here right at Christmas time.
I remember you. How could I forget you? You're like a mouse.
Well, I'm a
You're
farmer rancher. Yeah,
You're a farmer and a rancher. And where is that again?
other side of Fredericksburg, about 2.5 hours away.
Okay, you have your own little property out there. Hell yeah. Look at this. Such a
If
little-
anybody needs to bury a body, my Instagram account is Tommy Tickles 2025.
Okay, Tommy Tickles 2025. This guy's trying to make money disposing of bodies live here on Kiltony.
I'm trying to start a pet cemetery.
Okay. Wow, everybody tonight is frightening out of the bucket. I don't know if anybody's keeping track of that. I'm pretty sure that everyone pulled out of the bucket tonight has made a joke about eating either humans or an animal.
Dude,
I think
don't ever
I've
make me
noticed.
sit on that end again.
Yeah,
Scary.
it's okay. Tommy will just bury you on his property for $50. That's all. What is there to be scared of?
If you have a pet, then you need to bury a pet.
I'm less scared of the murder and more scared of the tickles, to be honest.
Tommy Tickles.
If your pet's not dead yet, I'll knock $50 off if you let me kill it.
Wow. Oh my God, Tommy, you're a wild boy. Tommy Tickles, how old are you?
I'm 50 years old.
50. Take note that Tommy is the same age as the first comedian.
You never stop dreaming.
Oh, and you. Red Band's also 50. Tommy Tickles, absolutely
I'm
incredible.
looking better.
Yeah, you're looking good, Tommy Tickles. You're in good shape.
Last time you let me roast you.
I did?
Yeah, you ready?
Okay, yes. Go ahead, Tommy Tickles. I'm ready for more Tommy Tickles.
Ranker.com recently.
Hold on, wait. What is that?
You're about to find
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tommy.
Ranker.com just ranked its top comedians of all time. Ron White was ranked at number 14. Joe Rogan came in at number 89. Tony Hinchcliffe comes in his pants every time he sees Ron White and Joe Rogan.
That's a very good one, Tommy Tickles. That's very good. That's every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I come in my pants when I see two of my good friends, Ron White and Joe Rogan. Give me another one, Tommy. Roast me, buddy.
You're Snow White's 8th dwarf.
Okay, I'm 5'9", but all right, Tommy. I guess I'm a fucking dwarf, even though I'm taller than you. You bolt. Jesus Christ. Piece of shit.
You're a very good looking guy. You some might say you're easy on the eyes.
Yeah, Emerald.
There's no eyes in the word. Because there's no eyes in the word.
Okay. Very good. That's too sweet. We literally, by the way, it's funny, we have a new job we have to make today. We have
don't
two
ever say that
people
word.
now. A fun fact about the backbone behind the scenes of Kilton. We don't really reveal stuff often, but we had to hire 2 people to keep track of every time we say the word on the show. Because if we accidentally miss it and it goes on YouTube, it gets completely demonetized. Therefore, we're wasting an unbelievable amount of money.
Look at these. That's working at YouTube.
That's right. It turns out it's a computer now. They have a computer, and it takes us 2 humans to compete with a computer. Because somehow they will find in an episode. There's nothing you could do to hide. All right.
You also have a a very nasal voice. Like when you get stuck in traffic, they call it nasal congestion.
Okay, there you go. Tommy, I swear to God, you make fun of me one more time, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you.
Okay, here we go.
Tommy, you live out in the country. What's some crazy shit that goes on out there? Like, you ever have someone like fucking run out of fuel and come up and like or anything, like knock on your door? You have guns?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I love country people. I love it. How many guns do you have, Tommy?
I don't count.
How,
A lot of them were inherited, like passed down. So we just have, guns for just doing what guns are supposed to be used for.
yeah. What do you use the guns for?
If you need your pet killed, you go to Tommy Tickles 2025.
Are you out there killing pets?
No.
When's the last time you killed a pet?
No, I don't feel bad.
Do you have any pets?
Oh yeah.
What kind of pets?
I've got a boxer dog, Great White Pyrenees. We've got llamas.
Great black eyes.
What do you do with the llamas? What do they do?
They protect sheep and goats from coyotes.
Wow. So if a coyote comes, a llama, what does the llama do?
They'll chase them off.
They chase off. Coyotes are scared of llamas.
Yeah.
Can't a coyote kind of fuck up a llama? No.
And
Yes,
I guess
the
if they really,
size intimidates them, huh?
if they ganged up on them, they could. But normally, the best thing about a llama is the scent that they put off. So it kind of smells like a horse or a mule. Coyotes don't like that either. So just having them around protects the babies from even other critters like raccoons.
Wow, I could just
And they're cute.
talk about this.
She
Shit.
just had a baby llama.
Wow, it's incredible. Tell us more what it's like out there on the ranch of Tommy Tickles. What else could one expect if we
Tickle Ranch? Ew.
if we drove up on your property? What would be some things that we saw or would recognize out there?
It looks like a circus. There's just a mass of chickens, and we bottle maybe a lot of animals that come in from other ranches. And, if they have a problem, they can bring it to us. We've got a few tricks to where we can, keep the babies alive. And so there's right now my wife's bottle feeding 19 different little baby goats and sheep.
19 baby goats and sheep? Oh my God.
Hey, it's a full chicken
Dripping. This is absolutely incredible.
And now they think that they are your best friend. And they kind of think that they're human. And my wife is about the same way. She treats them way better than she treats me.
Look at
She's fucking them.
Look at the smile on your
Always
face.
comes up.
It's incredible. All these other people that we pulled out of the bucket tonight up here trying to keep it together, they seem so stressed out. And Tommy Tickles drives out from the countryside, having the time of his life, happy to be here.
Yeah.
What kind of you got like an old timey pickup truck, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Well, what is this?
Chevy Silverado 2500.
Oh wow. Okay. So yeah, because you use it for shit.
Yeah,
right?
man,
You
it's
put
down
hay
the road.
stacks in it and whatnot.
Hay, heavy equipment.
I know a lot about ranch.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to throw a haystack in your old pickup truck.
Redman knows a lot about blue cheese.
That's true. It's a salad dressing joke. Ranch and blue cheese.
You should really record all of this stuff that's going on in your ranch, though. Like, that's so popular on TikTok and YouTube.
Have you ever thought about
a lot of money.
I do my stand-up set in front of
I
my
mean,
door.
the animals.
Oh yeah. Absolutely no. Oh, yeah, I'm.
You doing stand up to the goats?
Yeah. No shit.
You doing kid-friendly stand up on the TikTok?
My goat ate my homework. Really, I ate half my notes one day. Some
Really?
good jokes.
What's that goat's name?
Clown face.
Clown face. Oh my God, this guy's adorable. I would watch your reality show.
Oh yeah, no, it's a circus. It's worth watching if I ever get around to it.
Wow. This is absolutely incredible. What were you about to say just then?
You and Red Band remind me of IHOP's signature dish. Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity.
Okay. You know what? Here I am being nice. I'm being a nice guy saying I'm more interested in your life. I watch a reality show. And then here you are insulting me.
I have watched your roasts on YouTube, and there's nothing that I could say that would come close to how good you know you do your roast. But you're also kind of evil, so I don't really feel bad about it.
Reputation of mine that people think. I help more people than any. I treat these bucketfuls like you treat farm animals. I give them all a chance. Sometimes I fucking psychologically bottle feed them. Tommy, I've been asking people this question. How long have you been with your wife?
13 years.
How do you keep things exciting in the bedroom?
Oh, she keeps things exciting.
Okay, give us a little bit of that. What do you mean by that exactly?
Sometimes I don't know if she's going to cut me or fuck me.
I think she's the girl from his novel.
She's excited.
So, can you give us an example of a time in which you didn't know whether you were going to get cut or fucked? Like, what do you mean by that exactly? She storms in or something, or what happened? That's exactly.
She said something one day, and we were sitting in the truck, and I said, "Oh, you want to drive?" And I threw the keys in her direction, and it accidentally hit her, and she got out of the truck, and she started running away, and I was like, "Oh shit, I better catch her." So I was going to catch her, but she kept on running further and further away, and it's real soft dirt out there or whatever, so I had to tackle her. She keyed my truck. Yeah, and then it was all. It was better after that, you know.
I think domestic abuse at the Tickle Farm.
Yeah. I thought it was going to end in you guys fucking. I didn't realize it was going to be.
Yeah, then things got exciting.
You guys had makeup sex right after that?
Very passionate, this woman.
Wow. Was it in the truck, or did you guys
No.
back when you got back home?
At the circus.
Absolutely. Wow. Hell yeah. Well, Tommy Tickles, the last time you were on, did you get a big joke book?
Yes, I did. Would you sign it?
Okay, yeah, I'll sign it. I'll sign it. Okay, yeah, I'll sign it. Just want me to do it now, yeah. Adorable. There you go, Tommy Tickles. That's for you, buddy. Congratulations. There you go. Tommy Tickles, everybody. I bet he's an interesting follow. I want to see what's going on that fucking ranch. I want to see with my own eyes. This podcast is sponsored by Built. Attention renters, if you haven't heard of Built, you're about to thank me. Earn your favorite airline miles and hotel points through Built just by paying your rent on time. Let me explain. There's no cost to join, and just by paying rent, you unlock flexible points that can be transferred to your favorite hotels and airlines, a future rent payment, your next Lyft ride, and more. When you pay rent through Built, you unlock two powerful benefits. First, you earn one of the industry's most valuable points on rent every month. No matter where you live or who your landlord is, your rent now works for you. Second, you gain access to exclusive neighborhood benefits in your city. Built's neighborhood benefits are things like extra points on dining out, complimentary post-workout shakes, free.
Are you ready? LFG. Good. I think it's supposed to be good. Look at the spare. Got it. Got it. We all got spares. Oh, that's good. That was good. She's got this. No doubt, no doubt. Sometimes she does that. She's doing so well, and then all of a sudden she gets broke first. Sure. It's like a finger slip. Nice and slow. Get this. Yes, it is. Get this. Oh, she got it. Beautiful. Good. Oh, I have the split. This isn't good. Get it. Oh, I got it. Wow. Wow. Sometimes I even impress myself. All right, get these two. No doubt, no doubt. Get it. Oh, I don't know. All right, that's the thing. She got it. That's okay. It's not that bad. Get it, bro. This is good. Oh, she got more. All right. I get it. You got it. Oh, that's garbage. That is garbage. And I missed. Ooh. Oh, that's good. That is good. She's got this. This is gonna take forever to get down there. This is gonna take so forever. Get it, girl. Get this. Got it. If you were talking about, no doubt. Abby so great that first shot. Get this. Oh yeah. Get it. Get it. For the win. 7-10 split. The hardest shot in the game. I've ever seen the other back match from the supporters. And I told everybody about it. I told people in Australia about it, what's curious. I told people in Australia about that. Yes, ma'am. She's ready. Get it. What do you do with that? What do you do with what? How does that happen? It's like you're throwing the ball in the other net. Why does that happen? Do you know? Got it. Don't count. Don't go. She's gonna get this. Wait, I did that. There we go. Perfect. No doubt. That's two in a row. This is close out. She's got it. It's in the corner. Got it. Beautiful. Got it. Oh, three in a row. That's a turkey. Three in a row. Get it. Get that corner. Whoa. Get it. Oh, what a strike. Did it again. You got it. Get it. Alrighty. Got it. She got this. Open in the corner. Oh, what a strike. Beautiful strike. Get it. Oh, we're coming into record territory. Oh, and I missed it. How did I do that? Oh, I got another shot at it. Is this a record? 116. 116. That's a record. 116. Night night. Sweet dreams, Mr. Bird. Love you too. Take care.
Free mats or towels at your favorite fitness studio and unique experiences that only Built members can access. Hey, Ray Bam.
Tony, I love Bill. I can't
Mr.
believe we
Aquarius.
get so many benefits just from paying your rent. And when you're ready to travel, Bill points can be converted to your favorite miles and hotel points around the world, meaning your rent can literally take you places. So if you're not earning points on rent, my question is, what are you waiting for?
Start paying rent through Built and take advantage of your neighborhood benefits. by going to joinbuilt.com/Tony. That's joinbilt.com/Tony. Make sure to use our URL so they know we sent you. That's joinbilt, joinbuilt.com/Tony to sign up for Built today. Okay, we're going to break things up here for a second as I introduce one of the newest golden ticket winners on this show. I'm getting this guy on in back-to-back weeks because he has to go back to Toronto and be a very Asian man in Toronto soon, and he's going to be there for months. So here he is before he leaves Austin, Texas, with a brand new minute. This is Kansai Yasuda.
Thank you. Like I used to date this girl, beautiful girl, and after we dated for 1 month, she dumped me, and I was devastated. I was sad because she didn't tell me the reason why. So I went up to Facebook and see what was going on in her life. Turns out she used to date with this huge black masculine man, and after dumping me, she's back with this huge same black masculine man again. And do you guys eat sushi? Do you guys know there's the reason why there's a little ginger right next to sushi? Yeah, it's a palate cleanser. Yeah. So this bitch used me for palate cleanser. She didn't want to eat big black tuna twice in a row. She had to eat people ginger peanuts in between. Thank you.
Kansai Yasuda.
Okay. Hi.
Wow.
Hi, Tony.
Hello, Kansai.
Hello.
One of my favorite interviewees in the history of the show. You're so stoic. You're so Asian.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You've been in Austin for a couple weeks now. How's it been going for you?
It's amazing that I'm living with a black woman.
You're living with a black woman.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that like?
Well, he's wearing his clothes. You look like George Talkies.
What? George Tolkien.
George Talkies.
Uh,
What do you think that means, Kansai?
George Tolkien's.
If you get it right, I'll give you $1 million.
George Tolkien's.
Kim, look at idiot. I just offered him $1 million. You silly bitch. I just offered him explaining many words.
Brackman?
That is correct.
Brackman.
Brackman. There you go. You just won $1 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
what's it like having a black roommate?
It's very new culture to me.
Yeah. Explain exactly what you mean. What is different about the black culture than what you're used to in both Canada and Japan?
It's he every day he want to chase holes.
Chases what?
Chase holes. That's
Holes.
holes.
Oh.
Hole.
Chases holes.
Chases hole every day, and I'm like tired because
You're tired because he's bringing them home. They're making noise,
making so much noise.
and you can't sleep at night. There's so much noise.
I just go outside and then go to library, go to coffee shop, and then write.
See, a Japanese man knows he doesn't have to chase the holes, you know? You stand next to them on public transport and you grab. That's the It's a beautiful part of your culture.
Yes.
I think they're-
We tapped the ass in the train.
So you had a black roommate, but now you're about to head back to Canada this week, am I correct?
Yes.
So, what is he gonna do now that his roommate is leaving?
He's gonna chase some holes again.
Right. Yeah, but how's he gonna? Where are you helping pay rent?
No, he was just letting me stay. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. This is Trump's America, everybody, to where young black men can support having an immigrant on their couch. Who would have thought the economy would be so good so fast? Me. I did. I thought that's Kansai Yusuke, give us something else. What have you been doing for fun here in Austin? We know that you're working hard. We know that you do a lot of spots and draw off or booking you on their shows, especially since you have this new Tony fame.
Hans Kim
Yes.
took me to his tour. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I went to his house. Yeah. And 2 fat cats he had.
What?
2 fat cats.
2 fat cats.
Yeah.
Aha.
One's really good.
Very good. Okay.
And,
Uh-huh. So what did you guys do with the 2 fat cats? Try to not eat them the entire time?
it was difficult. But yeah, that was the 2 fat cat, and then we play Mario Brothers.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, that's so Asian. Just 2 Asian guys playing Mario, playing a Nintendo. Oh, you like a Nintendo too? Yeah, I like a Nintendo. Oh, there's a fat cat. Fat cat on Nintendo. Who are you going to be? I'll be a Luigi, I'm going to be the princess. Oh, I'm on a Switch. I'm going to be a toadstool. What character are you on Mario?
Waluigi.
Ah, there you go. Waluigi. Why do you go with Waluigi?
Well, it's yeah. Waluigi looks like Tommy a little bit.
Oh, are you making fun of me? Everyone's taking shots. All I do is help everybody, and everybody comes up. Oh, this lady's shooting imaginary guns at me. This lady in the front row is like, "What the fuck is going on here?" I'm getting fireball. Shut the fuck up. Oh, now you want to cheer. All right. Kansai Yusuke, we're going to miss you so much. Have you guys seen Kansai around town?
I've never seen you before. I think you're great.
Yeah, he really is.
I've seen a few of them.
Are you excited to go back home to Toronto and sit around and eat ramen every day?
I want to eat ramen every day here.
You eat ramen every day here too?
I eat ramen, the Korean ramen.
The Korean ramen.
Yeah, I cook it with my black friend.
Whoa. What's in the ramen?
Sausage and
Sausage? Sausage? Wow, I lived 40 fucking years. I never heard it called that. Sausage. God damn. That is fucking sausage. Wow. Sausage. Try it like this. Go. Sausage.
I eat sausage. I love sausage. I love ramen.
Sage.
Sausage.
Try
I love sage.
Just say Sage.
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 No, you don't have to make it Italian. You don't have to make it Italian. Just because I extra Asian everything with you doesn't mean you need to Italian it with me. So try this. Just watch me. Watch me. Go Sige. Now go. Now go sausage.
Sausage.
Nah, it's still a little sage. You're trying to make it an A. Let's stick with an I here, even though it is an A with you. But it sounds like an I.
Sausage.
No, not sausage.
Sausage.
Let's try it one more time. Watch me. Sige, sausage. Do it. The noise at the end.
Sausage, yeah.
No, just Christ, so Asian.
Sausage.
You can't.
Getting smaller.
Sausage.
It's hard. Okay, let's try it in a full sentence. Waluigi ate lots of sausage.
Waluigi ate a lot of sausage.
God damn it, Kansai Yasuda. We love you, Kansai. You're killing it. Enjoy Canada. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
One of the top young rising stars on the show. That is indeed Kansai Yasuda, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We're going to keep what? Yeah, he's great. Yeah, we love him. We love Kansai Yasuda. All right, your next bucket pull. This looks like a new name. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Going to Alex Tarchoon. Alex Tarchoon.
So I'm not transgender right now, but I am thinking about it. So I might be a translator. I'm actually kind of odd. I'm odd like an 8-ball. I'm even, black, and even black. I got this odd problem I'm trying to figure out. So there's 3 planes that depart from a Boston airport within a 20-minute window and collide with a building each. Now, if X represents the plane that hit the Pentagon, I'm trying to solve for why the government won't show me the footage. "20 years, still figuring it out, you know?" Thank you. Thank you very much.
58 seconds from Alex Tarchoon. Am I saying that correctly? Tarchoon?
Tarchoon.
Tarchoon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what ethnicity are you exactly?
I'm African and Italian.
Wow.
A lot of Sicilian in there, too.
Okay. All right, African and Italian.
See, I said the last guy was there.
Right. What do you mean?
Sausage.
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 Alex, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
About 11 years.
Wow, 11 years. Where at?
Mostly New York.
Okay.
A little bit of Portland. Didn't work out well.
Great. Okay. How did you end up in New York? Is that where you're from?
Oh, yeah, I'm from Westchester.
Okay. All right. And do you live here now?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What made you move here?
Yes, baby.
Okay, baby. Jesus Christ.
Those eyes, dude.
It's just the old emerald eyes of Tony Hitchcliff. That's my new nickname, Emerald Eyes. Okay, look at you. I mean, holy shit. You look like you would be the first pick in the Garbage Man draft. It's just incredible what's happening here.
Well, you know what? I've been trying to sign up for a while and trying different things. Like, actually just gave up on socks completely.
Hold on a second. I'm going to need a second here, everybody. So you're saying that you've been signing up for the show for a while, and you haven't been getting pulled randomly out of the bucket.
Yeah.
And you think that doing different things, for example, not wearing socks, would help make you lucky enough to get pulled out of the bucket.
Well, I kept wearing pants
Uh-huh.
and like clothes and stuff, and I was like, you know what? It's not working.
You can't argue with results. This man is here.
Yeah.
The system works.
There's going to be fucking 65 people that stop wearing socks next week because of this fucking moment right here. Wow. What are some other things that you did to help you? How many weeks have you signed up? It's a question that I always wanted to ask people more.
It's been about like 20 months.
20 months in a row.
Yeah.
And every Monday you sign up and you don't get pulled out of the bucket. And then this is the first week that you go,
Pretty sweet.
fuck,
Pretty
get
sweet.
out of that. I'm gonna stop wearing socks and look at you now. Wow. Do you always wear the do-rag on your head?
Yeah, usually I like to wear a hat, but that big like I'm black reveal. You know?
We can see your hair.
It is incredible because you don't really seem black or Italian. I guess when blacks and Italians mate, it just comes out Persian prince or something like that.
His smoke detector just goes off whenever he makes spaghetti.
I'm actually second generation inbred.
Explain to us exactly what you mean.
All right, so I don't know if you can see it from here, but I got this mini pinky.
Oh yes, we can.
I got one of those minis.
I'm gonna warn people before that happens.
Steve Madness saw that little pinky. That is unbelievable. That is the most random thing to say. He's like, well, I don't know if you can see it from there, but I have a very tiny pinky. It's like a blatant thing. Anybody from any distance can notice that you have a shockingly small pinky. That is amazing. I love the presentation of your small pinky, and you're saying that this is because family members above you, your ancestors, were fucking one another?
Yeah, so like my dad's parents were related, but like not my parents.
Is
So I'm
that
like
the black or
second
the Italian side?
No, on the black side.
What? What?
Well, technically, most Sicilians are kind of, this island. You know, there's a lot of, my only problem is the pinky. Trust me, it's just the pinky.
Very suspicious. I don't think anyone's believing that. Now that you say it, no one's believing it. So are there you have brothers and sisters?
Four, 3 brothers, 1 sister. I think I ate dogs too.
Do they have some things wrong with them?
My younger brother's on steroids.
That's not.
He's trying to grow his pinky.
Do they have anything wrong with them? Just one's on steroids? What is he doing? Why is he on steroids?
Well, he's got like body dysmorphia.
Uh-huh.
And he thinks that's gonna win his girlfriend back or something.
Ooh, that is a ruthless thing to say on the show. Do you and your brother not get along?
No, we're good friends.
Oh yeah.
You got anything you'd like to say about people you don't like? It's sort of,
I got my best friend's Adam J, and then Andrew Carino. Just want to shout him out. Love those guys.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
Don't do that. We're gonna bleep those out.
I promised them.
Because we bleep facts on the show now. Full, what are we at, 7? 9 if we count your little buddies. All right. Alex Tashu.
I got 8 dogs still.
You have 8 dogs?
Yep.
What?
Well,
What? You live here?
Yeah.
By yourself?
yeah.
And you have 8 dogs. Are they all outside?
No, they're indoors.
You have 8 indoor dogs. Okay.
If you want to get rid of them, any of them, I know a farmer.
Oh, yeah. All right.
That is true. Tommy Tickles, you just inherited 8 new dogs. Why do you have 8 dogs? Explain to us how this happens.
So the crazy thing is, I just left my 2 dogs alone for a while, and then they just I thought my little dog was just getting fat.
Do the new dogs, do they all have tiny pinkies?
Yeah, they're great though. They're really sweet.
So you left your 2 dogs alone, unneutered, unspayed. They fought. Did some of the puppies die?
No, I got all of them, all 6.
Wow. So now, how long ago did that happen?
About almost 7 weeks.
7 weeks. So you have 7-week-old puppies?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Are you you're just keeping them?
Yeah.
You're gonna keep them.
So I have to get emotional service, like I think a doctor's note for 8 dogs. You can't have more than 5 dogs in Austin.
so you,
Go ahead, James McCain.
what, you're going to try to take 8 emotional support dogs on a jet? What are you talking about?
Have you seen this guy's pinky? He needs it.
He's got to nibble down the rest of the fingers with wild dogs. But you need the government to approve having more than 5 dogs.
Yeah, or you need to have a
Trump's gonna ship these things to El Salvador. That's what's going on. This is a new era we're living in, buddy. No breaking the rules with this new federal government. What kind of dogs are they?
Mostly pit bull.
So,
All right, that's the black side.
that is.
I know what he's doing with these 8 dogs. Okay.
So you're teaching them how to fight?
Well, one of them bit the other one's tail today, so apparently it's something called littermate syndrome, where like they're just automatically gonna start fighting. Not normally normally people don't keep their dogs together like that. So
Look at that. Is that filming it for TikTok? You make the ultimate fighter, but for dogs. You see which one's got some fight in it. That's the one you keep. You send the rest of the file. Are you really? Are you proud of the one that bit the other one? Is it your favorite one now?
my favorite one's Porky.
Okay. Why
His
is
wife.
Porky your favorite?
Porky was the only brown one. Everyone else is black.
Okay. Some weird racism. I guess you can get away with it. 50% of the time.
Yeah, the hard part about my blackness is like nobody believes me.
Right. I
So-
agree. I can see why.
Yeah.
It makes sense. What do you do for work?
I do Jet's pizza delivery on South Lamar.
Wow, you were expecting the crowd to go wild. Red Man, you tried this pizza? Our senior pizza, my favorite pizza. Really?
Really good.
Wow. Get the crust with all the shit on it.
We're giving away free pizzas.
How are you doing that? Explain to us
I
what.
talked to my boss. He said if I got on, I would give away free pizza.
Okay. What's the normally when someone comes up with a promotion plan like that, they would say where or when the free pizzas would happen.
If you don't wear socks,
Just show up to South Lamar Jet's Pizza and ask for a big win.
Is that you?
That's my boss, Mr. Win.
Wow. Well, now, what do you think this guy's going to do when he gets absolutely overwhelmed with people saying, "Hey, I'm here from the Kill Tony guy. You said that I'd get a free pizza." What do you think's going to happen?
I'm just hoping for a big delivery. A lot of tips.
Hell yeah. By tip, you mean to your finger?
Personally, I'm going off the rails. I'm losing it.
You're doing just fine. You're doing. I'm telling you, you are the best viewing ever. Yeah, you're doing great. You're a black Italian cripple with too many dogs. Yes, it's true. I take the stats here. I got it written down here. Tarshoon. I spelled it. I misspelled it how it's pronounced. 11 years, African Italian, New York, Westchester, Little. What I'm giving you is that I'm making chicken a lot of boxes. 8 dogs. So here's a big question for you. You guys specialize in different cultures and stereotypes. That's my bread and butter. And now I happen to know for a fact that half the town is someone that loves women.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You do.
The problem.
It's a problem. Let's talk about that problem. Go ahead. Tell us why it's a problem, how it's a problem, some things that have come up in your life. You have 8 dogs that you're living with, and you want pussy all the time. So tell the people what it's like.
So basically, I've come to a conclusion that basically women, they all say they're different, but they all sound the same. So that's why I've only been going after deaf women. You know what I mean?
I love you. I love you. That's some black belt Jedi level shit. So explain to us where you're finding these deaf women at.
So basically, I was at rock bottom one day, which is not far from right now.
Wait, okay. I thought you were talking about the bar or a restaurant for a second.
So I was like,
what? Before we move on, why were you at rock bottom?
so I fell on my knee on the sidewalk and it got infected, and the infection went to my face.
Okay. It was a staph infection.
It was I don't know. It was I was on antibiotics. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was actually pretty bad.
sickle cell.
Okay. How did it get to your? What did it do to your face?
It started getting all red and puffy.
Okay. And how long was it after the fall on the knee?
The fall on the knee, I didn't know it was such a big collision. It got cellulose or cellulitis or something like that, like deep infection.
So how many days after the fall on the knee did your face start getting puffy?
About a week.
Okay. So you were at rock bottom. They gave you antibiotics, right?
Yeah, I just had my car got stolen because I live in Portland.
Oh, Portland. That's come up a few times tonight.
And I was limping to go get some free food from the pantry. And all of a sudden, there's this beautiful woman, and she's holding, this is a true story, she's holding a pile of money in her hands. And she just goes, "You want any money?"
This is the greatest show ever invented. There's nothing like this fucking show. Just to let you know, every other show in the fucking world, the people are vetted. Like the podcast host knows who they're talking to that day. Every other fucking, not to mention television show, everything we were raised on, they know what questions they're going to ask. The other person knows what the fucking answer is. They try to make it look natural. This show is so different. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? That woman with a pile of cash, and she said that sounded accurate. That sounded like a deaf woman. So you're next to her, and what do you say to her?
I said, well, a couple things. I was like, you kind of caught me at a bad time.
You told her that?
Yeah, well, it's not a great time for me. But I said, one day I'm going to be on TV. When you see me on TV, give me a call. And she said, okay, bye. You on TV?
You gave her your number?
Nope.
Well, how would she give you a call?
Well, I was hoping she'd see me on TV.
He's gonna get famous and Death Jammer in the ass.
Well, I figured like while I'm getting through my phase of having no money and 8 dogs, I get to the point where I could finally have a relationship. You know what I mean? Now's not a good time for that. You know what I'm saying?
So you got a knee injury that infects the face, and you go home to your house with no money and 8 dogs, and you go, one day, love.
Yeah.
This is
You don't find a lot of women like that.
No, you don't. Ever. No one ever has. No one has ever seen a deaf woman with a pile of cash
I'm going for it.
asking to give it out.
it's starting to sound like a 3-year-old grown up and tells a story. And kids are like, and then there was an apple, and the apple talked to me, and I fell on my knee, and the knee hurt my face, and there was a woman, and she couldn't hear, and she gave me money. But I walked away. I went home. I had 8 dogs at that house. I love you. You are the best quality person I've ever met.
Hey, thank you.
Especially great person for the blood that runs through your veins. I mean, Italians are real pieces of shit. Okay, all right. That was too much. All right. God, they talking about me. Okay. Thank you, Redman, for all the help that you provided. We're 16 minutes into this interview.
Really?
I still feel like I haven't gotten enough.
Well, it's nice meeting you all.
Oh, you're so sweet. This fucking guy. You're unbelievable.
No, we have 8 dogs.
So where this deaf woman changed your life to the point to where you are now into deaf women, but you didn't do anything with it.
No, basically, I thought to myself, same day I was like, well, because she was offering me money, and I was like, that's pretty sweet. And then later on, I'm walking to the grocery store, I sit down and some other woman offers me money, and I was like, well, it wasn't the same because she thought I was homeless, and I was like, all right, so it's not just that she was offering me money, you know.
Did you take the money?
No, and also she was black too, so I wasn't really feeling it.
You're not into black women?
No, not really.
Not really. You been with the black woman?
Yeah, one time.
What did you not? What was it that stood out to you?
She had a really nice afro. I thought she was pretty, but she also had some kind of I ended up kind of getting sick afterwards.
Tell us about that. What kind of sick did you get from the black woman?
Oh,
You might be the greatest interview in the history of the show. So honest.
so
Putting on a
basically,
clinic.
it was basically a couple hours into this, and my air match was already mostly deflated. And she just starts coughing, and I'm like, "You all right?" She's like, "No, I'm kind of getting over something," and I'm like, "Oh, gee, I'm kind of getting over something." And then all of a sudden, I was just sick for another week. Oh, this sucks. So that was it. And then there was one. Everyone has one giant fat black lady off Craigslist. That doesn't count.
Wait, she was off Craigslist?
No, it doesn't really count.
Where did you meet her at?
Well, I met her at her house. You gotta understand, it was Albany. It was Albany. I didn't have a chance.
Okay, hold on. Oh God. Oh, I asked if you see. I asked if you found her on Craigslist, and you said no. Right?
Well, yeah, but I found her Craigslist because I met her at her house.
Right. Got it. Okay. You didn't find her. Okay. So you did find her on Craigslist, and then your first time meeting her physically was at her house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you got sick.
Yeah.
And that kind of turned you off for black women.
Yeah, the thing is, I got sick even though we also did it in the shower. It didn't help at all.
You did it in the shower.
Yeah.
What made you guys do it in the shower? You
I
both
thought,
have
like-
voluptuous hair. You said that she had an afro. You have what appears to be.
When we started in the shower, we moved over to the air mattress, and to be perfectly honest, with you,
There he goes. He's loaded up, and here it comes. To be perfectly honest.
well, it was well, I mean, I don't know if I can make this any worse.
You're doing just fine, buddy.
We kind of filmed it.
Hold on. You just met her.
Yeah.
It started in the shower. You're both getting over something. What made you guys film it? Whose
Well,
idea
the
was
thing, I was living in Albany. It was over the summer, so like nobody was there.
upstate New York?
Yeah, I knew I was going to need something for later. You know what I mean?
So you asked her permission to film?
Yes.
Wait a second. There's a little pause. Little big smile there.
Absolutely.
So this was at her house. So you
That
couldn't
was at my house. We went back to my house.
You met her at her house, and then you took her back to your house? Why?
Well, I mean, that's kind of where I live.
But you were at her house.
Yeah.
You had sex at her house.
Nope.
No, you just met her at her house. Did you immediately take her in your car to your house?
I never
You guys hung out? Oh, you didn't have a car. How did you guys get from her house to your house?
walked right home.
You walked.
Yeah.
How far of a walk was that?
About 3/4 of a mile, something like that.
Wow, so not far.
Yeah, not far. 2 blocks. Not bad.
There's a big difference between 3/4 of it. Okay, this has gone way too far. I've been informed by Redmond that it's gone 21 minutes. This interview. And I don't remember anything about the minute at all, but I'll tell you, you are an unbelievable fucking interview. You sign up next time. I don't want you to ever wear fucking socks again. You hear me? I'm going to try to get you out of this bucket again. There he goes. Alex. Wow. Good Lord. There's the lovely Heidi, everybody. She'll knock your socks off. All right. It's a tough follow. Tough to follow Alex Tarshu. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full goes by the name of Cameron Frisk. Cameron Frisk gets a
My buddy's dad just died in a motorcycle accident, and then he got super religious after it happened. And he's like, Cameron, I accept Jesus as my one true father. Like, nice, now you got two dads that don't talk to you, jackass. He's like, you want to come to church? It's like, I'd rather ride on the back of your dad's motorcycle when he crashed. I'm not going to lie to you. Everybody tells me my mustache makes me look racist. I was like, wait till you hear my mouth. You're going to love it. Now, a little bit about me. I hate reverse cowgirl. Unpopular opinion. I hate reverse cowgirl. That's just because I love fucking straight cowboys. Where my fellas at? Horns up, boys. Listen, I came here to suck dick and tell jokes, and I'm all out of jokes, fellas. I didn't get these tonsils removed for nothing. Let's get this golden ticket over with.
All right. Don't count your fucking chickens over there, Cameron. Welcome. How are you? Is this your first time on the show?
Second time. I was on like a month ago.
Okay. Well, welcome back. How has life changed since the first time you were on?
People have been coming to my work now and coming and be like, hey, I saw you on Kill Tony.
What's your work again?
I work at Prana, the smoothie coffee shop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we love Prana. It's a great place. inside 7th Street.
Yeah, everybody in my hometown hit me up, which is pretty cool.
What's your hometown?
Ojai, California.
Okay. Yep, the energy vortex.
Yes, the energy vortex.
Absolutely. It's all coming back. Toronto has a lot of it's a famous place for like hot chicks to go to.
Yes, very famous hot chicks.
Yes.
I don't know if they're famous, but tons of hot chicks there for sure.
The place is famous for having hot chicks, not famous hot chicks.
What he said, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Smoke shows, all of them.
All right. What do you do for fun, Cameron?
I've been traveling. Like I went to Africa last year. That was the craziest thing I've probably done in a while.
What made you go to Africa?
I'd never been out of the country other than like Canada for 1 hour. And me and my girlfriend were like, I was like, I want to go to New York. And she's like, how about Africa? And I was like, perfect.
Did you keep an eye on her the whole time she was there? It's very suspicious.
She was kind of a hot commodity there. I did talk to like one of the chiefs there, and I was like, get a load of this thing right here. I was like, I'll trade her 4 goats. And he like laughed. He's like, 3. And I was like, it's not bad. 3 goats is more like.
Okay. I think you're trying to. It's hard to follow the interviewing style of Alex Tarkin.
Yeah, of course, he's the man.
You know Alex?
Yeah, he has a crippling gambling addiction, and I hang out with
Get
him.
Alex back up here. Get Alex back up here. He's such a. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna trade out your boring white guy interview.
Oh yeah.
Is Alex still here? Can we obtain him? Let's get him.
Has Alex become a known commodity in the area where everyone's hanging out waiting to get on the show?
He's an earful to talk to. He's the man.
Alex, get out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the return, the long-awaited return. Does anybody work here? Get Alex Tarshoon for me. What is going on? What could he possibly be doing?
Well, he is half black, so he's gonna be late.
So yes, he's in the back, but no, he's not here. How do you know about his gambling addiction?
We were just hanging out and talking, and he was like frantically pacing, looking at his phone. It was on like 5%, and he was just tweaking. He's like, I don't know. I think my phone's gonna die. Should I pull it out? I might lose $100. And I was like, just have my charger thing because I kind of wanted to see the gambling video.
Did he win?
I don't think so. No, I didn't see him finish. It was like it was basketball.
Huh.
So
Very interesting. Guy with 8 dogs lives by himself. He's a crippling gambling addiction.
who would have thought?
I like that at the end of it. He's like, you could have my socks. That's all I have left.
What else about Alex? Tell us more about Alex Tarshoon. I'm just going to interview people.
Did he tell you guys about his cartoon he made?
Oh, I did not. God.
Maybe the most racist piece of animation I've ever seen. It's crazy, honestly.
Keep going.
I don't know what it's called, but it's pretty much Ed, Edd n Eddy with a lot more N-words in it. It's fantastic, but it's hard to watch. I love it.
Wow. And this is like a comic book?
No, it's like full on, like he drew out the cartoon, like not by hand, but digitally, and then made it into a thing. Took a month.
It's like an actual cartoon.
It's a real ass cartoon.
And he showed it to you on his phone?
I think he just told me to look it up, and I just went in that little rabbit hole, and yeah, it was very interesting, that's for sure.
Do you remember the plot line or anything like that?
It was pretty much, I swear to God, it's just pure racism, most of it. Like, that was pretty much the plot line was Ed, Edd n Eddy, but they're black.
Okay.
It's called N and Eddy.
Yeah.
Well, somebody for the love of God give me Alex Tarshoon. I need Alex Tarshoon. In fact, never let him leave again. Let's just keep him. Let's do what he does with his 8 dogs. Keep him chained up right at the back post here.
I say, it can't be far.
He can't be far. Okay. Cameron, what's the most interesting thing about your life before we get out of here?
At the moment, I might have a child in Denver, Colorado.
What makes you say that?
Well, when I was like 14, some girl had sex with me on a boat, and then
How old are you now?
I'm 27.
Okay. So go ahead.
And then she got pregnant, but she had a boyfriend at the time. Never said anything to me and moved to Denver, Colorado. And then I would stalk her Instagram and like keep updates on the photo of the kid. So hopefully it started looking like her husband and not me. That's what I was rooting for.
And it's a girl?
It's a girl, yeah.
And so as the girl's growing up, what does she have a mustache?
She looks like the cutest little Civil War baby you've ever seen. No, I don't know. She deleted her Instagram and I've lost all contact at this point.
Wow.
Put a sad end to a stalker's story.
She didn't delete. She blocked.
Maybe, I don't know.
Cameron, what's your living situation?
I live in an apartment. It's not bad. 1 bedroom. I got a fireplace now, which I didn't have in California. So
I
that's
look forward to that. Just working
barely, yeah. Yeah. Well, rent's a lot cheaper here. It's like $2,000, and you don't have to live in a garage like you do in California, which sucks.
That is
So, I have a fireplace now.
okay. Very good.
Moving on.
What size joke book did you get last time?
I got a little one.
Okay. Sounds about right.
Ah, damn it.
Let's give you a medium one. Slow but steady improvement.
Appreciate it.
Cameron Frisk, everybody. There he goes. Let's get through another bucket full here. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes by the name of Alex O'Brien, everybody. Here comes Alex O'Brien. Alex O'Brien.
Y'all are beautiful, first class, high dollar. I'm gonna be like Nick Cage. I'm gonna be gone in 6 seconds, y'all. Man, you know what your problem is? Not shit, nothing. You're doing great. You're killing the game. I appreciate you being out here. So I have 2 things for you: bank robbers and playing hinders. My grandma used to say playing hinders. Oh, you playing hinders? Y'all playing hinders? Which meant inappropriately touching something as a kid from the person. Now, we didn't play hinders, but we did play doctor a little bit. We got play doctor a little bit. We'd be like, oh, is your elbow hurt? Get some aloe. Rub that on there real quick. Your low back hurt. Get some aloe from the doctor. Rub that on. Make you feel good. Make me think about hinders. As I'm an adult, I think hinders might have been fucking butt stuff. And I think my grandma might have been into that a little bit. She asked us to play hinders. I tell you that to tell you this, the bank robber situation. Bank robber situation is, some of y'all men know about this. It's when you're tucked into your waistband, your opportunity is looking straight up at you. Goddamn robbing the bank, just put the fucking money in the bag. Oh my God, it's a dangerous thing to have. So you're playing hinders, you're putting the money in the bag. It's a great thing. What do you got for me, Tony?
Okay.
Jesus Christ almighty. Kim Congdon.
This guy is talented as fuck. I'm gonna say it right now. He made 60 seconds feel like an hour. That was beautiful.
That's all I can ask.
Have you ever done stand-up before?
Only a fucking 5 times.
Okay. And how many times have you signed up for this show?
This is my 9th.
9 times signing up, and your first time on, correct?
That's accurate.
God. What do you do for work?
Well, I'm a substitute teacher and a comedian.
No, you're not.
Thank you so much. I was waiting for that. That felt
Probably
good.
not.
Got me dialed in. Substitute teacher.
How old are you?
38.
Okay. What made you start stand-up now at 38 years old?
So I got super good at coke over COVID, like really good. I wasn't teaching, and I was like, man, this stuff is, keeping me occupied and in my house. And so I had to reset my life. And when I did that, I said to myself, Jesus, maybe I should just move the fuck out of Seattle where it rains too much and pretend like I'm funny on stage. So far, no good.
You're the worst. You're the worst. You're adorable, but you're the worst. Where are you originally from? Florida?
Seattle, Washington.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Fucking sad, seasonal affective disorder. Come on here, I'm feeling a little bit better, but
You still
not
do
so much
coke?
right now. No, sirree, Bob.
What
2.5
happened?
years.
2.5 years sober.
Yeah, I was like borderline schizo. I was really good.
Tell it kind of stuck with you. Some people do enough to where they just kind of stay.
Maybe that was just the natural effect, and it was just enhancing a little bit.
Right. Okay. Have you ever met Alex Tarshu before?
I heard good things.
What have you heard?
My name repeated over and over again. Me going, like, I'm on you, and backstage, and then the person in front of me. That's as much as I've heard.
Okay. Right. What's the most interesting thing about your entire life? Nobody has any idea what you talked about for a minute, by the way. Just a bunch of
Gibberish. Just fucking gibberish. All right, noted. I appreciate that feedback. I did a background dance. I was a background dancer for Run DMC one time at a PE conference. I killed it. All right.
You have one of the most hateable faces I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Let's
go.
I gotta say,
Let's
the
go.
moments when you're yourself and you're an actual douchebag, and you like when you did that thing before you did the bit, there's like little glimpses of maybe you could do something there, but you have to go with that douchebag face. You can't hide it. Like we're looking at it.
Present.
Do you ever
Right?
use it to your advantage?
You know, I used to. I was super good at it. Like, you know, not a good person for a while. For Christ's sake, cocaine. But no, not anymore.
So how would you use it to your advantage?
How would I use it to my advantage? I would be like, yo, what's up, girl? What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. And then she'd be like, oh, that's not
oh
how.
my God.
Oh,
Are you a
shit.
heterosexual?
Oh, fuck.
There's only one thing to do right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, Alex Tarshoon, everybody. Yeah, crowd goes wild. We're upgrading our Alexes. Get the fuck out of here. Alex Tarshoon, the world wants more of you. Since you were gone, since you've been gone, we learned that you have a crippling gambling addiction.
Oh yeah, who's looking at that?
Even Matt Mueling just gave a good, oh, fuck. Like, it's like, you are a geyser, my friend. You are just a flowing vat of the natural material. Yeah, we heard about it. We heard about it from Cameron Frisk. You know Cameron? No, Cameron. So tell us about this gambling problem.
Well, basically, I figured out right now it's all about the arbitrage.
It's all about the what?
So you just bet both sides. You automatically win like $1 or two, and you just keep rolling it over.
But you're meant to do that with millions of dollars on either side, and
We're snowballing. We're snowballing.
sorry.
I don't know what to fucking do with this guy. It's the greatest interview of all time.
You wanna hear a quick story about how I saved someone's life?
Yes. Yes.
So me and my first pit bull are walking down by the river, and I'm looking for my cell phone because I lost it, and it's nighttime, and I want to ask someone if I can call like my phone and their phone, but they don't want to do that because it's nighttime and stuff. So I see this one guy, and I want to ask him, but I don't. And then I'm walking by the river, and I see this body floating in the river, and I was like, oh my gosh! So I run back to him. I'm like, hey, we gotta call like the ambulance and stuff. Like, and he's like, all right. It's like he doesn't believe me necessarily. So we go back to the river. No one's there, but they float onto the pier. So I'm like, it's like February, and it's like really cold, and I'm like, she's probably freezing in there. So what I did was I took off all my clothes, and I just started going into the river, and it was the Hudson River, so I was kind of like, I've never been in here, I don't know how deep it is, but like, so I thought I get in there, and she must have been like at least 250, but like in the water, I could still move her, and like I'm getting her up on like the rocks and stuff. The guys helped me to get her up and stuff. We get my dog on top, trying to warm her up, and then like the thing is though is like, when the fire department came and all the ambulance and stuff, like I was so proud to tell them like who I was and stuff. But the person who helped me, like he's like, my name is Vivian. And I was like, whoa, like, cause like the only thing I wanted was like for like a hot chick to see this. I'm like, bro, are you a hot chick though? And he was like, yeah, like I'm transgender. And he's like, yeah, I came to the river to kill myself too. But like this night's a wonderful life moment, so I'm not gonna do it. And I'm like, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet.
Let's talk about this cartoon you made.
Oh, I told you. I told you about that. All right, so it's basically the black version of Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Keep going.
Okay. So, basically, it's called Nig, Nig, and Nigger.
Keep going.
All right. So the episode 4 is my favorite because it has like a Buzz Lightyear. Like, remember like when Buzz Lightyear was Mrs. Nesbitt?
Sure.
Everyone forgets about that. But I had this whole bit about like how like Buzz Lightyear comes back to see his friends. And he's like just missing an arm. And he's like wearing like a girl hat and an apron. And then, like all the characters, like, we gotta like get out of here before Buzz infects us when he's gay. Before we know it, we'll all have our arms out of our socket wearing a lady hat, and you see like Mr. Potato Head, like missing an arm, like, hey boys, I've always been Mrs. Potato Head. You know?
Where can people find these cartoons at? Plug it.
So you gotta go to what the hell's my name?
Alex Tarsh.
Yeah, but right now it's Purebred Retard on YouTube.
That's your name?
Yeah. Purebred, like the food.
Purebred retard. All one word? Are there
Yeah,
any underscores or anything?
Bread like the food.
Oh, bread like the food. Purebred retard.
Yeah.
What made you go with bread like the food on that one? Was purebred retard regular taken?
I used to be inbred retard, and then that got me in a lot of trouble, like on Instagram and stuff.
That's the part that you think got you in trouble? Not the retard part?
I'm sure.
The guy with the pinky stole that handle.
You know, for a long time, I would Google like why do I have a mini pinky, but I didn't know how to spell pinky. Like I used to like do like PINK like Y or something like that, or IE, or I don't remember, but like I can't really spell that well. You spelled it wrong. I couldn't spell pinky for a long time.
You're a bad speller?
Yeah.
How bad do you think you are? Pretty bad?
I'm more of a math guy.
More of a math guy. Okay. Are you good at math?
Yeah, I do okay.
Wow.
I did that one. That's me.
We found the cartoon. This is incredible.
I do all that. Yeah, I do.
A Tarshun cartoon.
Yeah, that's good.
It really is. It is. For those of you wondering what the spelling of this cartoon is, it is N-I-G, comma, N-I-G-G, N, N-I-G-G-A. I don't know if I'm allowed to spell that word. We'll see. We'll see. But it is a real cartoon. Wow. I definitely can't say it, but I think I'm allowed to spell it. Wow, how many of these have you made?
Got 4 right now, working on part 5.
Hell yeah. Incredible. Even your even the 20th most interesting things about you are so interesting.
Okay, hey, you want to see the feast day resistance?
The what?
You want to see the best part?
Yeah.
Look at my shoe. Look at my shoe.
What? Oh, is your shoe broken?
Yeah.
What size shoe do you wear?
10.
Really?
Yeah.
My shoes would be a little too big on you. It's gonna give you my shoes.
Someone's got a size 10 in here. Come on.
Who's got a good size 10? Anybody?
Someone give these men your shoes. Look.
Hold on, there's a guy in a Hawaiian shirt standing up. There he goes. I think he's leaving, everybody. He's leaving. That's right. You got a size 10? No, 12's not gonna work. No, he's gonna get an infection in his face. You got a pair of 10s?
Yes.
Throw them up here. Throw them up here. Hey, wait, those look terrible. No, pass them back. Pass them back. He's better off. He's better off without. I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you an automatic minute next week, and I'm going to present a new pair of size 10 shoes to you.
Yeah.
A brand new pair. And we're going to go through another interview. This one lasted 10 minutes. You had that to the 21 before. That's 31 minutes. Technically, I do believe with the two combined, you do hold the record for the most interviewed person in the history of the show in a single night. I already gave you a big joke book. There you go, Alex Tarshun, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep it moving along. We realize that we haven't had a female comedian here tonight, so we're going to get one on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a minute from Lisa Jane Spencer. Make some noise for Lisa Jane Spencer.
Hello. I know I sound retarded, but it's Australian. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, are we still pretending, white people, are we still pretending that we don't say the N word? Like when they're not around, obviously. I remember learning about it. I was young, my brother was young, and my brother got back from a friend's house, and he was talking about the cereal that he had. You guys call it Cocoa Krispies. We call it Cocoa Pops. But see, he called it in Pops. Yeah. So my mum banned that. Yeah. But yeah, we just learned to hide it, right? You just learn to hide it. And my favorite is just doing it in the car. You know, listening to Kanye. That's my favorite. I'm talking about eating Nutella. I'm talking about eating Nutella. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Lisa Jane Spencer, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Lisa. We're going to go to our senior Australian correspondent, James McCann.
Lisa, you've dishonored our country. These people already think we're extremely racist because of our racism.
I was just
And
talking
you're-
about Nutella, though. I was just talking about eating
Can
Nutella.
you tell me what I meant?
Okay, well, I was alluding to that, the N word, but actually, I was talking about Nutella.
You said the
Eating
N word
Nutella.
that you weren't meant to say was Nutella.
Yeah, Nutella.
You guys, the two Australians are creating some kind of feedback here, it seems.
I did have an ending of it, but I didn't.
Yeah, you had an ending to the
I did
joke?
have an ending.
Okay, what was the ending to the joke that I asked you to do? And
I
you
was
just
gonna.
said,
I was gonna say, relax. I'm just Australian. We just call it.
Okay, red band. Red band. Okay, you're just Australian what?
We just call each other guys.
That's right. Very good.
We do.
We're gonna have to bleep.
What?
That's another bleep. Even in Australia, when an Australian says that, it counts. Even though you guys,
You could probably say poofta though.
yeah,
Poofta's our. But I don't think YouTube knows about poofta yet.
the YouTube's robots don't know about poofta. What does that mean exactly?
Sort of a light the lifeless type of individual.
It means gay. You're gay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you from in Australia?
Melbourne.
Terrible city.
I know.
Oh, I love Melbourne.
You love Melbourne?
I love Melbourne.
How?
My favorite city in Australia.
It is nice. There's like nice parts of it, like the peninsula, Dandenong Ranges.
No, I had an engagement breakdown in Melbourne. It's a shit city. Like, I can't say no bad things about it. They monopolised our football. They stole our Grand Prix. They talked down on the people of Adelaide. Shame on Melbourne.
Wow. Damn.
But there's not a lot of Nutellas.
There's actually, Kim,
Exactly.
after the South Sudanese War, there was a huge influx of Nutellas in Melbourne. And they have changed the game in Australian football. Every team has a great big 7-foot Nutella now out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you been in America?
Literally like 4 days.
4 days.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the weirdest thing about America so far?
The weirdest thing?
Yeah.
Okay, well, last night I was standing next to a truck. It was like double the
Yeah,
size, and that was like a normal car.
Yeah. No, I don't know why they made trucks so big here. They just made them big enough to kill children without knowing about it.
Yeah.
And they want them big enough to kill a basketball playing Nutella. You know what I'm saying about these trucks? It's too much. I apologize.
And
Have you ever seen a half Italian, half Nutella before? Let me show you one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alex Tarshoon, everybody. I don't know which one's more creeped out by the other right now. Having quite the standoff. She looks scared to death, by the way.
I don't know what's happening.
It's okay. This guy is one of the most interesting people in the history of the show. You only have to be scared of 40% of them. Have you ever seen anything like that on the streets of Melbourne? No. She looks genuinely frightened. I don't know if the cameras are picking it up. Alex, have you ever hung out with an Australian person before?
No, not yet.
Wow, look at this. Absolutely incredible. If you were going to take her on a date, where would you take Lisa Jane Spencer?
You remember the Jets?
It's a pizza place on Lamar.
I do like pizza. Yeah.
You like pizza?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Man, we got a very on love on the spectrum happening right here on Kill Time.
That's true. Yeah.
Do you like dogs?
What?
Do you like dogs?
Dogs. I love dogs.
What kind of do you like?
How many dogs do you love? What would be a reasonable number of dogs for a man to have?
Just love them.
One. Oh, we got
no.
I don't have a dog. I used to have a dog. But it died.
This man's got 8 dogs. I just want to let
He's
you
got 8 dogs.
Oh. What, are you into anything weird sexually, like 2 in the pink, half in the stink?
This is very Rothschild. He has a funny hand. He has a funny hand.
He's got a weird pinky. She is scared to death, ladies and gentlemen. Again, when she faces you guys, she starts to smile and everything, but when she looks directly at him, there's a specific ghostly look that comes over her face of concern.
It's true.
I wish we had like a reverse camera. I guess we can't really do it.
Lisa, I want you to know this is just what America's like. It's like
I
this
know.
every single day forever.
Yeah. I know. I was at that show last night.
Alex, let me ask you a question. After you took her to Jet's Pizza, then what did you do?
Probably bring it in my van.
Australians love vans. I don't date van people.
No, he doesn't. Here's the twist: is that that's just a great. Every question I asked him was brilliantly answered. He doesn't live in his van. He has his own place. 8 dogs and an air mattress. Look how proud he is. He loves his life.
He's had to get pussy, dude.
He's so cool. I'm buying him a new pair of shoes. I've never even done that before. 12 years we've been doing this show. I'm buying.
Hey, you know,
Oh, yeah, he
I'll
definitely
buy
did.
you shoes.
Wow. Alex. Look at this.
What are you going to do? Skin the dogs? God, no way.
Look at this. You've heard of love at first sight. This is fear at first sight. A sweet little Australian who did N-word jokes, now looking at a half pinky inbred Nutella. Okay. Lisa, just because I'm in a good mood, I'm going to give you a big joke book. You don't really deserve it for any reason, but I'm just... Alex Tarshoon has brought me so much joy here tonight that you're leaving with a big joke book. How about one more time for Lisa Jane Spencer? And how about one more time for the final time, Alex Tarshoon, everybody. You guys been signing out for fucking ever. Over a year. Wow. The crowd is on their feet. People on the balcony are standing up. This is chaos. All right, we'll see you next week, Alex. There's only one way to end an episode like this, and you damn well know that it has to be the ringer of all ringers, the Memphis Stranglers. It is the Vanilla Gorilla, the one and the only, the Big Red Machine, a Hall of Famer. This is William Montgomery. And by the way, if you love Ed and Eddie, you're going to love Alex's very racist cartoon. I've actually been a backer. I've given him a lot of money. It's a wonderful cartoon. Well, it happened. Virginia Giffrey got suicided this past week in Australia after having been hit by a school bus going 80 miles an hour a couple of weeks before. In the immortal words of Hillary Clinton, if at first you don't succeed, try again. So the Philadelphia Eagles drafted a guy named Jihad Campbell. My math may be off, but wasn't he born after 9/11 and they named him Jihad Campbell? He's an explosive linebacker, really willing to sacrifice his body. Heel fast. I mean, he's fast. In college, I heard he made 99 virgins, and if you think the New York Giants can tower over him, he will fly right into them two at a time. If he launches into two people hard enough, a third might fall down, and folks will claim it was a controlled demolition. Also, there's a rumor Mossad knew about Jihad Campbell, but failed to warn the Patriots. I ain't taking no shit. That's my impression of a constipated man. Okay. Wow. Wow. Damn. We know who the interview of the night was, but my God, let there be no question. The set of the night goes to the man who's done it more than anybody. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and meanwhile, here he comes, swinging his sledgehammer of destruction. Delicious. Also, there's a rumor Mossad knew about Jihad Campbell. Happened, Virginia Giffrey got suicided this past week. James Spencer. And how about one more time, for the final time, Alex Harshoon, everybody. You guys been signing up for fucking ever, over a year. Wow, the crowd is on their feet. People on the balcony are standing up. It's chaos. All right, we'll see you next week, Alex. There's only one way to end an episode like this, and you damn well know that it has to be the ringer of all ringers, the Memphis Strangler. It is the Vanilla Gorilla, the one and the only, the Big Red Machine, the Hall of Famer. This is William Montgomery. And by the way, if you love Ed and Eddie, love Alex's very racist cartoon. I've actually been a backer. I've given him a lot of money. It's a wonderful cartoon. Well, it happened. Virginia Giffrey got suicided this past week in Australia after having been hit by a school bus going 80 miles an hour a couple of weeks before. In the immortal words of Hillary Clinton, if at first you don't succeed, try again. So the Philadelphia Eagles drafted a guy named Jihad Campbell. My math may be off, but wasn't he born after 9/11 and they named him Jihad Campbell? He's an explosive linebacker, really willing to sacrifice his body. Heel fast. I mean, he's fast. In college, I heard he made 99 virgins, and if you think the New York Giants can tower over him, he will fly right into them two at a time. If he launches into two people hard enough, a third might fall down, and folks will claim it was a controlled demolition. Also, there's a rumor Mossad knew about Jihad Campbell, but failed to warn the Patriots. Okay. Ain't taking no shit. That's my impression of a constipated man. Okay. Wow. Damn. We know who the interview of the night was, but my God, let there be no question. Set of the night goes to the man who's done it more than anybody. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and meanwhile, here he comes, swinging his sledgehammer of destruction yet again. And you did it with a do-rag on. And for the record, this thing smells like shit, Tony.
No, I'm kidding. Alex is so funny, but I swear I was smelling his ass, and I was like, "Oh my god, is he gonna let me wear this?" And then he put it on me, and I'm like, "Dude, this smells like shit." Yeah, it smells like 8 fucking dogs living in the apartment with you. 8 dogs and a lot of pizza.
My goodness, totally worth it. The hardest I've laughed all night was on your entrance. Your material followed the entire way through. An entire 60 seconds of laughter.
Well, it's
All gas, no brakes. The big red machine has arrived.
so nice to be here. It's all the rowing I've been doing, Tony. I'm at 200,000 meters already in this month. Okay, Tony.
Wow.
I'm up to over 500,000 meters since January. Wow. So I am going, and then I almost broke my big toe, I think, a couple days ago. I was moving some piece of equipment, and it fucking fell right on my big toe.
Oh my goodness.
It hurts so bad.
Let me just warn you, you might have a face infection in no time.
Yeah, I hope not. He also had a staph infection. Did he have a staph infection?
Yeah.
Somebody else. I don't know.
Basically, cellulitis is kind of an accentuated. A lot of you know that I'm a Canadian doctor, so
Put it down. We're not going down that path again.
Okay, so William, you look fantastic. You're absolutely glowing. I would say so. Have you been on tour?
I have. I was in Virginia Beach, Virginia this past weekend. It was a wonderful time. I ended up eating a whole bunch of seafood. And Tony, I'm serious. I don't think I'm ever really going to stop eating the seafood. I love some seafood. I was eating some of the fried shrimp.
Ooh, what are some other kind of
I was eating fucking fried flounder.
Ooh.
I was eating fried grouper.
Oh my god.
I was eating fried redfish.
Wow.
And hush puppies, which is also like a fried bread. Wow. But yeah, it was really good. And I walked on Virginia Beach and had a really good time. And it honestly, I felt like I was in Mogadishu or something. It seems kind of crazy. I'm looking out at the ocean as this just big fucking ships cruising around everywhere and just the people on the beach. It's like, where am I? But I loved it in Virginia Beach. Everybody that came to see me was great.
What about Mogadishu?
It's just, I swear, I just had like this feeling of what fucking country am I in? It just looks like crazy looking out.
There's James McCann, your fellow.
I know it is so nice to see a fellow ginger friend.
You're so cool with the do-rag.
Thank you so much, man. I think you could get away with it because I feel like I can get away with it right now. So I think you could get away with it.
I'm afraid that there's stuff in it like a flea or something.
James, let's switch ads.
No,
I think you could.
No, I don't think I'm
Let's switch ads.
Oh, the crowd wants it.
Wow! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow! James McCann. I think his pinky is getting shorter in real time. Somehow you look totally different.
Shut your bitch ass. Excuse me.
He's a whole new man. This is the new James McCann.
Oh, now's the time to say it, but I'm too afraid.
Hey.
I was a
My
coward.
ninja. Yeah.
Nutella.
I'll regret that for the rest of my life.
Yep.
Damn! No, I won't do it anymore.
I think that was a pretty bad mistake.
You're doing that? You're powerful. Give me my hat back.
James McCann is on a USA tour. Get tickets at jdfmccann.com. William South Montgomery has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. He's on tour. Kim Congdon's on tour. KimCongdon.com with a CONGDON. She's at Brea, May 14th, Oxnard, May 15th. James McCann is everywhere. It is a true American tour. Again, JEF McCann with 2Ns.com.
She's got 3 N's now. Feel free to blink for that. Maybe it's one of the parts of the show that just stays in the room.
ExpressVPN, ZipRecruiter, Prize Picks, and Tacovas. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. It is incredible. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Red Band.
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX. I love you guys.
No doubt about it. Here we go. London, England, Madison Square Garden. Everything's right around the corner. A lot of other fun stuff. Another more huge announcements and everything nonstop with this goddamn show. Somehow it just continues on and on we go. Live audience, thank you. We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody. James McCann, Kim Condon.
If you read a half hour a night, the calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years.
All of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences.
Extraterrestrial life is true mystery, but the most tantalizing mystery of all.
How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost? The following is a conversation with Tim Urban, author and illustrator of the amazing blog called Wait, But Why. This is a Let's Moving podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Urban. You wrote a Wait, But Why blog post about the big and the small, from the observable universe to the atom. What world do you find most mysterious or beautiful? The very big or the very small?
The very small seems a lot more mysterious. And I mean, the very big, I feel like you kind of understand. I mean, not the very, very big, not the multiverse. If there is a multiverse, not anything outside of the observable universe. But the very small, I think, we really have no idea what's going on, or very much less idea. But I find I think the small is more mysterious, but I think the big is sexier. I just cannot get enough of the bigness of space and the farness of stars, and it just continually blows my mind.
It was still the vastness of the observable universe has the mystery that we don't know what's out there. We know how it works, perhaps. Like, general relativity can tell us how the movement of bodies works, how they're born, all that kind of things. But like, how many civilizations are out there? How many, like, what are the weird things that are out there?
Oh yeah, life, extraterrestrial life is a true mystery, but the most tantalizing mystery of all. But that's like our size. So that's maybe it's that the actual the big and the small are really cool, but it's actually the things that are potentially our size that are the most tantalizing.
Potentially our size is probably the key word.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how small intelligent they are. Probably not that small. And I assume that if there's a limit, that you're not gonna. I mean, you might have like a blue whale size intelligent being. That would be kind of cool. But I feel like we're in the range of an order of magnitude smaller, bigger than us for life. Or maybe not. Maybe you could have some giant life form. Just seems like, I don't know. There's got to be some reason that anything intelligent between kind of like a little tiny rodent or finger monkey up to a blue whale on this planet. I don't know. Maybe you change the gravity and other things.
Well, you could think of life as a thing of self-assembling organisms, and they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, there's no such thing as a human being. A human being is made up of a bunch of tiny organisms working together, and we somehow envision that as one entity because it has consciousness. But maybe it's just organisms, that type of organisms. organisms all the way down, turtles all the way down. So like Earth can be seen as an organism for people, for alien species that is very different. Like, why is human the fundamental entity that is living, and then everything else is just either a collection of humans or components of humans?
I think of it kind of as you think about, I think of like an emergence elevator. And so you've got an ant is on one floor, and then the ant colony is, a floor above. Or maybe there's even units within the colony that's one floor above, and the full colony is 2 floors above. And to me, I think that it's the colony that's closest to being the animal. It's like the individual thing that competes with others, while the individual ants are like cells in the animal body. We are more like a colony in that regard, but the humans are weird because I think of it if emergence happens in the emergence tower, where you've got kind of, as I said, cells and humans, and communities and societies. Ants are very specific. The individual ants are always cooperating with each other for the sake of the colony. So the colony is this unit that is the competitive unit. Humans can kind of go, we take the elevator up and down emergence tower psychologically. Sometimes we are individuals that are competing with other individuals, and that's where our mindset is. And then other times we get in this crazy zone, a protest or a sporting event, and you're just chanting, screaming, doing the same hand motions with all these other people, and you feel like one. And you sacrifice yourself, and that's soldiers. And so our brains can kind of psychologically go up and down this elevator in an interesting way.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just the narrative we tell ourselves. Maybe we are just like an ant colony, which is collaborating always, even in our stories of individualism, of like the freedom of the individual, like this kind of isolation, lone man on an island kind of thing. We're actually all part of this giant network of, maybe one of the things that makes humans who we are is probably deeply social, the ability to maintain not just the single human intelligence, but like a collective intelligence. And so this feeling like individual is just because we woke up at this level of the hierarchy. So we make it special, but we very well could be just part of the ant colony. This whole conversation, I'm either going to be doing a Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, your writing, or very specific statements that you make. So you've written answers to a mailbag of questions. The questions were amazing, the ones you chose, and your answers were amazing. So on this topic of the big and the small, somebody asked, are we bigger than we are small, or smaller than we are big? Who's asking these questions? This is really good. You have amazing fans. Okay, so where do we sit at this level of very small to very big?
So are we bigger or are we small? Are we bigger than we are small? I think it depends on what we're asking. So if we're talking about the biggest thing that we kind of can talk about without just imagining is the observable universe, the Hubble sphere. And that's about 10 to the 26 meters in diameter. The smallest thing we talk about is a Planck plane. But you could argue that that's kind of an imaginary thing. But that's 10 to the negative 35. Now we're about, conveniently, about 10 to the 1. Not quite 10 to the 0. We're about 10 to the 0 meters long. So we're right, so it's easy because you can just look and say, okay, well, for example, atoms are like 10 to the negative 15th or 10 to the negative 16th meters across, right? If you go 10 to the 15th or 10 to the 16th, which is right, that's now, so an atom to us is us to this, you get to like nebula. Smaller than a galaxy, bigger than the biggest star. So we're right in between the nebula and an atom. Now, if you want to go down to quark level, you might be able to get up to galaxy. When you go up to the observable universe, you're getting down on the small side to things that we, I think, are mostly theoretically imagining are there and hypothesizing are there. So I think as far as real world objects that we really know a lot about, I would say we are smaller than we think. But if you want to go down to the Planck length, very quickly we're bigger than we are. If you think about strings.
Yeah, string, exactly, string theory and so on. That's interesting. But I think like you answered, no matter what, we're kind of middle-ish.
Yeah. I mean, here's something cool. If human is a neutrino, and again, neutrino, the size doesn't really make sense. It's not really a size, but when we talk about some of these neutrinos, I mean, if neutrino is a human, a proton is the sun. So that's like, I mean, a proton's real small, like really small. And so, yeah, the small gets like crazy small very quickly.
Let's talk about aliens. We already mentioned it. Let's start just with the basic. What's your intuition as of today? This is a thing that can change day by day. But how many alien civilizations are out there? Is it zero? Is it a handful? Is it almost endless? Like the observable universe, or the universe is teeming with life.
If I had gun to my head, I have to take a guess. I would say it's teeming with life. I would say there's, I think, running a Monte Carlo simulation, this paper by Andrew Sandberg and Drexler and a few others a couple years ago. You probably know about it. I think they're the mean, using different, running through randomized rate equation multiplication. You ended up with 27 million as the mean of intelligent civilizations in the galaxy, in the Milky Way alone. So then if you go outside the Milky Way, that would turn into trillions. That's the mean. Now what's interesting is that there's a long tail, because they believe some of these multipliers in the Drake equation. So for example, the probability that life starts in the first place, they think that the kind of range that we use is for that variable is way too small, and that's constraining our possibilities. If you actually extend it to some crazy number of orders of magnitude, like 200, they think that variable should be. You get this long tail where I forget the exact number, but it's like a third or a quarter of the total outcomes have us alone. Like, I think it's a sizable percentage has us as the only intelligent life in the galaxy. But you can keep going, and I think there's a non-zero, legitimate amount of outcomes there that have us as the only life in the observable universe at all is on Earth. I mean, it seems incredibly counterintuitive. It seems like, you mentioned that people think you must be an idiot because if you picked up one grain of sand on the beach and examined it and you found all these little things on it, it's like saying, well, maybe this is the only one that has that. And it's like, probably not. They're probably most of the sand, probably, or a lot of the sand, right? So, and then on the other hand, we don't see anything. We don't see any evidence, which of course people would say that the people who still scoff at the concept that we're potentially alone, they say, well, of course, there's lots of reasons we wouldn't have seen it, and they can go list them, and they're very compelling. But we don't know. And the truth is, if this were a freak thing, I mean, we don't. If this were a completely freak thing that happened here, whether it's life at all or just getting to this level of intelligence, that species, whoever it was, would think there must be lots of us out there, and they'd be wrong. So, just using the same intuition that most people would use, I'd say there's probably lots of other things out there.
Yeah, and you wrote a great blog post about it. But to me, the two interesting reasons that we haven't been in contact, I too have an intuition that the universe is teeming with life. So one interesting is around the Great Filter. So we either the Great Filter is behind us or in front of us. So the reason that's interesting is you get to think about what kind of things can ensure the survival of an intelligent civilization or lead to the destruction of intelligent civilization. It's a very pragmatic, very important question to always be asking. So we'll talk about some of those. And then the other one is, I'm saddened by the possibility that there could be aliens communicating with us all the time. In fact, they may visit it. We're just too dumb to hear it, to see it. Like the idea that the kind of life that can evolve is just the range of life is so large that our narrow view of what is life and what is intelligent life is preventing us from having communication with them.
But then they don't seem very smart, because if they were trying to communicate with us, they would surely, if they were super intelligent, they would be very, and I'm sure if there's lots of life, we're not that rare, we're not some crazy weird species that hears and has different kinds of ways of
receiving signals. So they would probably be able to see if you really wanted to communicate with an Earth-like species, with a human-like species, you would send out all kinds of things. You send out radio waves, and you send out gravity waves, and lots of things. So if they're communicating in a way, they're trying to communicate with us, and it's just we're too dumb to receive the signals. It's like, well, they're not doing a great job of considering the primitive species we might be. So I don't know. I think if a super intelligent species wanted to get in touch with us and had the capability of, I think probably they would.
Well, they may be getting in touch with us. They're just getting in touch with the thing that we humans are not understanding that they're getting in touch with us with. I guess that's what I was trying to say is there could be something about Earth that's much more special than us humans. Like the nature of the intelligence that's on Earth, or the thing that's of value and that's curious and that's complicated and fascinating and beautiful, maybe something that's not just like tweets. Okay, like English language that's interpretable, or any kind of language, or any kind of signal, whether it's gravity or radio signal that humans seem to appreciate. Why not the actual? It could be the process of evolution itself. There could be something about the way that Earth is breathing, essentially, the creation of life, and this complex growth of life. It's a whole different way to view organisms and view life that could be getting communicated with. And we humans are just a tiny fingertip on top of that intelligence, and the communication is happening with the main mothership of Earth, versus us humans that seem to treat ourselves as super important, and we're missing the big picture. I mean, it sounds crazy, but our understanding of what is intelligent, of what is life, of what is consciousness is very limited. It seems to be, and just being very suspicious, it seems to be awfully human-centric. Like, this story, it seems like the progress of science is, constantly putting humans down on the importance, like on the cosmic importance, the ranking of how big we are, how important we are. That seems to be the more we discover that's what's happening. And I think science is very young. And so I think eventually we might figure out that there's something much, much bigger going on. That humans are just a curious little side effect of the much bigger thing. That's what I mean. That, as I'm saying, it just sounds insane. But
Well, it sounds a little like religious. It sounds like a spiritual. It gets to that realm where there is something that more than meets the eye.
well, yeah, but not so religious and spiritual often have this kind of woo characteristic. Like, and people write books about them that go to wars over whatever the heck is written in those books. I mean more like it's possible that collective intelligence is more important than individual intelligence, right? It's the ant colony. What's the primal organism? Is it the ant colony or is it the ant?
Yeah, I mean humans, just like any individual ant can't do shit, but the colony can make this incredible structures and has this intelligence, and we're exactly the same. I mean, you know the famous thing that no human knows how to make a pencil. Have you heard this?
No.
Basically, I mean,
This is great.
there's not a single human out there has absolutely no idea how to make a pencil. So you have to think about you have to get the wood, the paint, the different chemicals that make up the yellow paint. The eraser is a whole other thing. The metal has to be mined from somewhere, and the graphite, whatever that is. And there's not one person on Earth who knows how to kind of collect all those materials and to create a pencil. But together, that's child's play. It's one of the easiest things. So, the other thing I like to think about, I actually put this as a question on the blog once. There's a thought experiment, and I actually want to hear what you think. So, if a witch, kind of a dickish witch, comes around and she says, I'm going to cast a spell on all of humanity, and all material things that you've invented are going to disappear all at once. So suddenly we're all standing there naked. There's no buildings. There's no cars and boats and ships and no mines, nothing. Right? It's just the Stone Age Earth and a bunch of naked humans, but we're all the same. We have the same brain. So we all know what's going on. And we all got a note from her, so we understand the deal. And she says, she communicated to every human, here's the deal. You lost all your stuff. You guys need to make one working iPhone 13. You make one working iPhone 13 that could pass in the Apple Store today, in your previous world, for an iPhone 13, then I will restore everything. How long do you think? And so everyone knows this is the mission. We're all aware of the mission. How long would it take us?
That's a really interesting question. So obviously, if you do a random selection of 100 or 1,000 humans within the population, I think you're screwed to make that iPhone. I tend to believe that there's fascinating specialization among the human civilization. Like there's a few hackers out there that can solo build an iPhone.
With what materials?
So no materials whatsoever. It has to. I mean, it's virtually any. Okay, you have to build factories. To fabricate. Okay.
And how you gonna mine them? You gotta mine the materials where you don't have any cranes. You don't have any.
You 100% have to have everybody's naked.
Everyone's naked. Everyone's where they are. So you and I would currently be naked on the ground in what used to be Manhattan.
So no building.
Grassy island.
So you need a naked Elon Musk that here to then start building a company. Yes, you have to have a large company.
Right. Where is everyone? How am I going to find other people?
We have all the knowledge.
Yeah, everyone has the knowledge that's in their country.
Yeah. I've met some legit engineers.
Crazy polymath people.
Yeah, but the actual, because you said it's like the original map, like the Apple II, that can be built. But
even that,
even that's going to be tough.
Well, I think part of it is a communication problem. If you could suddenly have, everyone had a walkie-talkie, a couple, 10 really smart people were designated the leaders. They could say, okay, I want, everyone who can do this to walk west, until you get to this little hub. And everyone else, and they could actually coordinate, but you don't have that. So it's like people just, and then what I think about is, so you've got some people that are trying to organize, and you'll have a little community where a couple hundred people come together, and maybe a couple thousand organize, and they designated one person, as the leader, and then they have sub-leaders, and okay, we have a start here. We have some organization. You're also going to have some people that say, good, humans were a scourge upon the earth, and this is good, and they're going to try to sabotage. They're going to try to murder the people and who know what they're talking about.
The elite that possess the knowledge.
Well, and so everyone's hopeful for we're all civilized and hopeful for the first 30 days or something. And then things start to fall off. People start to lose hope, and there's new kinds of governments popping up. New kinds of societies, and they're they don't play nicely with the other ones. And I think very quickly, a lot of people give up and say, you know what, this is it. We're back in the Stone Age. Let's just create, agrarian. We don't also know how to farm. No one knows how to farm. There's even the farmers, a lot of them are relying on their machines. So we also are going to a mass starvation. And that when you're trying to organize, a lot of people are, coming in with, spears they fashion and trying to murder everyone who has this.
It's an interesting question. Given today's society, how much violence would that be? We've gotten softer, less violent.
And we don't have weapons. So we have really primitive weapons now.
But we have a kind of ethics where murder is bad. It used to be less, human life was less valued in the past, so murder was more okay, ethically.
But in the past, they also were really good at figuring out how to have sustenance. They knew how to get food and water because they so we have no idea. The ancient hunter-gatherer status would laugh at what's going on here. They say, you guys don't know none of you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And also the amount of people, feeding this amount of people in a Stone Age, civilization, that's not going to happen.
So New York and San Francisco are screwed.
Well, whoever's out near water is really screwed. So that's you're near a river, a freshwater river. Anyway, this is a very interesting question. What it does, this and the pencil, it makes me feel so grateful and excited about. Man, our civilization is so cool. And this is talk about collective intelligence. Humans did not build any of this. It's collective collective humans is a super intelligent, being that can do absolutely, especially over long periods of time, can do such magical things. And we just get to be born. When I'm working and I'm hungry, I just go click, 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 and salad's coming. The salad arrives. If you think about the incredible infrastructure that's in place for that quickly, just the internet, the electricity, first of all, that's just powering the thing. The amount of structures that have to be created and for that electricity, and you've got the you parse the internet, and then you have this system where delivery drivers, and they're running bikes that were made by someone else, and they're going to get the salad, and all those ingredients came from all over the place. And I mean, it's just so. I think it's like I like thinking about these things because it makes me feel like just so grateful. I'm like, man, it would be so awful if we didn't have this, and people who didn't have it would think this was such magic we live in, and we do, and like, cool, that's fun.
Yeah, one of the most amazing things when I showed up, I came here at 13 from the Soviet Union, and the supermarket was, people don't really realize that, but the abundance of food, it's not even, so bananas was the thing I was obsessed about. I just ate bananas every day for many, many months because they haven't had bananas in Russia. And the fact that you can have as many bananas as you want, plus they were like somewhat inexpensive relative to the other food. And the fact that you can somehow have a system that brings bananas to you without having to wait in a long line, all of those things, it's magic.
I mean, also imagine. So first of all, the ancient hunter-gatherers. You know, picture the mother gathering and eating all this fresh fruit. No. So you know what an avocado was? It was a little like sphere, and the fruit of it, the actual avocado part, was like a little tiny layer around this big pit, took almost the whole volume. We've made the crazy like robot avocado, nothing to do with like what they. So same with banana, these big, sweet, and not infested with bugs and they used to eat the shittiest food. And they're eating uncooked meat, or maybe they cook it. They're just it's gross and it's things rot. So you go to the supermarket, and it's just it's like crazy super engineered cartoon fruit and food. Then it's all this processed food, which we complain about. I mean, in our setting, we complain about you eat food processed. This is a good problem. If you imagine what they would think with a cracker, how delicious a cracker would taste to them. Candy, pasta, spaghetti sauce. They never had anything like this. And then you have from all over the world. I mean, things that are grown all over the place, all here in nice little racks, organized, and on a middle class salary, you can afford anything you want. I mean, it's again just like incredible gratitude.
And the question is, how resilient is this whole thing? I mean, this is another darker version of your question: is if we keep all the material possessions we have, but we start knocking out some percent of the population, how resilient is this system that we built up, where we rely on other humans, the knowledge built up on the past, the distributed nature of knowledge? How much does it take? How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost?
Well, I'm trying to go off one thing, which is Elon Musk says that he has this number of 1 million in mind as the rough order of magnitude of people you need to be on Mars to truly be multiplanetary. Multiplanetary doesn't mean like when Neil Armstrong goes to the moon. They call it a great leap for mankind. It's not a great leap for anything. It is a great achievement for mankind. And I always think about if the first fish to kind of go on land just kind of went up and gave the shore a high five and goes back into the water. That's not a great leap for life. That's a great achievement for that fish. There's a little statue of that fish in the water, and everyone celebrate the fish. But but when we talk about a great leap for life, it's permanent. It's something that from now on, this is how things are. So this is part of why I get so excited about Mars, by the way, is because you can count on one hand the number of great leaps that we've had. No life to life, and single cell or simple cell to complex cell, and single cell organisms to animals, to multi-cell animals, and then ocean to land, and then one planet to two planets. Anyway, diversion. But the point is that we are officially that leap for all of life has happened once the ships could stop coming from Earth because there's some horrible catastrophic World War III and everyone dies on Earth, and they're fine, and they can turn that certain X number of people into 7 billion, population that's thriving just like Earth. They can build ships that can come back and recolonize Earth because now we are officially multiplanetary, where it's a self-sustaining. He says 1 million people is about what he thinks. Now that might be a specialized group. That's a very specifically, selected million that has very, very skilled million people, not just maybe the average million on Earth. But I think it depends what you're talking about. But I don't think, so 1 million is 1/7,000, 1/8,000 of the current population. I think you need a very, very, very small fraction of humans on Earth to get by. Now, obviously, you're not going to have the same thriving civilization if you get to a too small a number, but depends who you're killing off, I guess, is part of the question. Yeah. If you killed off half of the people just randomly right now, I think it would be fun. It would be obviously a great, awful tragedy. I think if you killed off 3/4 of all people randomly, just 3 out of every 4 people drops dead, I think we'd have, obviously, the stock market would crash. We'd have a rough patch, but I almost can assure you that the species would be fun.
Well, because the million number, like you said, it is specialized. So I think because you have to do this, you have to basically do the iPhone experiment. Like literally, you have to be able to manufacture computers.
Yeah, everything. You're gonna have the self-sustaining means you can any major important skill, any important piece of kind of infrastructure on Earth can be built there in this just as well.
It'd be interesting to list out what are the important things, what are the important skills.
Yeah, I mean, you feed everyone, so mass farming, things like that. You have mining. These questions, it's like the materials might be, I don't know, 5 miles or 2 miles underground. I don't know what the actual, but it's amazing to me just that these things got built in the first place. They never got. No one built the mine that we're getting stuff for the iPhone for probably wasn't built for the iPhone. Or in general, early mining. Was for, I think obviously I assume the Industrial Revolution when we realized, fossil fuels, we want to extract this magical energy source. I assume that mining took a huge leap without knowing very much about this. I think, you're going to need mining, you're going to need a lot of electrical engineers. If you're going to have a civilization like ours, of course you can have oil and lanterns, you should go way back. But if you're trying to build our today thing, you're going to need energy and electricity and mines that can create materials, and then you're going to ton of plumbing and everything that entails.
And like I said, food, but also the manufacturer, so like turning raw materials into something useful.
Yeah.
That whole thing, like factories, some supply chain, transportation.
Right. You think about when we talk about the world hunger, one of the major problems is, there's plenty of food, and by the time it arrives, most of it's gone bad in the truck, in a kind of an impoverished place. So it's like, we take it so for granted. All the food in the supermarket is fresh. It's all there, and which always stresses me. If I were running a supermarket, I would always be so miserable about things going bad on the shelves, or if you don't have enough, that's not good. If you have too much, it goes bad.
Of course, there would be entertainers too. Like somebody would have a YouTube channel that's running on Mars. There is something different about a civilization on Mars and Earth existing versus a civilization in the United States versus Russia and China. That's a fundamentally different distance. Philosophically.
The question will be fuzzy. There'll be a reality show on Mars that everyone on Earth is obsessed with. And I think if people are going back and forth enough, then it becomes fuzzy. It becomes our friends on Mars, and there's this Mars versus Earth. And it become fun tribalism. I think if people don't rarely go back and forth, and they're there for, I think it get kind of we hate a lot of us versus them stuff going on.
There could be also war in space for territory. As first colony happens, China, Russia, whoever, different European nations, Switzerland finally gets their act together and starts wars. It's supposed to staying out of
all kinds of crazy geopolitical things that we have not even, no one's really even thought about too much yet. That could get weird. Think about the 1500s when it was suddenly a race to colonize or capture land or discover new land that hasn't been, so it was this new frontier. So there's not really, the land is not, the thing about Crimea was this huge thing that this tiny peninsula switched. That's how optimized everything has become. Everything is just really stuck. Mm-hmm. Mars is a whole new world of territory, naming things, and and it's a chance for new kind of governments, maybe, or maybe the colonies of these governments. And we don't get that opportunity. I think it'd be cool if there's new countries being, totally new experiments.
That's fascinating. Talked exactly about that, and I believe that very much. That should be from the start. They should determine their own sovereignty. They should determine their own thing.
There was one modern democracy in the late 1700s, the U.S. It was the only, modern democracy, and now, of course, there's hundreds. many dozens. But I think part of the reason that was able to start, I mean, it's not that people didn't have the idea. People had the idea. It was that they had a clean slate, new place, and they suddenly were, So I think it would be a great opportunity to have. Because a lot of people have done that. Oh, if I had my own government on an island, my own country, what would I do? And it's the U.S. founders actually had the opportunity, that fantasy. They were like, we can do it. Let's make. Okay, what's the perfect country? And they tried to make something up. Sometimes progress it's not held up by our imagination. It's held up by just there's no, blank canvas to try something.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for a fresh start. The funny thing about the conversation we're having is not often had. I mean, even by Elon, he's so focused on Starship and actually putting the first human on Mars. I think thinking about this kind of stuff is inspiring. It makes us dream. It makes us hope for the future. So, and it makes us somehow like thinking about the civilization on Mars is helping us think about the civilization here on Earth.
Yeah,
how we should run it. But what do you think are like in our lifetime? I think any effort that goes to Mars, the goal is in this decade. Do you think that's actually going to be achieved?
I have a big bet, $10,000 with a friend when I was drunk. An argument. This is that Neil Armstrong of Mars, whoever he or she may be, will step foot by the end of 2030. Now, this was probably 2018. So what a human has to touch Mars by the end of 2030.
Oh, so by the year.
Yeah, by January 1st, 2031.
Yeah.
So,
did you agree on the time zone? Or what?
No, it's coming out of that exact day. That's going to be really stressful. But anyway, I think that there will be. That was 2018. I was more confident then. I think it's going to be around this time. I mean, I still won the general bet because his point was, you are crazy. This is not going to happen in our lifetimes. They're not for many, many decades. And I said, you're wrong. You don't know what's going on in SpaceX. I think if the world depended on it, then I think probably SpaceX could probably, I don't know this, but I think the tech is almost there. Like, I don't think that, of course, it would delay many years by safety. So they first want to send a ship, around Mars. And they want to land a cargo ship on Mars.
And there's the moon on the way too.
Yeah. There's a lot, but I think the moon a decade before seemed like magical tech that humans didn't have. This is like no, we can. It's totally conceivable that this seen Starship like this is a interplanetary colonial or interplanetary transport like system. That's what they used to call it. The SpaceX, the way they do it is every time they do a launch, something fails. Usually, when they're testing, and they learn 1,000 things. The amount of data they get, and they improve. So each one has this. It's like they've moved up like 8 generations in each one. Anyway, so it's not inconceivable that pretty soon they could send a Starship to Mars and land it. There's just no good reason I don't think they could. And so if they could do that, they could, in theory, send a person to Mars pretty soon. Now, taking off from Mars and coming back again, I don't think anyone wants to be on that voyage today because it's just, it's still amateur hour here, getting that perfect. I don't think we're too far away now. The question is so every 26 months, Earth laps Mars, right? It's like a sinusoidal period. 26 months. So it's right now like in the evens, like 2022 is going to have one of these, 2024. So people could, this was the earliest estimate I heard. Elon said, maybe we can send people to Mars in 2024, to land early 2025. That is not going to happen because that included 2022 sending a cargo ship to Mars, maybe even the one in 2020. And so I think they're not quite on that schedule. But to win my bet, 2027 I have a chance, and 2029 I have another chance. We're not very good at backing up and seeing the big picture. We're very distracted by what's going on today and what we can believe because it's happening in front of our face. There's no way that humans going to be landing on Mars and it's not going to be the only thing everyone is talking about, right? It's going to be the moon landing, but even bigger deal, go to another planet, right? And to start a colony, not just to get high five and come back. So this is like 2020s, maybe the 2030s. It's going to be the new 1960s. We're going to have a space decade. I'm so excited about it. And it's one of the great things for all of life happening in our lifetimes. Like that's wild.
To paint a slightly cynical possibility, which I don't see happening, but I just want to put sort of value into leadership. I think it wasn't obvious that the moon landing would be so exciting for all of human civilization. Some of that had to do with the right speeches, with the space race. Like space, depending on how it's presented, can be boring. I don't think it's been that so far, but I've actually.
I agree that space is quite boring right now. Not SpaceX is very good. Like 10 years ago, space.
Yeah.
Some writer, I forget who wrote. It's like the best magic trick in the show happened at the beginning, and now they're starting to do this like easy eyes. You know, it's like you can't go in that direction. And the line that the writer said is like watching astronauts go up to the space station after watching the moon is like watching Columbus sail to Ibiza. It's just like, you know, it's everything is so practical. You're going up to the space station not to explore, but to do science experiments in microgravity, and you're sending rockets up. Mostly here and there there's a probe, but mostly you're sending up the satellite to, for TV or whatever it is. It's kind of like lame Earth industry, usage. So I agree with you. Space is boring there. The first human setting foot on Mars, that's got to be a crazy global event. I can't imagine it not being. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm taking for granted that the speeches and the space race and
I think the value of, I guess what I'm pushing is the value of people like Elon Musk and potentially other leaders that hopefully step up. It's extremely important here. Like I would argue, without the publicity of SpaceX, it's not just the ingenuity of SpaceX, but like what they've done publicly by having a figure that tweets and all that kind of stuff like that. That's a source of inspiration.
Totally.
NASA wasn't able to quite pull off with the shuttle.
That's one of his two reasons for doing this. SpaceX is just for two reasons. One, life insurance for the species. If you're, I always think about it this way: if you're an alien on some faraway planet, you're rooting against humanity, and you win the bet if humanity goes extinct. You do not like SpaceX. You do not want them to have their eggs in two baskets.
Yeah.
Sure. It's like obviously this. You could have some, something that kills everyone on both planets, some AI or something. But the point is, obviously, it's good for our chances, our long-term chances, to be having, two self-sustaining civilizations. The second reason he values this, I think, just as high is it's the greatest adventure in history. Going multi-planetary, and that it's people need some reason to wake up in the morning and it'll just be this hopefully great uniting event too. I mean, I'm sure today's nasty, awful political environment, which is like a whirlpool that sucks everything into it. So you name a thing and it's become a nasty political topic. So I hope that space can, Mars can just bring everyone together. But it could become this hideous thing where it's we'll become billionaires. Some annoying storyline gets built so half the people think that anyone who's excited about Mars is an evil, something. Anyway, I hope it is super exciting.
So far, it's been a uniting, inspiring thing. And in fact, especially during this time of pandemic, it's been just commercial entities putting out humans into space for the first time was just one of the only big sources of hope.
Totally, and awe, just like watching this huge skyscraper go up in the air, flip over, back down and land. I mean, it just makes everyone just want to sit back and clap and kind of like, the way I look at something like SpaceX is, it makes me proud to be a human. And I think it makes a lot of people feel that way. It's like good for our self-esteem. It's like, what, we're pretty, we have a lot of problems, but like, we're kind of awesome. Yeah. If we can put people on Mars, sticking up the Earth flag on Mars, like, damn, we should be so proud of our like little family here that we did something cool. And by the way, I made it clear to SpaceX people, including you, many times, and it's like once a year reminder that if they want to make this more exciting, send the writer to Mars on the thing, and I'll blog about it. So I'm just continuing to throw this out. I'm trying to get them to send me to Mars. I understand.
So I just want to clarify at which trip does the writer want to go.
I think my dream one, to be honest, would be the Apollo 8, where they just looped around the moon and came back. Because landing on Mars
Give you a lot of new content.
Great content, right? I mean, the amount of kind of high-minded and so I would go into the thing and I would talk about it. And I'd be in microgravity, so I'd be bouncing around my little space. I get a little. You can send me in a dragon. I don't need to do a whole starship. And I would bounce around, and I would get to. And I've always had a dream of going to like one of those nice jails for a year, because I just had nothing to do besides like read books, and I had no responsibilities and no social plans. So this is the ultimate version of that. Anyway, it's just a side topic, but
But also, if you, I mean, to be honest, if you land on Mars, it's epic. And then if you die there, like finishing your writing, it would be just even that much more powerful for the impact.
yeah, but then I'm gone, and I don't even get to like experience the publication of it, which is the whole point.
Well, some of the greatest writers in history didn't get a chance to experience the publication of their.
I know. I don't really think. I think like I think back to Jesus, and I'm like, oh man, that guy really like crushed it, you know. But then you think about it, it doesn't like you could literally die today and then become the next Jesus in 2,000 years from now in this civilization that's like they're like in magical in the clouds, and they're worshiping you. They're worshiping Lex like that, and like that sounds like your ego probably would be like, wow, that's pretty cool. It's like relevant. You never even knew it happened.
This feels like a Rick and Morty episode.
It does. It does.
Okay, you've talked to Elon quite a bit. You've written about him quite a bit. Just it'd be cool to hear you talk about what are your ideas of what the magic sauce that you're about with Elon. What makes him so successful? His style of thinking, his ambition, his dreams, his the people he connects with, the kind of comments he tackles. Is there kind of comments you can make about what makes him special?
I think that obviously there's a lot of things that he's very good at. He's obviously super intelligent. His heart is very much in like the right place. Like, I really, really believe that. Like, and I think people can sense that. He just doesn't seem like a grifter of any kind. He's truly trying to do these big things for the right reasons. And he's obviously crazy ambitious and hardworking. Right? Not everyone is. Some people are as talented, have cool vision, but they just don't want to spend their life that way. So that's none of those alone is what makes Elon. I mean, if it were, there'd be more of it, because there's a lot of people that are very smart and smart enough to accumulate a lot of money and influence, and they have great ambition, and they have their hearts in the right place. To me, it is the very unusual quality he has is that he's sane in a way that almost every human is crazy. What I mean by that is we are programmed to trust conventional wisdom over our own reasoning for good reason. If you go back 50,000 years, and conventional wisdom says, don't eat that berry, or this is the way you tie a spearhead to a spear. And you're thinking, I'm smarter than that. Like, you're not. That comes from the accumulation of life experience, accumulation of observation and experience over many generations, and that's a little mini version of the collective superintelligence. It's like, it's the equivalent of like making a pencil today. Like, people back then, like the conventional wisdom, like had this knowledge that no human could ever write. So we're very wired to trust it. Plus, the secondary thing is that the people who, just say they believe the mountain is they worship the mountain as their god, right? The god and the mountain determines their fate. That's not true, right? And the conventional wisdom's wrong there, but believing it was helpful to survival, because you were part of the crowd and you stayed in the tribe. And if you started to insult the mountain god and say that's just a mountain, it's not. You didn't fare very well, right? So for a lot of reasons, it was a great survival trait. Just trust what other people said and believe it. And truly, obviously, the more you really believed it, the better. Today, conventional wisdom, in a rapidly changing world and a huge, giant society, our brains are not built to understand that. They have a few settings, and none of them is 300 million person society. So your brain is basically is treating a lot of things like a small tribe, even though they're not. And they're treating conventional wisdom as very wise in a way that it's not. You think about it this way: it's like picture a bucket that's not moving very much. They're moving like a millimeter a year, and so it has time to collect a lot of water. And that's like conventional wisdom. In the old days, very few things change. Like your 10, great probably like you may be on the same piece of land. And so old people really knew what they were talking about. Today, the bucket's moving really quick. And so, the wisdom doesn't accumulate, but we think it does, because our brain settings doesn't have the, could be moving bucket setting. So my grandmother gives me advice all the time. And I have to decide, so there are certain things that are not changing, like relationships and love and loyalty, things like this. her advice on those things, I listen to it all day. She's one of the people who said, you've got to live near your people you love, live near your family, right? I think that is like tremendous wisdom, right? That is wisdom. That happens to be something that doesn't change from generation to generation.
For now.
Right. For now. But she's also telling, right, so I'll be the idiot telling my
Exactly.
that he'll actually be in the metaverse like you.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. And I'm like, you have to, it's not the same when you're not in person. They're going to say it's exactly the same. And they'll also be thinking to me with their Neuralink. And we'll be like, slow down. I don't understand what you're saying. Talk like no. Anyway, so my grandmother then she said, you know, you're I don't know about this writing you're doing. You should go to law school, and you know you secure. And that's not good advice for me. You know, given the world I'm in and what I like to do and what I'm good at, that's not the right advice. But because the world is totally she's in a different world. She became wise for a world that's no longer here, right? Now, if you think about that, so then when we think about conventional wisdom, it's a little like my grandmother, and there's a lot of it's not maybe 60 years outdated like her software. It's maybe 10 years outdated as conventional wisdom, sometimes 20. So anyway, I think that we all continually don't have the confidence in our own reasoning when it conflicts with what everyone else thinks, with what seems right. We don't have the guts to act on that reasoning for that reason, right? You know, we and so even so many examples. I mean, just from the beginning, building Zip2 was the first company, and it was internet advertising at the time. People said, you know, this internet was brand new, like kind of thinking like the metaverse, VR metaverse. People were like, oh, we're we facilitate internet advertising. People were saying, yeah, we're going to advertise on the internet. Yeah, right. No, actually, it wasn't that he's magical and saw the future. It's that he looked at the present, looked at what the internet was, thought about, you know, the obvious like advertising opportunity this was going to be. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't genius. I don't believe. I think it was just seeing the truth. And when everyone else is laughing, saying, "Oh, you're wrong," I mean, like, I did the math, and here it is. Right? Next company, you know, X.com, which became eventually PayPal. People say, "Oh yeah, people are going to put their financial information on the internet." No way. And to us, it seems so obvious. We went back then, we would probably feel the same. We think that is a fake company. That no, it's just obviously not a good idea. She looked around and said, "You know, I see what this is." And so again, you can see where it was going. You can see what it was that day, and not what it. You know, not people. Conventional wisdom was still a bunch of years earlier. SpaceX is the ultimate example. A friend of his apparently actually compiled a video montage of rockets blowing up to show him this is not a good idea. But just even the bigger picture, the amount of billionaires who like thought this was, I'm going to start launching rockets, and you know, the amount that failed. I mean, it's not. Conventional wisdom said this isn't a bad endeavor. He's putting all of his money in. Landing rockets was another thing. You know, well, here's the classic kind of way we reason. If this could be done, NASA would have done it a long time ago because of the money it would save. This could be done. The Soviet Union would have done it back in the 60s. It's obviously something that can't be done. And the math envelope said, well, I think it can be done. So we just did it. So in each of these cases, actually, in some ways, Elon gets to look at it as, you know, people think it's that he's, you know, it's that his Einstein intelligence or his future. He has incredible guts. He's so, you know, courageous. I think if you actually are looking at reality, you're assessing probabilities, and you're ignoring all the noise, which is wrong, so wrong, right? And you just have to be, you know, pretty smart and, you know, pretty courageous, and you have to have this magical ability to be sane and trust your reasoning over conventional wisdom, because your individual reasoning, you know, part of it is that we see that we can't build pets, so we can't build, you know, the civilization on our own, right? So we kind of count to the collective for good reason, but this is different when it comes to kind of what's possible. You know, the Beatles were doing their kind of Motown-y chord patterns in the early '60s, and they were doing what was normal. They were doing what was clearly this kind of sound is a hit. Then they started getting weird because they were so popular. They had this confidence to say, we're going to start just experimenting. And it turns out that like if you all these people are in this like one groove together doing music, and it's just like there's a lot of land over there. And it seems like, you know, I'm sure the managers would say, like all the record executives would say, no, you have to be here. This is what sells. And it's just not true. So I think that Elon is like the term for this that actually Elon likes to use is reasoning from first principles, physics terms. First principles are your axioms. And physicists, they don't say, well, what do people think? No, they say, what are the axioms? Those are the puzzle pieces. Let's use those to build a conclusion. That's our hypothesis. Now let's test it, right? And they come up with all kinds of new things constantly by doing that. If Einstein was assuming conventional wisdom was right, he never would have even tried to create something that really disproved Newton's laws. And the other way to reason is reasoning by analogy, which is a great shortcut. It's when we look at other people's reasoning and we kind of photocopy it and we steal it. So reasoning by analogy we do all the time, and it's usually a good thing. It takes a lot of mental energy and time to reason from first principles. It's actually, you don't want to reinvent the wheel every time, right? You want to often copy other people's reasoning most of the time. And most of us do it most of the time, and that's good. But there's certain moments where you forget just for a second, like succeeding in like the world of like Elon. Just who you're going to marry, where are you going to settle down, how are you going to raise your kids, how are you going to educate your kids, how you should educate yourself, what kind of career paths. These moments, this is what on your deathbed, like you look back on, and these are the few number of choices that really define your life. Those should not be reasoned by analogy. You should absolutely try to reason from first principles. And Elon, not just by the way in his work, but in his personal life. I mean, if you just look at the way he's on Twitter, it's not how you're supposed to. When you're a super famous, industry type, you're not supposed to just be silly on Twitter and do memes and get little quibbles. He just does things his own way, regardless of what you're supposed to do, which sometimes serves him and sometimes doesn't. But I think it has taken him where it has taken.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't describe his approach to Twitter as first principles, but I guess that's the same.
I think it is. Well, first of all, I will say a lot of tweets people think, oh, he's going to be done after that. He's fine. He's on. He's just one man of the year. Like it's something. It's not sinking him, and I think it's not that I think this is like super reasoned out. I think that Twitter is his silly side, but I think that he saw his reasoning did not feel like it was a giant risk in just being his silly self on Twitter. And a lot of billionaires would say, well, no one else is doing that, so we must be a good reason, right?
Well, I gotta say that he inspires me too. That's okay to be silly.
Totally.
On Twitter. And but yeah, you're right. The big inspiration is the willingness to do that when nobody else is doing it.
Yeah, and I think about all the great artists, all the great inventors and entrepreneurs, almost all of them, they had a moment when they trusted their reasoning. I mean, Airbnb was over 60 with VCs. A lot of people think, obviously, they know something we don't, right? But they didn't. They said, I think they're all wrong. I mean, that takes some kind of different wiring in your brain.
And then that's both for big picture and detailed, like engineering problems. It's fun to talk to him. It's fun to talk to Jim Keller, which is a good example. He's kind of thinking about like manufacturing, how to get costs down. They always talk about SpaceX rockets this way. They talk about manufacturing this way, like cost per pound or per ton to get to orbit or something like that. This is how they reason we need to get the cost down. It's a very kind of raw materials, like just very basic way of thinking.
First principles.
It's really,
and the first principles of a rocket are like the price of raw materials and gravity, and wind. I mean, these are your first principles, and fuel. Henry Ford, what made Henry Ford blow up as an entrepreneur? Assembly line, right? I mean, he thought for a second and said, "This isn't how manufacturing is normally, is normally done this way. But I think this is a different kind of product." And that's what changed. And then what happens is when someone reasons from first principles, they often fail. You're going out into the fog with no conventional wisdom to guide you. But when you succeed, what you notice is that everyone else turns, what? And they all walk over. Look at the iPhone. Steve Jobs was obviously famously good at reasoning from first principles. That guy had crazy self-confidence. He just said, if I think this is right, like I don't know how he does that. And I don't think Apple can do that anymore. They lost that. That one brain, his ability to do that made that a totally different company. There's tens of thousands of people there. He didn't say, I'm giving a lot of credit to Steve Jobs, but of course it was a team at Apple who said they didn't look at the flip phones and say, okay, what kind of, let's make a keyboard that's like clicky and really cool Apple keyboard. They said, what should a mobile device be? You know, what the axioms? What are the axioms here? And none of them involve a keyboard necessarily. And by the time they pieced it up, there was no keyboards. It didn't make sense. Everyone suddenly going, wait, what are they doing? And now every phone looks like the iPhone. I mean, that's how it goes.
You tweeted, what's something you changed your mind about? This is a question you tweeted. Elon replied, brain transplants. Sam Harris responded, nuclear power. There's a bunch of people with cool responses there. In general, what are your thoughts about some of the responses, and what have you changed your mind about, big or small, perhaps in doing the research for some of your writing?
So I'm writing right now, just finishing a book on kind of why our society is such a shit place at the moment, just polarized. And, you know, we have all these gifts, like we're talking about in the supermarket. You know, we have it's exploding technology. Fewer people are in poverty. You know, it's Louis C.K. You know, likes to say, you know, everything's amazing and no one's happy, right? And, but it's really an extreme moment right now where it's like hate is on the rise. It's crazy things, right?
If I can interrupt you briefly, you did tweet that you just wrote the last word.
I sure did.
And then there's some hilarious asshole who said, now you just have to work on all the ones in the middle.
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, when you earn a reputation as a tried and true procrastinator, you're just going to get played forever, and that's fine. I accept my fate.
So, do you mind sharing a little bit more about the details of what you're writing to your how do you approach this question about the state of society?
I wanted to figure out what was going on because what I noticed was a bad trend. It's not that, you know, things are bad. It's that things are getting worse in certain ways. Not in every way. If you look at Max Roser's stuff, you know, he comes up with all these amazing graphs. This is what's weird, is that things are getting better in almost every important metric you can think of. Except the amount of people who hate other people in their own country, and the amount of people that hate their own country, the amount of Americans that hate America is on the rise, right? The amount of Americans that hate other Americans is on the rise. The amount of Americans that hate the president is on the rise. All these things, like on the very steep rise. So what the hell? What's going on? Like there's something causing that. It's not that a bunch of new people were born who were just dicks. It's that something is going on. So I think of it as a very simple, oversimplified equation, human behavior, and it's the output that I think the two inputs are human nature and environment, right? And this is basic, you know, super kindergarten level, like, you know, animal behavior. But I think it's worth thinking about. You've got human nature, which is not changing very much, right? And then you throw that nature into a certain environment, and it reacts to the environment, right? It's shaped by the environment, and then eventually what comes out is behavior, right? Human nature is not changing very much, but suddenly we're behaving differently, right? We are, again, you know, look at the polls. Like, it used to be that the president, you know, was liked by, I don't remember the exact number, but 80% or 70% of their own party and 50% of the other party. And now it's like 40% of their own party and 10% of the other party. You know, and it's not that the presidents are getting worse. Maybe some people would argue that they are, but more so. There's a lot of, you know, idiot presidents. What's going on is something in the environment is changing, and that you're seeing as a change in behavior. An easy example here is that, you know, by a lot of metrics, racism is becoming less and less of a problem. You know, it's hard to measure, but there's metrics like, you know, how upset would you be if your kid married someone of another race? And that number is plummeting. But racial grievance isn't skyrocketing, right? There's a lot of examples of it. So I wanted to look around and say, and the reason I took it on, the reason I don't think this is just an unfortunate trend, unpleasant trend that hopefully will come out of it, is that all this other stuff I like to write about, all this future stuff, right? It's this magical, I always think of this, like, I'm very optimistic in a lot of ways, and I think that our world would be a utopia, would seem like actual heaven. Like whatever Thomas Jefferson was picturing as heaven, other than maybe the eternal life aspect, I think that if he came to 2021 US, it would be better. It's cooler than heaven, but we live in a place that's cooler than 1700s heaven.
Yeah.
Again, other than the fact that we still die. Now, I think the future world actually probably would have, quote, eternal life. I don't think anyone wants eternal life, actually. People think they do. Eternal is a long time, but I think the choice to die, maybe we're uploaded, maybe we can refresh our bodies. I don't know what it is, but the point is, I think about that utopia, and I do believe that, like, if we don't watch this, we'd be heading towards somewhere that would seem like heaven, maybe in our lifetimes. Of course, if things go wrong, now think about the trends here. Just like the 20th century would seem like some magical utopia to someone from the 16th century, the bad things in the 20th century were kind of the worst things ever in terms of just absolute magnitude. World War II, the biggest genocides ever. You've got, maybe climate change, if it is the existential threat that many people think it is. We never had an existential threat on that level before. So the good is getting better and the bad is getting worse. And so when I think about the future, I think of us as some kind of big, long canoe as a species. 5 million mile long canoe, each of us sitting in a row. We each have one oar paddle on the left side of the right side, and a fork up there. And the river forks, and there's a utopia on one side and a dystopia on the other side. I really believe that's what we're probably not headed for just an okay future. It's just the way tech is exploding, like it's probably going to be really good or really bad. The question is, which side should we be rowing on? You can't see it, right? But it really matters. So I'm running all this future stuff, and I'm saying none of this matters if we're squabbling our way into kind of like a civil war right now. So what's going on?
So it's a really important problem to solve. What are your sources of hope in this? So like, how do you steer the canoe?
One of my big sources of hope, and this is I think my answer to what I changed my mind, is I think I always knew this, but it's easy to forget it. Our primitive brain does not remember this fact, which is that I don't think there are very many bad people. Now, when you say bad, are there selfish people? Most of us, I think that if you think of people, there's digital languages, ones and zeros. I'm going to very quickly get into the language where everyone's a one or a zero. Ours all ones. We're perfect. I'm my family, that other family, other tribe. There are zeros, and then you dehumanize them, right? These people are awful. So zero is not a human place. No one's a zero, and no one's a one. You're dehumanizing yourself. So when we get to this land, I call it political Disney world, because the Disney movies, the good guys and Scar is totally bad, and Mufasa is totally good, right? You don't see Mufasa's character focus. You don't see Scar's upbringing that made him like that, and humanizes him. No, lionizes him, whatever. You are, Mufasa's a one, Scar's a zero. Very simple. So political Disney world is a place, it's a psychological place that all of us have been in. And it can be religious Disney World, it can be national Disney World, or whatever it is. But it's a place where we fall into this delusion that there are protagonists and antagonists, and that's it, right? That is not true. We are all 0.5s, maybe 0.6 to 0.4s in that. We are also, on one hand, it's not that I don't think there's that many really great people, frankly. I think if you get into it, people are a lot of people, most of us have, if you get really into our most shameful memories, things we've done that are worse, most shameful thoughts, the deep selfishness that some of us have in areas we wouldn't want to admit, right? Most of us have a lot of unadmirable stuff, right? On the other hand, if you actually really got into someone else's brain, when you looked at their upbringing, you looked at the trauma that they've experienced, and then you looked at the insecurities they have, and you look at all if you assembled a highlight reel of your worst moments, the meanest thing you've ever done, the worst thing, the most selfish attention, you stole something, whatever, and you just have people like, wow, Lex is an awful person. If you highlighted if you did a montage of your best moments, people say, oh, he's a dog, right? But of course, we all have both of those. So I've started to really try to remind myself that everyone's a 0.5, right? And 0.5s are all worthy of criticism, or they're all worthy of compassion. And the thing that makes me hopeful is that I really think that there's a bunch of 0.5s, and 0.5s are good enough that we should be able to create a good society together. There's a lot of love in every human, and I think there's more love in the human than hate. I always remember this moment. This is a weird anecdote, but I'm a Red Sox fan, Boston Red Sox baseball. And Derek Jeter is who we hate the most. He's on the Yankees, and hate, right? Jeter, right? It was his last game in February. He's retired. He got this rousing standing ovation, and I almost cried. And it was like, what is going on? We hate this guy, but actually, there's so much love in all of it. It felt so good to just give a huge cheer to this guy we hate, because it's like this moment of like a little fist pound. Of course, we all actually love each other. And I think there's so much of that. And so the thing that I think I've come around on is I think that we are in an environment that's bringing out really bad stuff. I don't think if I thought it was the people, I would be more hopeful. Like if I thought it was human nature, I'd be more upset. It's the two independent variables here, or there's a fixed variable, there's a constant, which is human nature, and is the independent variable environment, and the behavior is the dependent variable. I like that the thing that I think is bad is the independent variable, the environment, which means I think the environment can get better. There's a lot of things I can go into about why the environment I think is bad, but I have hope because I think the thing that's bad for us is something that can change.
The first principles idea here is that most people have the capacity to be a 0.7 to a 0.9 if the environment is properly calibrated.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I think maybe for all 0.5s, I think that environments can bring out our good side. Yes, and maybe we're all on some kind of distribution, and the right environment, yes, can bring out our higher sides. And I think in a lot of ways, you could say it has. I mean, the U.S. environment we take for granted. How the liberal laws and liberal environment that we live in. I mean, like in New York City, right? If you walk down the street and you assault someone, if anyone sees you, you're probably going to yell. You might get your ass kicked by someone for doing that. You also might end up in jail. The security cameras and there's just norms. We're all trained. That's what awful people do, right? So it's not the human nature doesn't have it in it to be like that. It's that this environment we're in has made that a much smaller experience for people. There's so many examples like that where it's like, man, you don't realize how much worst human nature is contained by the environment. And but I think that rapidly changing environment, which is what we have right now, social media starts. What a seismic change in the environment. There's a lot of examples like that. Rapidly changing environment can create rapidly changing behavior, and wisdom sometimes can't keep up. And so we can really kind of lose our grip on some of the good behavior.
Were you surprised by Elon's answer about brain transplants or SAMs, but nuclear power or anything else?
Just SAMs, I think, is I have a friend, Isabel Colomecque, who's a nuclear power influencer. I've become very convinced, and I've not done my deep dive on this, but here's in this case, this is reasoning by analogy. The amount of really smart people I respect, who seem to have dug in, who all say nuclear power is clearly a good option. It's obviously emission-free, but the concerns about meltdowns and waste they see that they were completely overblown. So, judging from those people, secondary knowledge here, I will say I'm a strong advocate. I haven't done my own deep dive yet, but it does seem like a little bit odd that you've got people who are so concerned about climate change, who have, it seems like it's kind of an ideology where nuclear power doesn't fit, rather than rational fear of climate change that somehow is anti-nuclear power. It just,
I personally am uncomfortably reasoning by analogy with climate change. I actually have not done a deep dive myself.
Either, because it's so, it seems like a deep dive. And my reasoning by analogy there currently has me thinking it's a truly existential thing, but feeling hopeful.
So this is me speaking, and this is speaking from a person who's not done the deep dive. I'm a little suspicious of the amount of fear-mongering going on. Especially over the past couple of years, I've gotten uncomfortable with fear-mongering in all walks of life. There's way too many people interested in manipulating the populace with fear. So I don't like it. I should probably do a deep dive because to me it's the big problem with the opposition to climate change or whatever the fear-mongering is that it also grows the skepticism in science broadly. It's like that, so I need to make sure I do that deep dive. I have listened to a few folks who kind of criticize the fear-mongering and all those kinds of things. They're few and far in between, and so it's like, all right, what is the truth here? And it feels lazy. But it also feels like it's hard to get to there's a lot of kind of activists talking about idea versus sources of objective, calm, first principles type reason. One of the things, I know it's supposed to be a very big problem, but when people talk about catastrophic effects of climate change, I haven't been able to see really great deep analysis of what that looks like in 10, 20 years. Rising sea levels. What are the models of how that changes human behavior, society? What are the things that happen? There's going to be constraints on resources, and people are going to have to move around. this is happening gradually. Are we going to be able to respond to this? How would we respond to this? What are the best what are the best models for how everything goes wrong? Again, this is a question I keep starting to ask myself without doing research, like motivating myself to get up to this deep dive that I feel is deep. Just watching people not do a great job with that kind of modeling with the pandemic, and sort of being caught off guard and wondering, okay, if we're not good with this pandemic, how are we going to respond to other kinds of tragedies?
Well, this is part of why I wrote the book, because I said we're going to have more and more of these like big collective, what should we do here situations. Whether it's how about when probably not that far away from people being able to go and decide the IQ of their kid, or make a bunch of embryos and actually pick the highest IQ ever.
Could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, and also imagine the political sides of that, and something wealthy people can afford it first, and just a nightmare, right? We need to be able to have our wits about us as a species, where we can actually get into a topic like that and come up with it, where the collective brain can be smart. I think that there are certain topics where I think of this, and this is again another simplistic model, but I think it works, is that there's a higher mind and a brain, right? You can, in your head, and these team up with others. So when the higher mind is more rational and puts out ideas that it's not attached to, and so it can change its mind easily because it's just an idea, and the higher mind can get criticized. Their ideas can get criticized, and so when the higher minds team up, it's like all these people in the room throwing out ideas and keeping them, and one idea goes out and everyone criticizes it. So, shooting bows and arrows at it. The true idea is, the arrows bounce off. So it rises up, and the other ones get shot down. So it's this incredible system. This is what a good science institution is. Someone puts out a thing, criticism arrows come at it, and most of them fall, and the needle is in the haystack ends up rising up. Right? Incredible mechanism. So what that's happening is a bunch of people, a bunch of flawed medium scientists are creating super intelligence. Then there's the primitive part, which is the more limited system part of our brain. It's a part of us that is very much not living in 2020. It's living many tens of thousands of years ago, and it does not treat ideas like this separate thing. It identifies with its ideas. It only gets involved when it finds an idea sacred. It starts holding an idea sacred, and then it starts identifying. So what happens is they team up too. And so when you have a topic that a bunch of primitive, that really rouses a bunch of primitive minds, it quickly, the primitive minds team up and they create an echo chamber where suddenly no one can criticize this. In fact, if the enemy is powerful enough, people outside the community, no one can criticize it. You will get your paper retracted. You will get you fired. Right? That's not higher mind behavior. That is crazy primitive mind. So now what happens is the collective becomes dumber than an individual. Dumber than a single reasoning individual. You have this collective suddenly attached to this sacred scripture with the idea, and they will not change their mind. And they get dumber and dumber. And so climate change, what's worrisome, is that climate change has in many ways become a secret topic, where if you come up with a nuanced thing, you might get called branded and denied. So there goes the super intelligence. All the no arrows will be fired. But if you can call it a denier, that's a social penalty for firing an arrow at a certain orthodoxy, right? And so what's happening is the big brain gets frozen, right, and becomes very stupid. Now, you can also say that about a lot of other topics right now. You just mentioned another one. I forget what it was, but it's also kind of what it is.
The one, the vaccine.
Yeah, COVID. Okay, and here's my point earlier: is that what I see is that the political divide is like a whirlpool that pulls everything into it, and in that whirlpool, thinking is done with primitive mind tribes. Yeah, right. And so again, okay, I'll do something like race, right? That makes sense. That also right now, the topic of race, for example, or gender, these things are in the whirlpool. But that at least is like, okay, that's something that the primitive mind would always get really worked up about. It taps into our deepest kind of primal selves. COVID, make this COVID in a way, but climate change, that should just be something that our rational brains are, let's solve this problem. But the problem is that it's all gotten sucked into the red versus blue whirlpool. And once that happens, it's in the hands of the primitive minds. We're losing our ability to be wise together, to make decisions. Where it's like the big species brain is or the big American brain is getting drunk at the wheel right now. And we're about to go into our future with more and more big technologies. Scary things to make big right decisions. not, we're getting dumber as a collective, and that's part of this environmental problem.
Within the space of technologists and the space of scientists, we should allow the arrows. That's one of the saddest things to me about. It's like scientists, I've seen arrogance. There's a lot of mechanisms that maintain the tribe. It's the arrogance. It's how you build up this mechanism, the defense, this wall of defense against the arrows. It's arrogance, credentialism, just ego, really. And it protects you from actually challenging your own ideas. This ideal of science that makes science beautiful in a time of fear and in a time of division created by perhaps politicians that leverage the fear. It, like you said, makes the whole system dumber. The science system dumber, the detective omnivore system dumber if they don't allow the challenging of ideas.
But what's really bad is that, in a normal environment, you're always going to have echo chambers. And so what's the opposite of an echo chamber? I created a term for that you needed, which is called an idea lab. An idea lab, right? It's like people act like scientists, even if they're not doing science. They just treat their ideas like science experiments. They toss them out there, and everyone disagrees. Disagreement is like the game. Everyone likes to disagree. Certain text thread where everyone is just, saying, it's almost like someone throws something out and this is an impulse for the rest of the group to say, I think you're being overly general there, or I think are you kind of being, I think that's your bias showing. And it's no one's getting offended because it's we're all just messing going. Of course, respect each other. Obviously, we're just trashing each other's ideas, and then the whole group becomes smarter. You're always going to have idea labs and echo chambers, right? In different communities, and most of us participate in both of them. And maybe in your marriage, it's a great idea lab. You love to disagree with your spouse, and maybe this group of friends or in your family at home, in front of that sister, you cannot bring up politics because she's now enforced. When that happens, her bullying is forcing the whole room to be an echo chamber to appease her. Now, what scares me is that usually you have these things existing kind of in bubbles, and usually there's they each have their natural defenses against each other. So an echo chamber person stays in their echo chamber. They don't they will cut you out. They don't like to be friends with people who disagree with them. You notice that they will cut you out. They'll cut out their parents if they voted for Trump or whatever, right? So that's how they do it. They will say, I'm going to stay inside of an echo chamber safely. So my ideas, which I identify with, because my primitive mind is doing the thinking, are not going to ever have to get challenged. It feels so scary and awful for that to happen. But if they leave and they go into an ideal environment, people are going to say, well, no, they're going to disagree. And they're going to say, that person's going to try to bully them. They're going to say, that's really offensive. People are going to say, no, it's not. And they're going to meet these people are assholes, right? So the echo chamber person, it doesn't have much power once they leave the echo chamber. Likewise, the ideal lab person, they have this great environment, but they go into an echo chamber where everyone else is, and they do that, they'll get kicked out of the group. They'll get branded as something, a denier, a racist, a right-winger, a radical. The thing that I don't like right now is that the echo chambers have found ways to forcefully expand into places that normally have a pretty good immune system against echo chambers, like universities, like science journals, places where usually it's there's a strong idea lab culture, veritas. That's an idea lab slogan. You have is that these people have found a way to. A lot of people have found a way to actually go out of their thing and keep their echo chamber by making sure that everyone is scared because they can punish anyone, whether you're in their community or
not. That's all brilliantly put. When's the book coming out? Any idea?
June, July? We're not quite sure.
Okay, I can't wait. It's awesome. You have a title yet, or you can't talk about that?
Still working on it.
Okay. If it's okay, just a couple of questions from mailbag. I just love these. I would love to hear you riff on these. So one is about film and music. Why do we prefer to watch? The question goes: why do we prefer to watch a film we haven't watched before, but we want to listen to songs that we have heard hundreds of times? This question and your answer really started to make you think. Yeah, that's true. That's really interesting. We draw that line somehow. So what's the answer?
So I think let's use these two minds again. I think that when your higher mind is the one who's taking something in, you're really interested. What are the lyrics? So I'm going to learn something. I'm with. They're reading a book or whatever. And the higher mind is trying to get information. Once it has it, there's no point in listening to it again. It has the information. Your rational brain is I got it. But when you eat a good meal or have sex or whatever, that's something you can do again and again because it actually, your primitive brain loves it, right? And it never gets bored of things that it loves. So I think music is a very private thing. I think music goes right into our primitive brain a lot. I think it's of course that to call out the collaboration, your rational brain is absorbing the actual message, but I think it's all about emotions, and even more than emotions, it's literally music taps into like some very, very deep, tribal part of us. And so when you hear a song once, even some of your favorite songs, the first time you heard it, you were like, I guess that's kind of catchy. Yeah. And then you end up loving it and listen. But sometimes you even don't get song, the song sucks. Suddenly you find yourself on the 40th time it's on the radio all the time, just kind of be like, oh, I love this song. And you feel like, wait, I hate this song. And what's happening is that the sound is actually, music's actually carving a pathway in your brain. And it's a dance. And when your brain knows what's coming, it knows the steps. So your brain is, your internal kind of, your brain is actually dancing with the music, and it knows the steps, and it can anticipate. And so there's something about it. Having memorized the song that makes it incredibly enjoyable to us. But when we hear it for the first time, we don't know where it's going to go. We're like an awkward dancer. We don't know the steps, and your primitive brain can't really have that much fun.
And in the movies, that's less primitive. That's the story. You're taking it.
But a really good movie that we really love, often we watch it like 12 times. It's like, not that many, but versus if you're watching a talk show, right? You're listening to one of your podcasts is a perfect example. There's not many people that will listen to one of your podcasts, no matter how good it is, all the time. Because it's once you've got it, it's a form of information that's very high on my focus. That's how it is.
Well, the funny thing is, there's people that listen to a podcast episode many times, and often I think the reason for that is not because the information, is the chemistry, is the music of the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not the actual.
It's the art of it.
Yeah, they'll fall in love with some kind of person with some weird personality, and they'll just be listening to. They'll be captivated by the beat of that kind of person.
Like a stand-up comic, I've watched like certain things, like episodes like 20 times, even though
I have to ask you about the visit hat. You're on a blog about Neuralink. I got a chance to visit you a couple of times, hanging out with those folks. That was one of the pieces of writing you did that like changes culture, changes the way people think about a thing. The ridiculousness of your stick figure drawings are somehow it's like calling the origin of the universe the Big Bang. It's still a title, but it somehow sticks to be the representative of that. In the same way the wizard has in Neuralink is somehow was a really powerful way to explain that. And you actually proposed that the Man of the Year cover of Time should be
one of my drawings.
One of your drawings.
Yes.
It's an outrage that it wasn't.
It was.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts about like all those years later about Neuralink? Do you find this idea? Like, what excites you about it? Is it the big long-term philosophical things? Is it the practical things? Do you think it's super difficult to do on the neurosurgery side and the material engineering, the robotics side, or do you think the machine learning side from the brain computer interface really get to learn about each other, all that kind of stuff? I'd just love to get your thoughts because you're one of the people that really considered this problem, really studied it.
Yeah.
Computer interfaces.
I mean, I'm super excited. I really think it's actually Elon's most ambitious thing, more than colonizing Mars, because that's just a bunch of people going somewhere, even though it's somewhere far. Neuralink is changing what a person is. Eventually. Now, I think that Neuralink engineers and Elon himself would all be the first to admit that it is a maybe whether they can do their goals here. I mean, it is so crazy ambitious to try to do their eventual goals are, of course, in the interim, they have a higher probability of accomplishing smaller things, which are still huge, like basically solving paralysis, stroke, Parkinson, things like that. I mean, it can be unbelievable. Anyone who doesn't have one of these things, like you might, everyone should be very happy about this kind of helping with different disabilities. But the thing that is like, so the grand goal is this augmentation where it facilities, they can do this, and they can really. So, they've already shown that they are for real with previous robots. Elon talks about it. It should be like LASIK, where it's not. It shouldn't be something that needs a surgeon. This shouldn't just be for rich people who have waited in line for 6 months. This should be for anyone who can afford LASIK, and eventually, hopefully, something that is covered by insurance, or something that anyone can do. Something this big a deal should be something that anyone can afford eventually. And when we have this, again, I'm talking about a very advanced phase down the road. So maybe a less advanced phase, maybe right now, think about when you listen to a song, what's happening? Do you actually hear the sound? Well, not really. It's that the sound is coming out of the speaker. The speaker is vibrating. It's vibrating air molecules. Those air molecules, get vibrated all the way to your head, the pressure wave, and then it vibrates your eardrum. Your eardrum is in your head. That then vibrates bones and fluid, which stimulates neurons in your auditory cortex, which give you the perception that you're hearing sound. Now, if you think about that, do we really need to have a speaker to do that? You could just somehow get a little tiny thing that can vibrate your eardrum. You could do it that way. That seems very hard. But really what you need, if you go to the very end, the thing that really needs to happen is your auditory cortex neurons need to be stimulated a certain way. If you have a ton of Neuralink things in there, Neuralink electrodes, and they're getting really good at stimulating things, you could play a song in your head that you hear that is not playing anywhere. There's no sound in the room, but you hear it, and no one else could. It's not like they can get close to your head and hear it. There's no sound. They cannot hear anything, but you hear sound. You can turn up. You open your phone. You have the Neuralink app. You open the Neuralink app, or just Neuralink. So basically, you can open your Spotify. Play to your speaker. You can play to your computer. You can play right out of your phone to your headphones, or you can now have a new one. You can play into your brain. And this is one of the earlier things. This is something that seems like really doable. So no more headphones. I always think it's so annoying because I can leave the house with just my phone, and nothing else. So you can just do an Apple Watch. There's always this one thing like and headphones. You do need your headphones, right? So I feel like that'll be the end of that. But there's so many things that you keep going. The ability to think together. You could talk about like super brains. I mean, one of the examples Elon uses is the low bandwidth of speech. If I go to a movie and I come out of a scary movie and you say, how was it? I was terrifying. Well, what did I just do? I just gave you I had 5 buckets I could have given you. One was horrifying, terrifying, scary, eerie, creepy, whatever. That's about it. And I had a much more nuanced experience than that. And all I have is, these words, right? And so instead I just hand you the bucket. I put the stuff in the bucket, give it to you. But all you have is the bucket. You just have to guess what I put in that bucket. All you can do is look at the label of the bucket and say, when I say terrifying, here's what I mean. So the point is, it's very lossy. I have all this nuanced information of what I thought of the movie, and I'm sending you a very low-res package, and you're going to now guess what the high-res thing looks like. That's language. Our thoughts are much more nuanced. We can think to each other. We can do amazing things. We can have a brainstorm that doesn't feel like, we're not talking in each other's heads. Not just that I hear voice. No. We are just thinking. No words are being said internally or externally. The two brains are literally collaborating. It's something. It's a skill. I'm sure we have to get good at it. I'm sure young kids will be great at it. Old people will be bad at it. But you think together, and together you have the joint epiphany. And now how about 8 people doing it, right? So it gets. There's other examples. How about when you're a dress designer or a bridge designer? And you want to show people your dress themselves. Well, right now you got to sketch it for them. Here, just beam it onto the screen in your head, so you can picture it. You can picture a tree in your head, while you can just suddenly whatever's in your head. So we'll all have to get very good at it. Right? So take a skip, right? You're going to have to. But the possibilities, my God, talk about I feel like if that works, if we really do have that as something, I think it'll almost be like a new ADBC line. It's such a big change that the idea of anyone living before everyone had brain machine interfaces is living in before the common era. It's that level of big change.
Yeah, the replay of memories, just replaying stuff.
Oh my God, yeah. And copying, you can hopefully copy memories onto other things. You don't have to just rely on your web circuitry.
does make me sad because you're right. The brain is incredibly neuroplastic, and so it can adjust. If you learn how to do this, I think it'll be a skill. But probably you and I will be too old or too.
Well, maybe we can get, there'll be great trainings. I'm spending the next 3 months in like in one of the nerve trainings.
But it'll still be a bit of like grandpa can't.
Yeah. This is, I was thinking, how am I going to be old? I'm like, no, I'm going to be great with new phones. It's not going to be the phones. It's going to be the kid's going to be thinking to me. I'm going to be like, can you just talk, please? And I'm going to be like, okay, I'll just talk, and they're going to. So that'll be the equivalent of yelling to your friends today.
I really suspect, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I grew up in a time when physical contact and interaction was valuable. I just feel like that's going to go the way that's going to disappear.
Why? I mean, is there anything we're thinking with each other? I mean, that's, you talk about, once we're all doing that, it might feel like, man, everyone's so isolated from each other.
So, yeah, sorry. So I didn't say that intimacy disappears. I just meant physically having to be in the same, having to touch each other.
If people like that, if it is important, won't there be whole waves of people start to say, there's all these articles that come out about how, in our metaverse, we lost something important, and then now there's a huge outburst, the hippies start doing it, and eventually it becomes this big wave, and how everyone, if something truly is lost, won't we recover it?
Well, I think from first principles, all of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences in the metaverse or in the cyberspace. And so to me, I don't see anything profoundly unique to the physical experience. Like, I don't understand.
But then why are you saying there's a loss there?
No, just that because I won't. Oh, it's a loss for me personally because
So that you do think there's something unique with the physical experience.
for me because I was raised. So whatever, anything you're raised with, you fall in love with. Like people in this country who came up with baseball. I was raised in the Soviet Union. I don't understand baseball. I like it, but I don't love it the way Americans love it. It's because a lot of times you went to baseball games with your father, and then there's that family connection. There's a young kid dreaming of, I don't know, becoming an MLB player himself. I don't know, something like that. But that's what you're raised with. Obviously, is really important. I mean, fundamentally to the human experience. Listen, we're doing this podcast in person, so clearly as the value it, but
it's true. If this were obviously through a screen, we all agree that's not the same.
Yeah,
but if this were some, we had contact lenses on, and maybe Neuralink, play maybe again. This is all the devices, even if it's just as cool as contact lens. That's all old school. Once you have the image interface, it'll just be projection of it'll take over my visual cortex. My visual cortex will get put into a virtual room in several years, so we will see. We will really hear and see as if you won't have any mask, no VR mask needed. And at that point, it really will feel like you will forget. Say, were we together and physically or not? You won't even, it'd be so unimportant, you won't even remember.
And you're right, this is one of those shifts in society that changes everything.
But romantically, people still need to be together. That there's a whole set of physical things with relationship that aren't,
like what? Like
sex, but also just there's pheromones. Like there's the physical touch is it's like music. It goes to such a deeply primitive part of us that what physical touch with a romantic partner does. That I think that so I'm sure there'll be a whole wave of people who their new thing is that you're romantically involved with people you never actually are person with, and I'm sure there'll be things where you can actually smell what's in the room and you can touch. Yeah, but I think that'll be one of the last things to go. I think there's something that to me seems like something that'll be a while before people feel like there's nothing lost by not being.
It's very difficult to replicate the human interaction.
Although sex also, again, you could not to get too weird, but you could have a thing where you basically let's just do a massage because it's less awkward, but
everyone is still imagining sex. So
a masseuse could massage a fake body, and you could feel whatever. If you're lying down in your apartment alone, but you're feeling a full.
That'll be the new YouTube or streaming, where it's one masseuse massaging one body, but 1,000 people are experiencing.
Exactly. Right. Think about it. Right now, Taylor Swift doesn't play from one person that has to go around and every fans just go play for a book, right? Yeah. You do it, and it's literally the same idea.
You've written and thought a lot about AI. So AI safety specifically. You've mentioned you actually started a podcast, which is awesome. You're so good at talking, so good at thinking, so good at being weird in the most beautiful of ways. You've been thinking about this AI safety question. Where today does your concern lie for the near future, for the long term future? Like, quite a bit of stuff happened, including with Elon's work at Tesla Autopilot. There's a bunch of amazing robots like Boston Dynamics and favorite vacuum robot, iRobot, but and then there's obviously the applications of machine learning for recommender systems and Twitter, Facebook, and so on, and face recognition, surveillance, all this stuff. A lot of incredible use of face recognition, but the incredible use of deep learning, machine learning to capture information about people and try to recommend to them what they want to consume next. Some of that can be abused, some of that can be used for good, like for Netflix or something like that. What are your thoughts about all this?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think humans are very smart. All things considered, I think we're like limited, and we're dumb enough that we're very not just like our emotions. Our emotions can be pulled by public service. I mean, again, I do look at what's going on with polarization now. I see a lot of puppet string emotions happening. So yeah, there's a lot to be scared of for sure. Like very scared of. I get excited about a lot of things, very specific things. Like one of the things I get excited about is the future of wearables, right? Again, I think that they'll be like, the risk that this is going to see on the move is going to seem really hilarious in school in 20 years. Like a bracelet, right? It's going to turn into little sensors in our blood, probably, or even infrared. Just things that are going to be collecting 100 times more data than it collects now, more nuanced data, more specific to our body, and it's going to be super reliable. But that's the hardware side, and then the software is going to be. And this is not in my deep dive. This is all speculation, but the software is going to get really good. This is the AI component, and so I get excited about specific things like that. Like think about if hardware were able to collect. First of all, the hardware knows your whole genome, and we know a lot more about what a genome sequence means because you can collect your genome now, and we just don't know much. We don't have much to do with that information. As AI gets so now you have your genome, you've got what's in your blood at any given moment, all the levels of everything. Right, you have the exact width of your heart arteries at any given moment. You've got
all the viruses that ever visited your body, because there's a trace of it. So you have all the pathogens, all the things that like you should be concerned about health-wise and might have threatened you. You may be thrown all of that.
They also, of course, it knows how fast your heart is beating, and it knows how much you exactly the amount of exercise. It knows your muscle mass, your weight, and all that. But it also maybe can even know your emotions. I mean, maybe the emotions. What are they? Where do they come from? Probably pretty obvious chemicals once we get in there. So again, Neuralink can be involved here, maybe in collecting information. Because right now you have to do the thing. What's your mood right now? It's hard to even assess. When you're in a bad mood, it's hard to even. But
by the way, just as a shout out, Lisa from Barrett, who's a neuroscientist at Northeastern, just wrote not just, but a few years ago, wrote a whole book saying our expression of emotions has nothing to do with the experience of emotions. So you really actually want to be measuring.
That's exactly. And you can tell because one of these apps pops up and says, how do you feel right now? And I'm like, I don't know. Like I feel bad right now because the thing popping up reminded me that I'm procrastinating. As I was on my phone, I should, but that's not my, So I think we'll probably be able to get all this info right now. The AI can go to town. Think about when the AI gets really good at this, and it knows your genome, and it knows it can just. I want the AI to just tell me what to do. But it turns out, okay, for one, to talk about this now, I'm actually attaching that to a meal service, right? And meal service has everything, all the million ingredients, supplements, and vitamins, and everything. And I tell the AI my broad goals. I want to gain muscle, or I want to, maintain my weight, but I want to have more energy, or whatever. I just want to be very healthy. Obviously, everyone wants the same 10 basic things. Like you want to avoid cancer, you want to, various things. You want to age slower. So now the AI has my goals, and a drone comes at, a little thing pops up and says be like 15 minutes because it knows that's the right time for my body to eat. 15 minutes later, a little slot opens in my wall where a drone has come from the factory, the eating food factory, and dropped the perfect meal for that moment for me, for my mood, for my genome, for my blood contents, and it's because it knows my goals. So it knows I want to feel energy at this time, and then I want to wind down here. So those things you have to tell it.
Well, plus the pleasure thing, like it knows what kind of components of the meal you've enjoyed in the past, so you can assemble it perfectly.
Exactly. It knows you way better than you know yourself, better than any human could ever know. And the little thing pops up. So it still has some choice, right? It pops up and it says coffee, because it knows that my cutoff day says I can have coffee for the next 15 minutes only because at that point it knows how long it stays in my system. It knows what my sleep is like when I have it too late. It knows I have to wake up at this time tomorrow because I have my calendar. So I think a lot of people, this is I think something that humans are wrong about, is that most people will hear this and think that sounds awful. That sounds dystopian. No, it doesn't. It sounds incredible. And if we all had this, we would not look back and be like, I wish I was making awful choices every day like I was in the past. And then these are important decisions. Your important decision-making energy, your important focus and your attention you go on to your kids and on your work and on helping other people and things that matter. And so I think AI, when I think about personal lifestyle stuff like that, I really love I love thinking about that. I think it's going to be very easy, and people will be so much healthier. That when you look back today, one of the things that's going to look so perfect is the one-size-fits-all thing. Getting reading advice about keto. Each genome is going to have very specific, unique advice coming from AI, and so
the customization that's enabled by a collection of data and the use of AI. A lot of people think they think of the worst case scenario, that data being used by authoritarian governments to control you, all that kind of stuff. They don't think about most likely, especially in a capitalist society, it's most likely going to be used as part of a competition to get you the most delicious and healthy meal possible as fast as possible. Yeah, so the world will definitely be much better with the integration of data. But of course, you want to be able to be transparent and honest about how that data is misused, and that's why it's important to have free speech and people to speak out when some bullshit is being done by companies.
We need to have our wits about us as a society. This is like free speech is the mechanism by which the big brain can think for itself, can think straight, can see straight. When you take away free speech, when you start saying that in every topic, when any topic political becomes treacherous to talk about, so forget the government taking away free speech. If the culture penalizes nuanced conversation about any topic that's political, and the politics is so all-consuming and it's such a incredible market to polarize people, for media to polarize people, to bring any topic it can into that and get people hooked on it as a political topic, we become a very dumb society. So free speech goes away. People say, people like to say outside, you don't even know what free speech is. Free speech is, your free speech is not being violent. It's like, no, you're right. My First Amendment rights are not being violated. But the culture of free speech, which is the second ingredient of two, you need the First Amendment and you need the culture of free speech. And now you have free speech. And the culture is much more specific. You obviously can have a culture that believes people right now in any topic, again, that has to do with some very sensitive topics, police shootings, or what's going on in K-12 schools, or even climate change. Take any of these, and the First Amendment's still there. You're not going to get arrested, no matter what you say. The culture of free speech is gone because you will be destroyed. Your life could be over, as far as it matters. Wrong thing, but even the culture, a really vigorous culture of free speech, you get no penalty at all for even saying something super dumb. People will say, people will laugh. That was kind of hilariously offensive and not at all correct. You're wrong. And here's why. If no one's mad at you, now the brain is thinking at its best. The IQ of the big brain is as high as it can in that culture. And the culture where you say something wrong, and people say, "Oh wow, you've changed. Oh wow, look, this is his real colors." The big brain is done.
You still have mutual respect for each other, so you don't think lesser of others when they say a bunch of dumb things. It's just a play of ideas. But you still have respect. You still have love for them, because I think the worst case is when you have a complete free anarchy of ideas, where it's like everybody lost hope that something like a truth can even be converged towards. Like everybody has their own truth. Then it's just chaos. Like if you have mutual respect and a mutual goal of arriving at the truth and the humility that you want to listen to other people's ideas and a forgiveness that other people's ideas may be dumb as hell, that doesn't mean they're lesser beings, all that kind of stuff. That's like a weird balance to strike.
Right now, people are being trained, little kids, college students, being trained to think the exact opposite way, to think that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is, objective truth is the end on the compass for every thinker. It doesn't mean we're, necessarily on our way or finding, but we're all aiming in the same direction. We all believe that there's a place we can eventually get closer to. Not objective truth, teaching them that disagreement is bad, violence. It's like, you quickly sound like you're just going on like a political rant on this topic, but like it's really bad. It's like genuinely the worst. If I was in my own country, I mean, it's like I would teach kids some very specific things that this is doing the exact opposite of. And it sucks. It sucks.
You can avoid this. Skip this. You've tweeted 30 minutes of reading a day. You said this whole video on this. It's cool to think about reading, like in it as a habit, something that accumulates. You said 30 minutes of reading a day equals 1,000 books in 50 years. I love like thinking about this, like chipping away from that. Can you expand on that? Sort of the habit of reading. How do you recommend people read?
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible if you do something, a little of something every day. It compiles. It compiles. Now, I always think about like the people who achieve these incredible things in life. These great, like famous, legendary people. They have the same number of days that you do, and it's not like they were doing magical things. They just they got a little done every day, and that adds up to a monument. They one brick in a day eventually got this building, this legendary building. So you can take writing. Someone who there's two aspiring writers. One doesn't ever write, manages to never zero writing, 0 pages. The other one manages to do 2 pages a week. Right, not very much. The other one does 0 pages a week, 2 pages a week. 98% of both of the time is the same. The other person just 2% they're doing one other thing. 1 year later, they write 2 books a year. This prolific person, in 20 years they've written 40 books. They're one of the most prolific writers of all time. They write 2 pages a week. So that's not true. That was 2 pages a day. Okay, 2 pages a week. You're still writing about a book every 2 years. So in 20 years, you're still writing 10 books. Also prolific writer, right? Huge, massive writing career. Right, 2 pages every Sunday morning. The other person has the same exact. They don't that Sunday morning. They are a wannabe writer. They always said they could write. Talk about how they used to be here, and that it happens. Right. So it's inspiring, I think, for a lot of people who feel frustrated they're not doing anything. So reading is another example where someone who reads very doesn't read, and someone who's a prolific reader. I always think about the Tyler Cowen text. I'm like, how the hell do you read so much? It's infuriating. Like James Clear puts out his his 10 favorite books of the year. 20 favorite books of the year. Like, 20 favorites. I'm trying to just read 20 books, and that would be an amazing year. So, but the thing is, they're not doing something crazy and magical. They're just reading a half hour a night. If you read a half hour a night, the calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years. So, if someone who's 80, they've read 1,000 books, between 30 and 80, they are really well. They can delve deep into many nonfiction areas. They can be, an amazing fiction reader, and fiction reader. Again, that's half hour a day. So do an hour, half hour in the morning audiobook, half hour at night in bed, not even 2,000 books. So I think it's motivating, and you realize that a lot of times you think that the people who are doing amazing things and you're not, you think that there's a bigger gap between you and that there really is. On the reading front, I'm a very slow reader, which is just a very frustrating fact about me. But I'm faster with audiobooks. And also, it's just hard to get myself to read. But I've started doing audiobooks, and I'll wake up, throw it on, do it in the shower, brushing my teeth, making breakfast, dealing with the dogs, things like that, whatever, until I sit down. And I can read a book every 10 days. at that clip. And suddenly I'm this big reader because I'm while doing my morning stuff, I have it on. And also it's just fun to make the morning so fun. I'm having a great time the whole morning. It's like, oh, I'm so into this book. So I think that, audiobooks is another amazing gift to people who have a hard time reading.
I find that that's actually an interesting skill. I do audiobooks quite a bit. Look, it's a skill to maintain, at least for me, probably the kind of books I read, which is often like history or like there's a lot of content. And if you miss parts of it, you miss out on stuff. And so it's a skill to maintain focus. At least for me.
The 10-second back button is very bad.
Oh,
So I just if I get lost, sometimes the book is so good that I'm thinking about what the person just said, and I just get skill for me is just remembering the comments. And if I don't, no problem, just back down. Straight back. So that, of course, is not that efficient. But it's I do the same thing when I'm reading. I'll read a whole paragraph and realize I was tuning out.
Yeah. I haven't actually even considered to try that. I've been so hard on myself maintaining focus because you do get lost in thought. Maybe I should try that.
Yeah, and when you get lost in thought, by the way, you're processing the book. That's not wasted time. That's your brain really categorizing and cataloging what you just read.
Well, there's several kinds of thoughts, right? There's thoughts related to the book, and there's a thought that you can take you elsewhere.
Well, I find that if I am continually thinking about something else, I just say I'm not. I'm just positive. Yeah, especially in the shower or something when that's sometimes really great thoughts about. I'm having all these thoughts about other stuff. I'm saying clearly my mind wants to work on something else. I'll just pause.
Quiet, Dan Carlin. I'm thinking about something else right now.
Exactly. Also, you can things like you have to head out to the store. I'll read 20 pages on each trip, just walking back and forth, going to the airport, flights, the Uber, and then you're walking through the airport, sitting in security line. I'm reading the whole time. I know this is not groundbreaking. People know what audiobooks are, but I think that more people should probably get into that too. Because I know a lot of people, they have this stubborn kind of thing. I don't like. I like to have the paper book, I'm sure, but pretty fun to go and read.
I listen to a huge number of audiobooks and podcasts, but the most impactful experiences for me are still reading. I read very, very slow. And it's very frustrating when you go to these websites that estimate how long a book takes on average. Those always
they do a page a minute, but at best a page every 2 minutes at best.
At best, when you're really actually not pausing.
I just my ADD. It's hard to keep focusing, and I also like to really absorb. So on the other side of things, when I finish a book, 10 years later, I'll be that scene when this happens, and another friend read it. I don't remember any details. I'm like, oh, I can tell you the entire thing. So I absorb the shit out of it, but I don't think it's worth it to have to read so much less of my life.
I actually, in terms of going to the airport, in these filler moments of life, I do a lot of this app called Anki. I don't know if you know about it. It's a spaced repetition app. So there's all of these facts I have. When I read, I write it down if I want to remember it. And you review it. And the things you remember takes longer and longer to bring back up. It's like flashcards in a digital app. It's called Anki. I recommend it to a lot of people. There's a huge community of people that are just obsessed with it. ANKI. So this is extremely well-known app and idea, among students or medical students, people that really have to study. This is not fun stuff. They really have to memorize a lot of things. They have to remember them well. They have to integrate them with a bunch of ideas. So, and I find it really useful for when you read history. If you think this particular fact, they probably extremely useful for you because you're. That'd be interesting if you thought, because you talked about opening up a trillion tabs and reading things. You probably want to remember some facts you read along the way. You might remember, okay, this thing I can't directly put into the writing. There's a cool little fact for it. I want to all the time store that in.
Yeah.
And that's why I go Anki, drop it in.
You can just drop it in.
Yeah.
You drop in a line of a podcast, a video.
Well,
I guess I can type it.
So yes, so Anki, there's a bunch of spaced repetitions. There's a bunch of apps that are much nicer. Anki is the ghetto Craigslist version. It has a giant community because people are we don't want features. We want the text box. It's very basic, very stripped down. So you can drop in stuff. You can drop in.
That sounds really. I can't believe I have not come across this.
You actually want to look at this. You realize that how had I not come? You are the
Yeah.
I guarantee you'll probably write a blog about it. I can't believe you actually have it.
Well, it's also just like
your people do.
And my people say, "What do you write about?" Literally anything I find interesting. And so for me, once you start a blog, like your entire worldview comes with this being a blog post. With this, I mean, that's the lens I see everything through. But I'm constantly coming across something, or just a tweet, something that I'm like, "Oh, I need to like share this with my readers." My readers to me are like my friends who I'm like, I need to tell them about this. And so I feel like just a place to, I collect things in a document right now if it's like really good, but it's the little factoids and stuff like that. I think, especially if I'm learning something. Like,
so the problem is when you say stuff, and you look at it, a tweet, all that kind of stuff, is you also need to couple that with a system for review. Because what Anki does is like literally, it determines for me, I don't have to do anything. There's this giant pile of things I say, and it brings up to me, okay, here's, I don't know, when Churchill did something, right, that made about World War II, like a particular event, here's that, do you remember when year that happened? And you say yes or no, or like you get to pick, you get to see the answer, and you get to self-evaluate how well you remember that fact. If you remember well, it'll be another month before you see it again. If you don't remember, you'll bring it up again. That's a way to review tweets, review concepts.
Yeah.
And it offloads the kind of the process of selecting which parts you're supposed to review or not. And you can grow that library. I mean, obviously, medical students use it for like tens of thousands of facts.
It just gamifies it too. It's like you can passively sit back and just think like make you eventually learn it all. Versus, you don't have to be the executive calling that like the program, the memorization program someone else is handling it.
I would love to hear about like you trying it out or space repetition as an idea. There's a few other apps, but Anki's the big one.
I totally want to try.
You've written and spoken quite a bit about procrastination. I, like you, suffer from procrastination, like many other people suffer in quotes. How do we avoid procrastination?
I don't think the suffer is in quotes. I think that's a huge part of the problem, is that it's treated like a silly problem. People don't take it seriously as a dire problem, but it can be. It can ruin your life. There's we talked about the compiling concept with if you read a little, if you write 2 pages a week, you write a book every 2 years, you're a prolific writer, right? And the difference between again, it's not that person's working so hard, it's that they have the ability to, when they commit to something, like on Sunday morning, they write 2 pages. That's it. They respect. They have enough. They respect the part of them that made that decision. Is a respected character in there, and they say, "Well, I decided it, so I'm going to do it." Procrastinator won't do those 2 pages. That's just exactly the kind of thing the procrastinator will keep on their list, and they will not do. But it doesn't mean they're any less talented than the writer who does the 2 pages. Doesn't mean they wanted any less. Maybe they wanted even more. And it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be just as happy having done it as the writer who does it. So what they're missing out on, if you're a writer who writes 10 books, bestsellers, and they go on these book tours, and they're so gratified with their career. They think about what the other person is missing, who does none of that, right? So that is a massive loss, and it's because the internal mechanism in their brain is not doing what the other person does. They don't have the respect for the part of them that made the choice. They feel like it's someone they can disregard. And so, to me, it's just in the same boat as someone who is obese because their eating habits make them obese over time, or their exercise habits. That's a huge loss for that person. That person is health problems, and it's just probably making them miserable. And it's self-inflicted, right? It's self-defeating, but that doesn't make it an easy problem to fix just because you're doing it to yourself. So to me, procrastination is another one of these where you are the only person in your own way. You are, you are failing at something or not doing something that you really want to do. Does that be work? Maybe because he hits you, you shouldn't be in this marriage. You should get divorced. And you wait 20 extra years before you do it, or you don't do it at all. That is, you're not living the life that you know you should be living, right? And so I think it's fascinating. Now, the problem is it's also a funny problem because there's short-term procrastination, which I talk about as, the kind that has a deadline. Now, some people, this is what I bring in, there's different characters, there's the panic monster comes in, and that's when you actually, the procrastinator can, there's different levels. There's the kind that even when there's lines, they stop paying, they've given up, and they really have a problem. Then there's the kind that when there's a deadline, they'll do it, but they'll wait till the last second. Both of those people, I think, have a huge problem when there's no deadline. Because, and one of the important things in life, there's no deadline, which is, changing your career, becoming a writer when you never had to before, getting out of your relationship, doing whatever you need to, the changes you need to make in order to get into a relationship. There's the thing after it, what? Launching a startup, right? Or once you've launched a startup, firing someone that needs to be fired, right?
Yes.
I mean, going out for fundraising instead of just trying to, there's so many moments when the big change that you should be making that would completely change your life if you just did it has no deadline. It just has to be coming from yourself. And I think that a ton of people have a problem where they think this delusion that, I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that, but not this month, not today, because whatever. They make this excuse again and again, and just throw on their list, collecting dust. And so, yeah, to me, it is a very real suffering.
And the fix is in fixing the habit. Just
I'm still working on the fix, first of all. So there's just that you have a boat that sucks and it's leaking and it's gonna sink. You can fix it with duct tape for a couple, for one ride. That's not really fixing the boat, but you can get you by. So there's duct tape solutions. To me, so the panic monster is the character that rushes into the room once the deadline gets too close, or once there's some scary external pressure, not just from yourself. And that's a huge aid to a lot of procrastinators. Again, there's a lot of people who won't, do that thing, they write that book they wanted to write, but there's way fewer people who will not show up to the exam. Most people show up to the exam. So that's because the panic monster is going to freak out if they think. So you can create a panic monster. If you want to, if you really want to write music, really want to become a singer-songwriter, well, book a venue. Tell 40 people about it. Say, hey, this day, 2 months from now, come and see. I'm going to play you some of my songs. You now are panic monster. You're going to write songs. You're going to have it, right? So there's duct tape things. You can do things. People do this. I've done a lot of this with a friend, and I say, if I don't get X done by a week from now, I have to donate a lot of money somewhere I don't want to.
And that's, you would put that in the category of duct tape solutions.
Yeah, because it's not. Why do I need that? Right? If I really had solved this is something I want to do for me. It's selfish. I just literally just want to be selfish here and do the work I need to do to get the goals I want to get. Right? There's a much. All the incentives should be in the right place, and yet if I don't say that, it'll be a week from now and I won't have done it. Something weird is going on. There's some resistance. There's some force that is prevented is in my own way. Right? And so doing something where I have to pay all this money. Okay, now I'll panic and I'll do it. So that's done. Fixing the boat is something where I don't have to, and I just will do the things that I'm talking about super crazy work ethic. Just like, for example, okay, I have a lot of examples. I have a serious problem that I've been working on. And in some ways I've gotten really successful at solving it, in other ways I'm still floundering. So
you're the world's greatest duct taper.
Yes, well, I'm pretty good at duct taping. I probably could be even better, and
you're procrastinating and becoming a better duct taper.
Literally, like yes, there's nothing I won't do. So here's what I know what I should do as a right. It's very obvious is that I should wake up. I don't have to be crazy on 6 a.m. or anything insane, or I'm not going to be one of those crazy people at 5:30 jogs. I'm going to wake up at whatever 7:30, 8:30, and I should have a block. Just say 9 to noon, where I get up and I just really quick make some coffee and
It's obvious because all the great writers in history did exactly that.
some of them have done that. That's common. There's some that I like writers, they do the late night sessions, but most of them they do it.
There's a session, but there's a session that's
Most writers write in the morning, and there's a reason. I don't think I'm different than those people. It's a great time to write. It's fresh, right? Your ideas from dreaming have kind of collected. You have all new answers that you didn't have yesterday, and you can just go. The core works. If I just had a routine where I wrote from 9 to noon, weekdays, every week would have a minimum of 15 focused hours of writing, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. 15, no, this is no joke. This is, you're not, your phone's away, you're not talking to anyone, you're not opening your email, you are focused writing for 3 hours. That's a big week for most writers, right? So now what's happening is that every weekday is a minimum of a beat. I'll give myself, an A might be, wow, I really just got into a flow for 6 hours and had, great. But it's a minimum of a beat. I can keep going if I want. And every week is a minimum of a beat, but that's 15 hours. Right? And if I just had to talk about compiling, this is the 2 pages a week, if I just did that every week, I'd achieve all my writing goals in my life. And yet, I wake up, and most days I just, either I'll revenge procrastination late at night, but I've been way too late and I wake up later, get on a bad schedule, and I just fall into these bad schedules, or I'll wake up and it's just, I'll say I was going to do a few emails and I'll open it up and have something, I'm texting it, or I'll just go and, I'll make a phone call and I'll be on phone calls for 3 hours. It's always something. Or I'll start writing and then I hit a little bit of the wall. But because there's no secret, this is a sacred writing block, I'll just hit the wall and say, well, this is icky, and I'll go do something else again. So, duct tape, what I've done is, Wake Y has one employee, Alicia. She's the manager of lots of things. That's her role. She truly does lots of things. And one of the things we started doing is either she comes over and sits next to me where she can see my screen from 9 to noon. That's all it takes. The thing about procrastination is usually it's not kicking and screaming, I don't want to do this. It's the feeling of, in the old days when you had to go to class and your lunch block is over and it's like, oh, class 5 minutes. Or it's Monday morning, you go, oh, yeah. But you say, you know what, you go. You say, okay, and then you get to class, and it's not that bad once you're there, right? You have a trainer, he's like, okay, next step. You go, okay, and you do. That's all it is. It's some external thing being like, okay, I have to do this. And then you have that moment of like, this sucks. I guess I'll do it. No one's there though. The problem with the procrastinators, they don't have that person in their head. Other people, I think, will raise a sense of shame if they don't do stuff that stick in their head. It's hugely helpful. I don't really have that. And so, anyways, Alicia's sitting there next to me. So she's doing her own work. She can see my screen, and she, of all people, knows exactly what I should be doing, what I shouldn't be doing. That's all it takes. The shame of just having her see me while she's sitting there not working would just be too weird, too embarrassing. So I get it done, and it's amazing. It's a game changer for me. So duct tape can solve. Sometimes duct tape is enough, but I'm curious that we're still trying to. What is going on? I think part of it is that we are actually wired. I think I'm being very sane, human. Actually, is what's happening. They're not saying it's not the right word. I'm being a natural human that we are not programmed to sit there and do homework of a certain kind that you get the results like 6 months later. Like that is not. We're supposed to conserve energy and like fulfill our needs as we need them and like do immediate things. And we're overriding our natural ways when we wake up and get to it. And I think sometimes because the pain, I think a lot of times we're just avoiding suffering. And for a lot of people, the pain of not doing it is actually worse because they feel shame. So if they don't get up and take a jog and get up early and get to work, I'll feel like a bad person. And that is worse than doing those things. And then it becomes a habit. Actually, it becomes just easy, automatic. It becomes, I do it because that's what I do. But I think that if you don't have a lot of shame necessarily, the pain of doing those things is worse in the immediate moment than not doing it.
But I think that there's this feeling that you capture with your body language. So I don't want to do another set. That feeling, the people I've seen that are good at not procrastinating are the ones that have trained themselves to like the moment they be having that feeling. It's like Sam Harris styles that experience that feeling.
Yeah.
Just march forward. Like I talked to Elon about this a lot actually offline. It's like he doesn't have this
No,
It's like-
clearly not.
It's the way I think DC talks about it, the way I think about it. It's just like you just pretend you're like a machine running an algorithm. Like, you know this, you should be doing this. Not because I'm totally just on. It's probably the thing you want to do. Like look at the big picture of your life. And just run the algorithm. Like ignore your feelings. Just run this.
It's frame it differently.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, you can frame it as like it can feel like homework, or it can feel like you're living your best life or something. You're doing your work.
Yeah. And maybe reframe it, but I think ultimately, whatever reframing you need to do, you just need to do it for a few weeks, and that's how the habit is formed, and you stick with it. Like I'm now on a kick where I exercise every day. It doesn't matter what that exercise is. It's not serious. It could be 200 push-ups. It's a thing that like I make sure I exercise every day. It's become way easier because of the habit. I just and I don't like at least with exercise because it's easier to replicate that feeling. I don't allow myself to go like do it right.
Well, I think about that even just like little things. Like I brush my teeth before I go to bed, and it's just a habit.
Yeah.
And it is effort. Like if it were something else, I would be like, oh, I'm going to do that, and I'm just gonna lie down right now. But it doesn't even cross my mind. It's just like I just robotically go and do it, and it almost has become like a nice routine. It's like, oh, this is part of it. You know, it's like morning routine for me stuff is like, you know, that stuff is kind of just like automated.
And it's funny because you don't like go. Like I don't think I've skipped many days. I don't think I skipped any days brushing my teeth.
Right.
Like unless I didn't have a toothbrush, like I would just something. But what is that?
Well, to me, there's so the character that makes the president is the instant gratification. That's what I think, right? And there's the rational decision maker and the instant gratification. These battle with each other. But for procrastinator, the monkey wins. Yeah. I think monkeys, you know, when you read about this kind of stuff, I think that this kind of more primitive brain is always winning. And it's not procrastinating, that primitive brain is on board for some reason. And isn't resistant. So, but when I think about brushing my teeth, it's like the monkey doesn't even think there's an option to not do it. So it doesn't even like there's no hope. The monkey has no hope there. So it doesn't even like get involved. It's just like, just like kind of like robotically, just like, it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome, just like, oh no, I have to do this. It doesn't even like wake up. It's like, yeah, we're doing this. For other things, the monkey's like, ooh, no. Most days I can win this. And so the monkey puts out that like fierce resistance. And it's like it's a lot of it's like the initial position. So I think of it as like jumping in a cold pool, where it's like I will spend the whole day pacing around the side of the pool in my bathing suit, just being like, I don't want to have that 1 second when you first jump in and it sucks. And then once I'm in, once I jump in, I'm usually, once I start writing, suddenly I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. Okay, I'm kind of into it. And then sometimes you can't carry me away, then I suddenly like I get into a flow. So it's like once I get in the cold water, I don't mind it. But I will spend hours standing around the side of the pool. And by the way, I do this in a more literal sense. But I go to the gym with a trainer. In 45 minutes, I do a full ass workout, and it's not because I'm having a good time, but it's because it's that you have to go to class, right? But when I go to the gym alone, I will literally do a set and then dick around my phone for 10 minutes before the next set, and I'll spend over an hour there and do that. So it is the transition. Once I'm actually doing this set, I'm never like I don't want to stop it. Now it's just like I already did it, and I feel happy I just did it. So it's something. There's something about transition in this area. That's why I procrastinate for me. A lot of places, I will procrastinate getting ready to go to the airport. Even though I know I should leave at 3, so I cannot be stressed. I'll leave at 3:36, and I'll be super stressed. Once I'm on the way to the airport, immediately I'm like, why didn't I do this earlier? Now I'm back on my phone doing what I was doing. I should have kept in the damn car or whatever. So there's some very, very odd, irrational.
Yeah, like I was waiting for you to come and you said that you're running a few minutes late. I was like, I was like, I'll go get coffee because I can't possibly be the one who's early. Right? I don't understand. I'm always late to stuff, and I know it's disrespectful. And guys, a lot of people, I can't help it. You know what I'm doing ahead of it? It's not like I don't care about the people. I'm often like, for a discount, I'd be preparing more.
Right?
Like it's like I obviously care about the person.
It's misinterpreted is like there are some people that like show up late because they kind of like that quality in themselves, and that's a thing, right? There's a lot of those people, but more often it's someone who shows up frazzled and they feel awful, furious. Yeah, stores that kind of stuff. I mean, that's good. And all you have to do is look at those people alone running through the airport. Right? They're not being disrespectful to anyone there. They just look at this up themselves. Like,
yeah. You tweeted a quote by James Baldwin saying, quote, I imagine one of the reasons people cling to their hates so stubbornly is because they sense once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with the pain. What has been a painful but formative experience in your life? Or what's the flavor, the shape of your pain that fuels you?
I mean, honestly, the first thing that jumped to mind is my own battles against myself to get my work done, because it affects everything. When I just took 5 years in this book, and granted it's a beast. Like I probably would have taken 2 or 3 years, but it didn't even take 5. And that was a lot of not just that I'm not working, that I'm over researching. I'm making it, adding in things I shouldn't, because I'm perfectionist. Being a perfectionist about oh well, I learned that, now I want to get it in there. I know I'm going to end up cutting it later. Just or I over outline something that's trying to get it perfect, and I know that's not possible. Maybe it's a lot of immature kind of I know I'm not actually that much of a writing amateur. I've written, including my old blog. I've been a writer for 15 years. I know what I'm doing. I can advise other writers really well. And yet I do a bunch of amateur things that I know while I'm doing it. I know I'm being amateur. So that it hurts the actual product. It makes and B, it wastes your precious time. C, when you're mad at yourself, when you're in a negative, self-defeating spiral, it almost inevitably you'll be less good to others. I used to, early on in my now marriage, one of the things we always used to do is I used to plan mystery dates. New York City, great place for this. I'd find some weird little adventure for us. It could be anything, and I wouldn't tell her what it was. And I'm reserving you for Thursday night, okay. And it was such a fun part of our relationship. Started writing this book, got to a really bad, personal space where it was in my head, I was like, I can't do anything until this is done. No. And I just stopped ever valuing joy of any kind. I was no, no, that's when I'm done. And that's a trap very quickly, So I was thinking, I think it's going to be 6 months away. And actually 5 years later, I'm like, wow, I really wasn't living fully for 5 years now. We don't live very long. Like from prime time. Wow, that's a huge loss. So to me, that was excruciating, and there was a bad pattern, a very unproductive, unhelpful pattern for me, which is I wake up in the morning and it's a great mood every morning. Wake up, thrilled to be awake, the whole day ahead of me. I'm going to get so much work done today, and first I'm going to do these other things. It's all going to be great, and then I'm kind of failing for the day. With those goals, usually sometimes miserably, sometimes only partially. And then I get in bed, probably a couple hours later than I want. And that's when all the real reality is. Suddenly, so much regret, so much anxiety, furious at myself, wishing I could take a time machine back 3 months, 6 months, a year, or just even to the beginning of that day. And just tossing and turning now. I mean, this is a very bad place. This is what I said, suffering. Procrastinators suffer in a very serious way. So, look, I know this probably sounds like a lot of first world problems, and it is, but it's real suffering as well. It's so to me, it's painful because you're not being as good a friend or a spouse or whatever as you could be. You're also not treating yourself very well. You're usually not being very healthy in these moments very often, and I'm not being good friend either. So it's just a lot of this. And it's it feels like it's one small tweak away. Sometimes it's that's what I said. It's you just suddenly are just doing it 9 to 12 and you get that habit. Everything else falls into place. All of this reverses. So I feel hopeful, but it's it is I haven't figured it out yet. I have some good duct tape.
And you also don't want to romanticize it. It is true that some of the greats in history, especially writers, suffer from all the same stuff. They weren't quite able. I mean, you might only write for 2 or 3 hours a day, but the rest of the day is often spent kind of tortured.
Well, right. This is the irrational thing. And let's go for a lot of people's jobs, people especially who work for themselves. you'd be shocked how much you could wake up at 9 or 8 or 7 or whatever, get to work and stop at 1, but you're really focused on those hours. 1 or 2. And do 25 really focused hours of stuff productive stuff a week, and then there's 112 waking hours, right? So we're talking about 80 something hours. You can live, if you're just really focused and you're yin and yang of your time. That's my goal. Is black and white time. I really focus time and then totally clean conscience free time. Right now I keep a lot of crap. It's a lot of I should be working, but I'm not. Oh, I'm wasting this time. This is bad, and it's just a mess. So if you just get really good at black and the white, so you wake up and just full work, and I think a lot of people have all this free time. But instead, I'll do those same 3 hours. It's like you said, I'll do them really late at night or whatever after having tortured myself the whole day. Not having any fun. It's not like I'm having fun. I call it the dark playground, which is where you are when you know you should be working, but you're doing something else. You're doing something fun on paper, but it feels awful. And so I spent a lot of time with them.
And you know you shouldn't be doing it, and you still do it. Yeah.
It's not clean conscience fun. It's bad. It's toxic. And I think that there's something about, you're draining yourself all the time. If you just take your focused hours and then you actually have good clean fun can be anything. Your folks can be hanging out with someone, could be really, if you go and do something cool in the city, that is critical. You're recharging some part of your psyche there, and I think it makes it easier to actually work and stay. And I say this from the experience when I have had, good stretches. It's like, you're, you know what it is? It's like, you feel like you're discounting one part of your brain is discounting the other part. Like, you're like, we got it. Like we treat ourselves well. Like, this is how you're internally fit. And I treat myself, and it's like, yeah, no, of course, it's one time. And then later, you're like, now it's late time. It's like, back to work, and you're in this very healthy, parent-child relationship in your head versus this constant conflict, and the kid doesn't respect the parent hates the kid.
And you're right. It always feels like it's like one fix away. So that there's hope. And I guess so much of what you said just rings so true. I guess I have the same kind of hope.
But this podcast is very regular. I'm impressed. And I think partially what there is a bit of a duplicated solution here, which is you just because it's always easy to schedule stuff for the future myself, right? Because that's future 10. Future 10 is not my problem, so I'll schedule all kinds of shit for future 10, and I will not do it. But in this case, you can schedule podcasts and not show. Right? It seems like a good medium for procrastination.
This is what I do.
I know, but at least this is the kind of thing, especially if it's not your main thing. Especially if it's not your main thing, it's the kind of thing that you would dream of doing and want to do and never do. And I feel like your regular production here is a sign that something is working in this regard.
In this regard, but I'm sure you have this same kind of thing with the podcast. In fact, because you could be doing the podcast, it's possible the podcast becomes what the podcast is for me.
This is your procrastinator. If you think about being 80 and if you get to that person's head and look back and be like, just deep regret, you could do anything to just go back and have done this differently. That is desperation. It's just you don't feel it yet. It's not in you yet. The other thing you can do is if you have a partner, if you want to partner with someone, now you can say, we meet these 15 hours every week. And that point, you're going to get it done. So working with someone can help.
That's why they say co-founder is really powerful for many reasons, but that's kind of one of them. Because actually for the startup case, you, unlike writing perhaps, it's really like a 100-hour plus thing. Like once you really launch, you go all in. Like everything else just disappears. Like you can't even have a whole balanced life for a little bit. So, but there, co-founder really helps. That's the idea. You're one of the most interesting people on the internet. So, as a writer, you look out into the future. Do you dream about certain things you want to still create? Is there projects that you want to write? Is there movies you want to write, direct, or
endless?
So it's just endless.
There's specific list of things that really excite me, but it's a big list that I know I'll never get through. And that's part of why the last 5 years really, when I feel like I'm not moving as quickly as I could, it bothers me because I have so much genuine excitement to try so many different things, and I get so much joy from finishing. I don't like doing it, but a lot of writers are like that. Publishing something is great, is hugely joyful, and makes it all worth it. Or just finishing something you're proud of. Putting it out there and have people appreciate it, it's like the best thing, right? Every kid makes a little bargain with themselves. That's a little, a dream, or something. And I feel like when I do something, when I make something, and maybe it's been mostly writing, and I feel proud of it, and I put it out there. I feel like I'm like fist pounding myself. Like there's a little I owe it to myself to do certain things, and I just did one of the things. I just paid off some debt to myself. I owned it, and I paid it, and it feels great. It feels like very and you feel very a lot of inner peace. And so the more things I can do, and I just have fun with it, right? So it's for me that includes a lot more writing. I just short blog posts. I write very long blog posts, but basically short writing in the form of blog posts is a great. I love that medium. I want to do a lot more of that. Books yet to be seen. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have another book I'm going to do right after, and we'll see if I like those two. And if I do, I'll do more. Otherwise, I won't. But I also want to try other mediums. I want to make more videos. I want to. I did a little travel series once. I love doing that. I want to do more of that.
It's almost like a vlog.
No, it was I let readers in a survey pick 5 countries they wanted me to go to. So, awesome. They sent me to weird places. They sent me. I went to Siberia. I went to Japan. I went from there to this is all in a row to Nigeria. From there to Iraq, and from there to Greenland. And then I went back to New York. Like 2 weeks in each place. And I get to each one. I got to have some weird experiences. I tried to really dig in and have some interesting experiences. And I wrote about it, and I taught readers a little bit about the history of these places. It was just I loved doing that. I love writing. So and I'm like, oh man, I haven't done one of those in so long. And then I have a big desire to do fiction and stuff. I want to write sci-fi at some point, and I would love to write a musical. That's actually what I was doing before with Rabbi. I was with a partner, Ryan Langer. We were halfway through a musical, and he got tied up in his other musical, and why it started taking off. We just haven't gotten back to it, but it's such a fun medium. It's such a silly medium, but it's so fun. So you think about
all of these mediums on which you can be creative and create something, and you like the variety of it.
Yeah, it's just that if there's a chance on a new medium, I could do something good. And I want to do it. I want to try it. It sounds so gratifying, so fun.
I think it's fun to just watch you actually sample these. So I can't wait for your podcast. I'll be listening to all of them. I mean, that's a cool medium to see where it goes. The cool thing about podcasts and making videos, especially with a super creative mind like yours, you don't really know what you're gonna make of it until you try it.
Yeah, podcasts I'm really excited about, but I'm like, I like going on other people's podcasts.
Yeah.
And I never tried having my own.
So there's this with every medium. There's the challenges of how the sausage is made. So the challenges of
yeah, but it's also I like to I go on as you know long ass monologues, and you can't do that if you're the interviewer as much. So I have to lean it in, and that might be hard.
Well, you also do soul and stuff.
Yeah, I might maybe like.
You know what's funny? Some of my favorites more like solo, but there's a sidekick. So you're having a conversation, but you're like friends, but it's really you ranting. I think you'd be extremely good.
That's funny, yeah. Or even if it's 50-50, that's fine. If it's just a friend who I want to really riff with, I just don't. I don't like interviewing stuff. Which I won't. That's not what the podcast would be. But I can't help. I've tried to moderate panels before, and I cannot help myself. I have to get involved, and no one likes a moderator who's too involved. It's very unappealing. So I interviewing someone, I can't. I don't even. I just it's not my. I can grill someone. That's my curiosity. Being we have this, and I interrupt them, and
I see the way your brain works. It's hilarious. It's awesome. It lights up with fire and excitement. Yeah, I love listening. I like watching people. I like listening to people. Yeah. So this is me right now. Just listen to a podcast. This is me listening to your podcast.
I love listening to a podcast because then it's not even but once I'm in the room, I suddenly can't help myself.
Okay. Big last ridiculous question. What is the meaning of life?
The meaning of an individual life?
Your existence here on Earth. Or maybe broadly, this whole thing we got going on, just having some apes. Busy creating.
Yeah, well, for me, I feel like I want to be around as long as I can. If I can do some kind of crazy life extension or upload myself, I'm done. Because who doesn't want to see how cool the year 3000 is?
You did say immortality was not appealing.
No, but it's not appealing at all. Now, it's ultimately, as I said, no one wants eternal life. If they understood what eternity really was. I did Graham's number as a publicist, and I was like, okay, no one wants to live that. Yeah. But I'd like to choose. I'd like to say, I'm truly over it now. I'm going to have, at that point, we'd have our whole society would have we'd have a ceremony. We'd have a whole process of someone signing off, and it would be beautiful, and it wouldn't be sad.
I think you'd be super depressed by that point. Like, who's going to sign off and then
maybe, yes, okay, maybe it's dark. But the point is, if I'm happy, I can stay around for, I'm thinking 50 century sounds great. Like, I don't know if I want to go to that. 50 sounds like the right number, and so if you're thinking it's not up to 50, if you have a choice, 1 is what I get. That is bullshit. Like, if you're someone who wants 50, 1 is a hideous number, right? Anyway, so for me personally, I want to be around as long as I can. And then, honestly, the reason I love writing, the thing that I love the most, is like, it's like a warm, fuzzy connection with other people, right? And that can be my friends, and it can be readers. And that's why I would never want to be like a journalist or the personalities that I have in writing. Or like even a biographer. There's a lot of people who do great writers, but I like to personally connect. And if I can take something that's in my head and other people say, oh my God, I think that too, and this made me feel so much better, or made me feel seen, like that feels amazing. And I just feel like we're all having such a weird common experience on this one little rock in this one little moment of time where these weird 4-limbed beings, and we're all the same. And it's like we all the human experience. So I feel like so many of us suffer in the same ways. We're all going through a lot of the same things. And to me, it is very. If I was on my deathbed, I feel like I had a ton of human connection, and like shared a lot of common experience, and made a lot of other people feel like not alone.
Do you feel that as a writer? Do you like feel like the inspiration, like all the people that you make smile and all the people you inspire?
Honestly, sometimes when we did an in-person event and I meet a bunch of people, and it's incredibly gratifying. Or you just get emails. But I think it is easy to forget how many people sometimes you're
just sitting there alone typing.
Yeah.
Dealing with your procrastination.
But that's why publishing is so gratifying. That's the moment when all this connection happens. And especially if I had to put my finger on it, it's having a bunch of people who feel lonely and their existence is all realized and all connect, right? So that, if I do a lot of that, and that includes, of course, my actual spending a lot of really high quality time with friends and family, and making the whole thing as heartbreaking as like mortality and life can be, make the whole thing like fun, and at least we can like laugh at ourselves together while going through it. Yeah, and that to me is.
And then your last blog post will be written from Mars as you get the bad news that you're not able to return because of the malfunction in the rocket.
Yeah, I would like to go to Mars and go there for a week and be like, yeah, here we are, and then come back.
I know that's what you want.
There, yeah, and that's fine, by the way. So you think you picture me alone on Mars as the first person there, and then it malfunctions?
Right. No, you were supposed to return, but it malfunctions, and then there's this. So it's both the hope, the awe that you experience, which is how the blog starts, and it's the overwhelming feeling of existential dread. But then it returns to the love of humanity.
Well, that's the thing. If I could be writing, and actually writing something that people would read back on Earth, it would make it feel so much better.
Yeah.
If I were just alone and no one was going to realize what happened.
No, you get to write.
I don't know if I could say. Also, that would bring out a good.
Yeah, I think so.
That bet on Mars alone.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly the future I hope we do. All right, this was an incredible conversation. You're a really special human being, Tim. Thank you so much for spending a really valuable time with me. I can't wait to hear your podcast. I can't wait to read your next blog post, which you said in a Twitter reply. You'll get more after the book, which add that to the long list of ideas to procrastinate about. Thanks so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tim Urban. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Tim Urban himself. Be humbler about what you know, more confident about what's possible, and less afraid of things that don't matter. Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
The jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations.
How does Big Pharma affect your mind?
Everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts.
Does Pfizer play by the
Pfizer isn't battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA.
Following is a conversation with John Abrams, faculty at Harvard Medical School, family physician for over 2 decades, and author of the new book, Sickening, about how Big Pharma broke American healthcare and how we can fix it. This conversation with John Abrams is a critical exploration of the pharmaceutical industry. I wanted to talk to John in order to provide a countervailing perspective to the one expressed in that podcast episode with the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla. Here, please allow me to say a few additional words about this episode with the Pfizer CEO, and in general about why I do these conversations and how I approach them. If this is not interesting to you, please skip ahead. What do I hope to do with this podcast? I want to understand human nature, the best and the worst of it. I want to understand how power, money, and fame changes people. I want to understand why atrocities are committed by crowds that believe they're doing good. All this, ultimately, because I want to understand how we can build a better world together, find hope for the future, and to rediscover each time through the exploration of ideas just how beautiful this life is. This, our human civilization, in all of its full complexity, the forces of good and evil, of war and peace, of hate and love. I don't think I can do this with a heart and mind that is not open, fragile, and willing to empathize with all human beings, even those in the darkest corners of our world. To attack is easy. To understand is hard, and I choose the hard path. I've learned over the past few months that this path involves me getting more and more amplified. I will get attacked, but I host people like Jay Bhattacharya or Francis Collins, Jamie Merzel, or Vincent Marcaniello. When I stand for my friend Joe Rogan. When I host tech leaders like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and others. When I eventually talk to Vladimir Putin, Barack Obama, and other figures that have turned the tides of history. I have and I will get called stupid, naive, weak, and I will take these words with respect, humility, and love, and I will get better. I will listen, think, learn, and improve. One thing I can promise is there's no amount of money or fame that can buy my opinion or make me go against my principles. There's no amount of pressure that can break my integrity. There's nothing in this world I need that I don't already have. Life itself is a fundamental gift. Everything else is good. That is freedom. That is happiness. If I die today, I will die a happy man. Now, a few comments about my approach and lessons learned from the Albert Bourla conversation. The goal was to reveal as much as I could about the human being before me, and to give him the opportunity to contemplate in long form the complexities of his role, including the tension between making money and helping people, the corruption that so often permeates human institutions, the crafting of narratives and advertisements, and so on. I only had 1 hour, so this wasn't the time to address these issues deeply, but to show if Albert struggled with them in the privacy of his own mind, and if he would let down the veil of political speak for a time to let me connect with a man who decades ago chose to become a veterinarian, who wanted to help lessen the amount of suffering in his life. I had no pressure placed on me. There were no rules. The questions I was asking were all mine and not seen by Pfizer folks. I had no care whether I ever talked to another CEO again. None of this was part of the calculation in my limited brain computer. I didn't want to grill him the way politicians grill CEOs in Congress. I thought that this approach is easy, self-serving, dehumanizing, and it reveals nothing. I wanted to reveal the genuine intellectual struggle, vision, and motivation of a human being. If that fails, I trusted the listener to draw their own conclusion and insights themselves, whether it's the words spoken or the words left unspoken, or simply the silence. And that's just it. I fundamentally trust the intelligence of the listener. You. In fact, if I criticize the person too hard or celebrate the person too much, I feel I fail to give the listener a picture of the human being that is uncontaminated by my opinion or the opinion of the crowd. I trust that you have the fortitude and the courage to use your own mind, to empathize, and to think. Two practical lessons I took away. First, I will more strongly push for longer conversations of 3, 4, or more hours versus just 1 hour. 60 minutes is too short to get to relax and think slowly and deeply, and for me to ask many follow-up questions or follow interesting tangents. Ultimately, I think it's in the interest of everyone, including the guests, that we talk true long form for many hours. Second, these conversations with leaders can be aided by further conversations with people who wrote books about those leaders or their industries. Those that can steelman each perspective and attempt to give an objective analysis. I think of Teddy Roosevelt's speech about the man in the arena. I want to talk to both the men and women in the arena and the critics and the supporters of the stands. For the former, I lean toward wanting to understand one human being's struggle with the ideas. For the latter, I lean towards understanding the ideas themselves. That's why I wanted to have this conversation with John Abelson, who is an outspoken critic of the pharmaceutical industry. I hope it helps add context and depth to the conversation I had with Pfizer's CEO. In the end, I may do worse than I could have or should have. Always listen to the criticisms without ego, and I promise I will work hard to improve. But let me say finally that cynicism is easy. Optimism, true optimism, is hard. It's the belief that we can, we will, and that we can only do it together. This is the fight worth fighting. So here we go. Once more into the breach, dear friends. I love you all. This is a Lex Weekly podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with John Abelson. Your faculty at Harvard Medical School, your family physician for over 2 decades, rated one of the best family physicians in Massachusetts. You wrote the book Overdose America, a new book coming out now called Sickening, about how Big Pharma broke American healthcare, including science and research, and how we can fix it. First question, what is the biggest problem with Big Pharma that is fixed to be the most impactful? So if you snap your fingers and fix one thing, it won't be the most impactful.
The biggest problem is the way they determine the content, the accuracy, and the completeness of what doctors believe to be the full range of knowledge that they need to best take care of the patients. So that with the knowledge having been taken over by commercial interests, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, the purpose of that knowledge is to maximize the profits that get returned to investors and shareholders, and not to optimize the health of the American people. So rebalancing that equation would be the most important thing to do to get our health care back into the right direction.
Okay, so there's a tension between helping people and making money. So if we look at particularly the task helping people in medicine, healthcare. Is it possible if money is the primary sort of mechanism by which you achieve that as a motivator? Is it possible to get that right?
I think it is left, but I think it is not possible without guardrails that maintain the integrity and the balance of the knowledge. Without those guardrails, it's like trying to play a professional basketball game without referees and having players call their own fouls. But players are paid to win, and you can't count on them to call their own fouls. So we have referees in charge. We don't have those referees in American healthcare. That's the biggest way that American healthcare is distinguished from healthcare in other wealthy nations.
Okay, you mentioned Milton Friedman, and you mentioned his book called Capitalism and Freedom. He writes that there are only 3 legitimate functions of government: to preserve law and order, to enforce private contracts, and to ensure that private markets work. You said that that was a radical idea at the time. We're failing at all 3. How are we failing? And also maybe the bigger picture is what are the strengths and weaknesses of capitalism when it comes to medicine and healthcare?
Can we separate those out? For sure, two huge questions. So, how we're failing in all of this, and these are the minimal functions that our guru of free market capitalism said the government should perform. So this is the absolute baseline. On preserving law and order, drug companies routinely violate the law in terms of their marketing and in terms of their presentation of the results of their trials. I know this because I was an expert in litigation for about 10 years. I presented some of what I learned in civil litigation to the FBI and the Department of Justice. And that case led to the biggest criminal fine in U.S. history as of 2009. And I testified in a federal trial in 2010, and the jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations. In terms of violating the law, it's a routine occurrence. Drug companies have paid $38 million worth of fines from, I think, 1991 to 2017. It's never been enough to stop the misrepresentation of their data. And rarely are the fines greater than the profits that were made. The executives have not gone to jail for misrepresenting data that have involved even tens of thousands of deaths in the case of Vioxx, Oxycontin as well. And when companies plead guilty to felonies, which is not an unusual occurrence, the government usually allows the companies, the parent companies, to allow subsidiaries to take the plea so that they are not one step closer to getting disbarred from Medicare, not being able to participate in Medicare. So in that sense, there is a mechanism that is appearing to impose law and order on drug company behavior, but it's clearly not enough. It's not working.
You actually speak to human nature here. Are people corrupt? Are people malevolent? Are people ignorant that work at the low level and at the high level? At Pfizer, for example, at big pharma companies. How is this possible? So I believe, it's not a small tangent, that most people are good. And I actually believe if you join big pharma, so a company like Pfizer, your life trajectory often involves dreaming and wanting and enjoying helping people. Yes. And so, and then you look at the outcome that you're describing. And it looks, and that's why the narrative takes hold, that like Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, who I talked to, is malevolent. The sense is like these companies are evil. So if the different parts the people are good and they want to do good, how are we getting these outcomes?
I think it has to do with the cultural milieu that this is unfolding. And we need to look at sociology to understand this, that when the cultural milieu is set up to maximize the returns on investments for shareholders and venture capitalists, hedge funds, and so forth, when that defines the culture, and the higher up you are in the corporation, the more you're in on the gains of getting rewarded for maximizing the profits of the investors. That's the culture they live in. And it becomes normative behavior to do things with science that look normal in that environment and are shared values within that environment by good people whose self-evaluation becomes modified by the goals that are shared by the people around them. And within that milieu, you have one set of standards, and then the rest of good American people have the expectation that the drug companies are trying to make money, but that they're playing by rules that aren't part of the insider milieu.
It's fascinating that the game they're playing modifies the culture, inside the meeting, inside the rooms, day to day. That there's a bubble that forms. Like we're all in bubbles of different sizes. Right? And that bubble allows you to drift in terms of what you see as ethical and unethical. Because you see the game as just, it's just part of the game. So marketing is just part of the game. Right? And paying the fines is just part of the game of science.
And without guardrails, it becomes even more part of it. You keep moving in that direction if you're not bumping up against guardrails. And I think that's how we've gotten to the extreme situation.
So, like I mentioned, I spoke with Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla. I'd like to raise with you some of the concerns I raised with him. So, one, you already mentioned, I raised the concern that Pfizer is engaged in aggressive advertising campaigns. As you can imagine, he said no. What do you think?
I think you're both right. I think that I agree with you that the aggressive advertising campaigns do not add value to society. And I agree with him that they're, for the most part, legal. And it's the way the game is played.
Right, so, sorry to interrupt, but oftentimes his responses are, especially now, the CEO for only like 2 years, 3 years, says Pfizer was a different company. We've made mistakes, right, in the past. We don't make mistakes anymore. That there's rules, and we play by the rules. So, like, with every concern raised, there's very, very strict rules, he says. In fact, he says sometimes way too strict. We play by them. So in that sense, advertising doesn't seem like it's too aggressive. This is played by the rules. And relative to the other, again, it's the game. Relative to the other companies, it's not that aggressive. Relative to the other big pharma companies.
I hope we can quickly get back to whether or not they're playing by the rules, but in general. But let's just look at the question of advertising specifically. I think that's a good example of what it looks like from within that culture and from outside that culture. He's saying that we follow the law on our advertising. We state the side effects, state the FDA-approved indications, that we do what the law says we have to do for advertising. And I've not been an expert in litigation for a few years, and I don't know what's going on currently, but let's take him at his word. It could be true, it might not be. But if that's true, in his world, in his culture, that's ethical business behavior. From a common sense person's point of view, drug company paying highly skilled media folks to take the information about the drug and create the illusion, the emotional impact, and the takeaway message for viewers of advertisements that grossly exaggerate the benefit of the drug and minimize the harms. It's sociopathic behavior to have viewers of ads leave the ad with an unrealistic impression of the benefits and harms of the drug. And yet, he's playing by the rules. He's doing his job as CEO to maximize the effect of his advertising. And if he doesn't do it, this is a key point. If he doesn't do it, he'll get fired and the next guy will.
The people that survive the company, the people that get raises in the company, move up in the company, are the ones that, that's how the game solidifies itself. The game is within the bounds of the law.
Sometimes, most of the time, not always.
We'll return to that question. I'm actually more concerned about the effect of advertisement in a kind of much larger scale on the people that are getting funded by the advertisement in self-censorship. Just like more subtle, more passive pressure to not say anything negative. Because I've seen this and I've been saddened by it, that people sacrifice integrity in small ways when they're being funded by a particular company. They don't see themselves as doing so, but you could just clearly see that the space of opinions that they're willing to engage in, or a space of ideas they're willing to play with, is one that doesn't negative anything that could possibly be negative about the company. They just choose not to. Just, why? And that's really sad to me that, if you give me $100, I'm less likely to say something negative about you. That makes me sad. Because the reason I wouldn't say something negative about you, I prefer is the pressure of friendship and human connection, those kinds of things. So I understand that. That's also a problem, by the way. Starting having dinners and shaking hands and with friends. The fact that money has that effect is really sad. On the news media, on the journalists, on scientists, that's scary to me. But of course, the direct advertising to consumers, as you said, is potentially very negative effect. I wanted to ask if what you think is the most negative impact of advertisement. Is it that direct to consumer on television? Is it advertising to doctors? Which I'm surprised aren't vaguely looking at is more than the advertisement. More spent on advertising to doctors than to consumers. That's really confusing to me. It's fascinating. And then also, obviously, the law side of things is the lobbying dollars, which I think is less than all of those. But anyway, it's in the ballpark. What concerns you most?
Well, it's the whole nexus of influence. There's not one thing, and they don't invest all their, they don't put all their eggs in one basket. It's a whole surround sound program here. But in terms of advertisements, let's take an advertisement. Trulicity is a diabetes drug, for type 2 diabetes, an injectable drug. And it lowers blood sugar just about as well as metformin does. Metformin costs about $4 a month. Trulicity costs, I think, $6,200 a year. So $48 a year versus $6,200. Trulicity has distinguished itself because it did the manufacturer did a study that showed that it significantly reduces the risk of cardiovascular disease for diabetics. And they got approval on the basis of that study, that very large study being statistically significant. So the ads obviously mixed all the virtues of Trulicity because it reduces the risk of heart disease, stroke, and that's one of the major morbidities, risks of type 2 diabetes. What the ad doesn't say is that you have to treat 323 people to prevent one non-fatal event at a cost of $2.7 million. And even more importantly, what the ad doesn't say is that the evidence shows that engaging in an active, healthy lifestyle program reduces the risk of heart disease and strokes far more than Trulicity does. To be fair to the company, there's never been a study that compared Trulicity to lifestyle disease. But that's part of the problem of our advertising. You would think in a rational society that was way out on a limb, that is a lone country besides New Zealand that allows direct-to-consumer advertising, that part of allowing direct-to-consumer advertising would be to mandate that the companies establish whether their drug is better than, say, healthy lifestyle adoption to prevent the problems that they claim to be prevented. But we don't require that. So the companies can afford to do very large studies so that very small differences become statistically significant. And their studies are asking the question, how can we sell more drugs? They're not asking the question, how can we prevent cardiovascular disease in people with type 2 diabetes? And that's how we get off in this. We're now on the extreme arm of this distortion of our medical knowledge of studying how to sell more drugs than how to make people more healthy.
That's a really great thing to compare it to is lifestyle changes, because that should be the bar. If you do some basic diet, exercise, all of those kinds of things, how does this drug compare to that?
Right, and that study was done actually in the 90s. It's called the Diabetes Prevention Program. It was federally funded by the NIH, so that there wasn't this drug company imperative to just try to prove the drug was better than nothing. And it was a very well-designed study, randomized controlled trial in people who were at high risk of diabetes, so-called pre-diabetics, and they were randomized to three different groups: a placebo group, a group that got treated with metformin, and a group that got treated with intensive lifestyle counseling. So this study really tested whether you can get people in a randomized controlled trial assigned to intensive lifestyle changes, whether that works. Now, the common wisdom amongst physicians, and I think in general, is that you can't get people to change. You can do whatever you want, you can stand up your head, you can beg and plead, people won't change. So give it up and let's just move on to the drugs and not waste any time. Except this study that was published in the New England Journal, I think in 2002, shows that's wrong. That the people who were in the intensive lifestyle group ended up losing 10 pounds, exercising 5 times a week, maintaining it, reduced the risk of getting diabetes by 58% compared to the metformin group, which reduced its risk of getting diabetes by 31%. So that exact study was done and showed that lifestyle intervention is the winner.
Who, as a small tangent, is the leader? Who is supposed to fight for the side of lifestyle changes? Where's the big pharma version of lifestyle changes? Who's supposed to have the big bully pulpit, the big money behind lifestyle changes? In your sense, because that seems to be missing in a lot of our discussions about health.
Right, that's exactly right. And the answer is that we assume that the market has to solve all of these problems, and the market can't solve all of these problems. There needs to be some way of protecting the public interest for things that aren't financially driven, so that the overriding question has to be how best to improve Americans' health, not companies funding studies to try and prove that their new and expensive drug is better and should be used.
Well, some of that is also people like yourself. I mean, it's funny. You spoke with Joe Rogan. He constantly espouses lifestyle changes. So some of it is almost like understanding the problems that big pharma is creating in society, and then sort of these influential voices speaking up against them. So whether they're scientists or just regular communicators.
Yeah, I think you got to tip your hat to Joe for getting that message out. And he clearly believes it and does his best. But it's not coming out in the legitimate avenues that the legitimate channels that are evidence-based medicine and from the sources that the docs are trained to listen to and modify their patient care. Now, it's not 100%. I mean, there are articles in the big journals about the benefits of lifestyle, but they don't carry the same gravitas as the randomized controlled trials that test this drug against placebo or this drug against another drug. So the Joe Rogans of the world keep going, I tip my hat, but it's not going to carry the day for most of the people until it has the legitimacy of the medical establishment.
Yeah, like something that the doctors really pay attention to. Well, there's an entire mechanism established for testing drugs. There's not an entire mechanism established for, in terms of scientific rigor, of testing lifestyle changes. I mean, it's more difficult. I mean, everything's difficult in science, which that science is involved, especially. But these studies are very expensive. They're difficult. It's difficult to find conclusions to control all the variables. So it's very easy to dismiss them unless you really do a huge study that's very well funded. So maybe the doctors just lean towards the simpler studies over and over, which is what the drug companies fund. They can control more variables. See, but the control there is sometimes by hiding things too. Right? So sometimes you could just say that this is a well-controlled study by pretending there's a bunch of other stuff, just ignoring the stuff that could be correlated or could be the real cause of the effects you're seeing on the stuff. So money can buy ignorance, I suppose, in science.
It buys kind of blinders that don't look outside the reductionist model. And that's another issue that we kind of, nobody says to doctors in training when we listen to reductionist studies and conclusions and methods of promoting health. Nobody says that explicitly, but the respectable science has to do with controlling the factors. And, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to pick on Trulicity because it's such an obvious example, but it's not more egregious than many others. It doesn't make sense to me to allow a drug to be advertised as preventing cardiovascular disease when you haven't included lifestyle changes as an arm of the study. It's just so crystal clear that the purpose of that study is to sell Trulicity. It's not to prevent cardiovascular disease. If we were in charge, I would try to convince you that anywhere that study, the results of that study were presented to physicians, it would be stamped in big red letters. This study did not compare Trulicity to lifestyle changes. They need to know that. And the docs are kind of trained, these blinders get put on, and they're trained to kind of forget that that's not there.
Do you think, so first of all, that's a small or big change to advertisement that seems obvious to say. Like in force that should be compared to lifestyle changes. Do you think advertisements, period, in the United States from pharmaceutical drugs should be banned?
I think they can be banned, so it doesn't matter what I think.
Okay. Well, let's say you were a dictator, and two, why can't they be banned?
Okay.
Either you answer either one.
I believe, I've been told by lawyers who I trust that the freedom of speech in the U.S. Constitution is such that you can't ban that you could ban cigarettes and alcohol, which have no therapeutic use, but drugs have a therapeutic use, and the advertisements about them can't be banned. Let's assume that they can't be, because we know they won't be anyway. But let's assume they can't be. And especially our Supreme Court now is unlikely to take that seriously. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if the drug companies want to spend their money advertising, they should have to have independent analysis of the message that the viewers are left with about the drug, so that it's realistic. What's the chance the drug will help them? Well, Trulicity is 1 out of 323. 322 people are going to benefit from the cardiovascular risk reduction. What's the true cost? When drugs advertise that you may be able to get this for a $25 copay or something, tens of thousands of dollars a year drug for a $25 copay, what an enormous disservice that is to misrepresent the cost to society. That should not be allowed. So we should have to make it clear to the viewers how many people are going to benefit, what's your chance of benefiting, how does it compare to lifestyle change or less expensive therapies? What do you give up if you use a less expensive therapy?
And how much it costs?
How much it costs. Now that can go either way, because if you say Humira costs $72,000 and it's no more effective as a first-line drug than methotrexate, which costs $480, people might say, "Oh, it's an expensive drug because I can get it for a $25 copay." So you'd have to temper that a little bit.
Oh, you mean people are so they don't care?
They don't care. Their insurance is going to cover it, and it's a $25 copay. But we can figure out how to do it. But the main point is that if we assume the advertising are going, and they are, we could require that there be outside evaluation of the message that reasonable, unbiased viewers take away from the ad. And the ads would have to tell the truth about the drug.
And the truth should have like some truth guardrails, meaning like the cost that we talked about, the effects compared to things that actually, lifestyle changes. It just these details, very strict guardrails of what actually has to be specified.
And I would make it against the law to have family picnics and dogs catching frisbees.
So you need 95% of the ads, yes. I mean, there's something dark and authentic about those advertisements, but they seem, I'm sure they're being done because they work for the target audience. And then the doctors too. Can you really buy a doctor's opinion? Why does it have such an effect on doctors? Advertising to doctors, like you as a physician, again, like from everything I've seen, people love you, and I've people should definitely look you up. There's a bunch of videos of you giving talks on YouTube, and it's just it's so refreshing to hear the clarity of thought about health policy, about healthcare. Just the way you think throughout the years. So it's easy to think about like maybe you criticize a pharma. That's one part of the message that you're talking about, but that's not like your brilliance actually shines in the positive, in the solution, how to do it. So, as a doctor, what affects your mind? How does big pharma affect your mind?
Number one, the information that comes through legitimate sources that doctors have been taught to rely on, evidence-based medicine, the articles in peer-reviewed journals, the guidelines that are issued. Now, those are problematic because when an article is peer-reviewed and published in a respected journal, people and doctors obviously assume that the peer reviewers have had access to the data and they've independently analyzed the data and they corroborate the findings in the manuscript that was submitted, or they can give feedback to the authors and say, we disagree with you on this point, would you please check our analysis, and if you agree with us, make it. That's what they assume the peer review process is, but it's not. Peer reviewers don't have the data. The peer reviewers have a manuscript that's been submitted by usually in conjunction with or by the drug company that manufactures the drugs. So peer reviewers are unable to perform the job that doctors think they're performing, to vet the data to assure that it's accurate and reasonably complete. They can't do it. And then we have the clinical practice guidelines, which are increasingly more important as the information, the flow of information keeps getting brisker and brisker, and docs need to get to the bottom line quickly, clinical practice guidelines become much more important. And we assume that the authors of those clinical practice guidelines have independently analyzed the data from clinical trials and made their recommendations that set the standards of care based on their analysis. That's not what happens. The experts who write the clinical trials rely almost entirely on the publications presenting the results of the clinical trials, which are peer-reviewed, but the peer reviewers haven't had access to the data. So we've got a system of the highest level of evidence that doctors have been trained over and over again to rely on to practice evidence-based medicine to be good doctors that has not been verified.
Do you think that data that's coming from the pharma companies, do you think what level of manipulation is going on with that data? Is it at the study design level? Is it literally there's some data that you just keep off, keep out of the charts, keep out of the aggregate analysis that you need to publish? Or is it the worst case, which is just change some of the numbers?
It happened. All three happened. I don't know what the denominator is, but I spent about 10 years in litigation. And for example, in Vioxx, which was withdrawn from the market in 2004 in the biggest drug recall in American history, the problem was that it got recalled when a study that Merck sponsored showed that Vioxx doubled the risk, more than doubled the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots, serious blood clots. It got pulled in. But there was a bigger study that had been published in 2000 in the Journal of Medicine that showed that Vioxx was a better drug for arthritis and pain, not because it was more effective. It's no more effective than Ibuprofen, but because it was less likely to cause serious GI complications, bleeds and perforations in the gut. Now, in that study that was published in the New England Journal, that was never corrected. It was a little bit modified 15 months after the drug was taken off the market, but never corrected. Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA knew that Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA's analysis of the data from that study said that the FDA wasn't going to do the analysis without the 3 heart attacks. And the important part of the story is that there were 12 authors listed on that study in the journal. 2 were Merck employees. They knew about the 3 heart attacks. The other 10 authors, the academic authors, didn't know about it. They hadn't seen that. So Merck they had an excuse. It's complicated, and the FDA didn't accept it, so there's no reason to go into it. But Merck just left out the 3 heart attacks. And the 3 heart attacks, and they seen 3 heart attacks in a 10,000 person study, they seemed like nothing, except they completely changed the statistics so that had the 3 heart attacks been included, the only conclusion that Merck could have made was that Vioxx significantly increased the risk of heart attack. And they abbreviated their endpoint from heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots to just heart attacks.
So those are maybe in their mind, they're also playing by the rules because of some technical excuse that you mentioned that was rejected. How can this consistency
let me interrupt. No, that's not true. The study was completed. The blind was broken, meaning they looked at the data in March of 2000. The article was published in 2000. In March of 2000, there was an email by the head scientist that was published in the Wall Street Journal that said the day that the data were unblinded, that it's a shame that the cardiovascular events are there, but the drug will do well, and we will do well.
But removing the 3 heart attacks, how does that happen? Like, who has to convince themselves? Is this pure malevolence?
You have to be the judge of it. The person who was in charge of the data safety monitoring board issued a letter that said they'll stop counting cardiovascular events a month before the trial is over, and they'll continue counting GI events. And that person got a contract to consult with Merck for $5,000 a day, I think for 12 days a year, for 1 or 2 years. That was signed, that contract was signed within 2 weeks of the decision to stop counting heart attacks.
I want to understand that, man. It's the, I've been reading a lot about Nazi Germany and thinking a lot about the good Germans. Because I want to understand so that we can each encourage each other to take the small heroic actions that prevents that. Because it feels to me removing malevolence from the table, where it's just a pure psychopathic person, that there's just a momentum created by the game, like you mentioned. And so it takes reversing the momentum within the company, I think requires any small acts of heroism. Not gigantic, I'm going to leave and become a whistleblower and publish a book about it, but small, quiet acts pressuring against this. Like, what are we doing here? We're trying to help people. Is this the right thing to do? Looking in the mirror, constantly asking, is this the right thing to do? I mean, that's what integrity is. Acknowledging the pressures you're under and then still be able to zoom out and think, what is the right thing to do? But the data, hiding the data, makes it too easy to live in ignorance. So, like inside those companies, your idea is that the reviewers, that's one step. So, to even push back on that idea, I assume you mean that data remains private except to the peer reviewers. The problem, of course, as you probably know, is the peer review process is not perfect. It's individuals. It feels like there should be a lot more eyes on the data.
Yes, this is not a hard problem to solve. When a study is completed, a clinical study report is made, and it's usually several thousand pages. And what it does is it takes the raw patient data and it tabulates it in the ways that supposedly and usually in the ways that the company has pre-specified. So that you then end up with a searchable, let's say 3,000 page document. As I became more experienced as an expert in litigation, I could go through those documents pretty quickly. Quickly, maybe in 20 hours, 40 hours, but it doesn't need 3 months of my work. And see if the way the company has analyzed the data is consistent with the way with their statistical analysis plan and their pre-specified outcome measures. It's not hard, and I think you're right. Peer reviewers, I don't peer review clinical trials, but I peer review other kinds of articles. I have to do one on the airplane on the way home, and it's hard. I mean, we're just ordinary mortal people volunteering.
To pay, the motivation is not clear.
The motivation is to be a good citizen, and to be on friendly terms with the journals, so that if you want to get published, it's sort of an unspoken incentive.
As somebody who enjoys game theory, I feel like that motivation is good. It could be a lot better.
Yes, you should get more recognition or in some way academic credit for it. It should go through your career advancement.
That's an important paper, and you recognize it's an important paper as a great peer reviewer. That this is not in that area where it's like clearly a piece of crap paper or clearly an awesome paper that doesn't have controversial aspects to it, and it's just a beautiful piece of work. Okay, those are easy. And then there's like the very difficult gray area, which may require many, many days of work on the parts of peer review. It's not, it's not just a couple hours, but really serious reading. And some papers can take months to really understand. So if you really want to struggle, there has to be an incentive for that struggle.
Yes, and billions of dollars ride on some of these studies.
And lives.
Yeah, right.
Not to mention.
Right, but it would be easy to have full-time statisticians hired by the journals or shared by the journals, who were independent of any other financial incentive to go over these kind of methodological issues and take responsibility for certifying the analysis that are done, and then pass it on to the volunteers, peer reviewers.
Yeah, I believe in this sort of capitalism or even social capital. After watching Twitter at the time of COVID and just looking at people that investigate themselves, I believe in the citizen. People, if you give them access to the data, like these like citizen scientists arise. A lot of them it's kind of funny. A lot of people are just really used to working with data. They don't know anything about medicine, and they don't have the biases that a lot of doctors and medical, and a lot of the people that read these papers, they'll just go raw into the data and look at it with like they're bored almost, and they do incredible analysis. But there's some argument to be made for a lot of this data to become public, like anonymized, all that kind of stuff. But for a lot of it to be public, especially when you're talking about things as impactful as some of these drugs.
I agree 100%. So let's turn the microscope. Let's get a little bit more granular. On the peer review issue, we're talking about pre-publication transparency. And that is critically important. Once a paper is published, the horses are out of the barn. And docs are going to read it, take it as evidence-based medicine. The economists call what then happens as stickiness, that the docs hold on to their beliefs. And my own voice inside says, once doctors start doing things to their patients' bodies, they're really not too enthusiastic about hearing what's wrong.
Yeah, that's the stickiness issue. And also that bar, once it's published, the doctors, that's when the stickiness issue.
Yeah, it's hard to put that toothpaste back in the tube. Now, that's pre-publication transparency, which is essential. And you could have whoever saw that data pre-publication could sign confidentiality agreements so that the drug companies couldn't argue that we're just opening the spigots of our data and people can copy it, all the excuses they make. You could argue that you didn't have to, but let's just let them do it. Let the peer reviewers sign confidentiality agreements, and they won't leak the data. But then you have to go to post-publication transparency, which is what you were just getting at, to let the data free and let citizens and citizen scientists and other doctors who are interested have at it. Kind of like Wikipedia, have at it. Let it out. Let people criticize each other.
Okay, so speaking of the data, the FDA asked 55 years to release Pfizer vaccine data. This is also something I raised with Albert Bourla, Pfizer's. There's several things that you might said. Some things are expected, and some of it is just revealing the human being, which is what I'm interested in doing. But he said he wasn't aware of the 75 to 55.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. He wasn't aware of
the how long. So here, I'll explain this.
Do you know that since you spoke to him, Pfizer has petitioned the judge to join the suit in behalf of the FDA's request to release that data over 55 or 75 years? Pfizer's fully aware of what's going on.
He's aware. I'm sure he's aware in some formulation. Exact years he might have not been aware. But the point is that that is the FDA, the relationship with Pfizer and the FDA, in terms of me being able to read human beings, was the thing he was most uncomfortable with. that he didn't want to talk about the FDA. And it was clear that there was a relationship there, that if the words you use may do a lot of harm, potentially because, like you're saying, there might be lawsuits going on, there's litigation, there's legal stuff, all that stuff. And that there's a lot of games being played in this space. So I don't know how to interpret it, if he's actually aware or not, but the deeper truth is that he's deeply uncomfortable bringing light to this part of the game.
And I'm going to read between the lines. Albert Boyle certainly didn't ask me to speak for him. But I think, when did you speak? How long?
Wow, time flies when you're having fun. 2 months ago.
2 months ago. So that was just recently, it's come out, just in the past week, it's come out, that Pfizer is battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined in the opposition to the request to release these documents in the same amount of time that the FDA took to evaluate. So Pfizer is offering to help the FDA to petition the judge to not enforce the timeline that he seems to be moving towards.
So for people who are not familiar, we're talking about the Freedom of Information Act request to release the Pfizer vaccine data, study data, and release as much of the data as possible, like the raw data, the details, or so actually not even the raw data, it's just data. There's details for it. And I think the response to the FDA is that, of course, yes, of course, but we can only publish like some X number of pages a day.
500 pages. 500 pages. It's not a day though. It's
whatever.
A week, I think.
The point is, whatever they're able to publish is ridiculous. It's like my printer can only print 3 pages a day, and we cannot afford a second printer. So it's some kind of bureaucratic language for there's a process to this. And now you're saying that Pfizer is obviously more engaged in helping this kind of bureaucratic process prosper, and it's full of absurdity, Kafkaesque absurdity. So, what is this? This really bothers me. This
is really troublesome. And just to put it in just plain English terms, Pfizer's making the case that it can't. The FDA and Pfizer together are making the case that they can't go through the documents. It's going to take them some number of hundreds of folds more time to go through the documents, and the FDA required to go through the documents to approve the vaccines for FDA approval. And the FDA's argument, talk about Kafkaesque, is that to do it more rapidly would cost them $3 million. $3 million equals 1 hour of vaccine sales over 2 years. 1 hour of sales. And they can't come up with the money. And Pfizer has joined the suit to help the FDA fight off this judge, this mean judge who thinks they don't release the data. But evidently Pfizer is not going to come up with the $3 million either. So, but for $3 million, I mean, maybe the FDA should do a GoFundMe.
Well, obviously the money thing. I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk comes along and says, "I'll give you $100 million, publish it now." I think they'll come up with another. So it's clear that there's cautiousness. I don't know the source of it.
Well, there's only one explanation that I can think of, which is that the FDA and Pfizer don't want to release the data. They don't want to release the 300,000 or 500,000 pages of documents, and I don't know what's in there. I want to say one thing very clearly. I am not an anti-vaccine. I believe the vaccines work. I believe everybody should get vaccinated. vaccinated. The evidence is clear that if you're vaccinated, you reduce your risk of dying of COVID by 20-fold. And we've got new subvariants coming along. And I just want to be very clear about this. That said, there's something I would give you 10 to 1 odds on the bet. There's something in that data that is going to be embarrassing to either FDA advisor or both.
So there's two options. I agree with you 100%. One is they know of embarrassing things. That's option one. And option two, they haven't invested enough to truly understand the data. I mean, it's a lot of data that they have a sense that might be something embarrassing in there, and if we release it, surely the world will discover the embarrassing. And to do also steal their argument, they'll take the small, the press, people who take the small embarrassing things and blow them up into big things.
Yes, and support the anti-vax campaign. I think that's all possible. Nonetheless, the data are about the original trial. And the emergency use authorization was based on the first few months of the data from that trial, and it was a 2-year trial. The rest of that data has not been opened up, and there was not an advisory committee meeting to look at that data when the FDA granted full authorization. Again, I am pro-vaccine and not making any anti-vax argument here. But I suspect that there's something pretty serious in that data. And the reason why I'm not an anti-vaxxer, having not been able to see the data that the FDA advisors seem to willing not just to put effort into preventing the release of, but seem to have quite a bit of energy in preventing, investing quite a bit of energy in not releasing it. The reason why that doesn't tip me over in the anti-vaxxer side is because that's clinical trial data, early clinical trial data that involved several thousand people. We now have millions of data points from people who have had the vaccine. This is real world data showing the efficacy of the vaccines. And so far, knock on wood, there aren't side effects that overcome the benefits of vaccine.
So I'm with you. I'm now, I guess, 3 shots of the vaccine. But there's a lot of people that are kind of saying, well, even the data on the real world use large scale data as messy. The way it's being reported, the way it's being interpreted. Well, one thing is clear to me, that it is being politicized. If you just look objectively, don't have to go to at the shallow surface level. It seems like there's 2 groups that can't even put a term to it because it's not really pro-vaccine versus anti-vaccine. It's pro-vaccine, triple mask, Democrat, liberal, and then anti-mandate, whatever those groups are. I can't quite because they're changing. Anti-mask, but not really, but kind of. So those 2 groups that feel political in nature, not scientific in nature, they're bickering. And then it's clear that this data is being interpreted by the different groups differently. And it's very difficult for me as a human being to understand where the truth lies, especially given how much money is flying around on all sides. The anti-vaxxers can make a lot of money too. Let's not forget this. From the individual perspective, become famous being an anti-vaxxer. So there's a lot of incentives on all sides here. and there's real human emotion, fear, and also credibility. Scientists don't want to ruin their reputation. If they speak out and whatever, speak their opinion, or they look at some slice of the data and begin to interpret it some kind of way. It's clear that fear is dominating the discourse here, especially in the scientific community. So I don't know what to make of that. And the only happy people here is Pfizer. It's just plowing all ahead. I mean, with every single variant, there's very, I would say, outside of arguably a very flawed system, there's a lot of incredible scientific and engineering work being done in constantly developing new, like antiviral drugs, new vaccines to deal with the variants. So they're happily being a capitalist machine, and it's very difficult to know what to do that.
And let's just put this in perspective for folks. The best-selling drug in the world has been Humira for a number of years. It's approved for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis and 8 other indications. And it's sold about $20 billion globally over the past few years. It leveled out, it peaked at that level. Pfizer expects to sell $65 billion of vaccine in the first 2 years of the pandemic. So this is by far the biggest selling and most profitable drug that's ever come along.
Can I ask you a difficult question? In the fog that we're operating in here, on the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, what was done well and what was done badly, we can see now. It seems like we'll know more decades from now. But now, in the fog of today, with $65 billion flying around, where do you land?
So we're going to get to what I think is one of the key problems with the pharmaceutical industry model in the United States about being profit-driven. In 2016, the NIH did the key infrastructure work to make mRNA vaccines. That gets left out of the discussion. And Pfizer BioNTech actually paid royalties voluntarily to the NIH. I don't know how much it was. I don't think it was a whole lot of money. But I think they wanted to avoid the litigation that Moderna got itself into by just taking that 2016 knowledge and having that be the foundation of their product. So Pfizer took that, and they did their R&D. They paid for their R&D, having received that technology. And when they got the genetic code from China about the vaccine, about the virus, they very quickly made a vaccine, and the vaccine works. And President Trump, to his credit, launched Operation Warp Speed and just threw the money at the top. They just said, we spent 5 times more per person than the EU early on. Just pay them whatever they want. Let's just get this going. And Americans were vaccinated more quickly. We paid a lot of money. The one mistake that I think the federal government made was they were paying these guaranteed fortunes, and they didn't require that the companies participate in a program to do global vaccinations. So the companies, during their business model, distributed the vaccines where they would make the most money. And obviously they would make the most money in the first world. And almost all, 85% of the vaccines went to the first world. And very, very few vaccinations went to the third world. So what happened is there was such a low vaccination rate. In May of 2021, there was an all hands on deck cry for help from the World Trade Organization, World Health Organization, the IMF, and the World Bank made a plea for $50 billion so that we could get to 40% vaccination rate in the third world by the end of 2021. And it was unrequited. Nobody answered. And now Africa has got a 8.9% vaccination rate. India's coming up, but it's been very low. The problem with all this is, I believe the mRNA vaccines are excellent vaccines. But if we leave the third world unvaccinated, we're going to have a constant supply of variants of COVID that are going to come back into the United States and harm Americans, exactly like Delta and Omicron have. So we've made a great drug. It reduces the risk of mortality in Americans who get it by a lot. But we're not doing what we need to do to protect Americans from Omicron. You don't have to be an idealist to worry about global vaccine equity. If you just ordinary selfish people like most of us are, and you're worried about the health of Americans, you would ensure global vaccine distribution. Let me just make one more point. That $50 billion that was requested by the four organizations back in May of 2021, 32 billionaires made $50 billion from the vaccines at that point, took it into their private wealth. So what had been taken, this enormous amounts of money that had been taken into private wealth was enough to do what those organizations said needed to be done to prevent the subvariants from coming back and doing what they're doing.
The money was there. So how does the motivation, the money-driven motivation of big pharma lead to that that kind of allocation of vaccines?
Because they can make
more money in the United States.
They're going to distribute their vaccines where they can make most money.
Right. Is there a malevolent aspect to this where I don't like saying this, but they don't see it as a huge problem that variants will come back to the United States?
I think it's the issue we were talking about earlier on, where they're in a different culture, and their culture is that their moral obligation, as Milton Friedman would say, is to maximize the profits that they return to shareholders.
And don't think about the bigger picture.
The collateral damage. Don't think about the collateral.
And also kind of convince yourself that if we give into this capitalist machine, in this very narrow sense of capitalism, that in the end that will do the most good. This kind of belief that, like, if we just maximize profits, we'll do the most good.
Yeah, that's an orthodoxy of several decades ago, and I don't think people can really say that in good faith. When you're talking about vaccinating the third world so we don't get hurt, it's a little bit hard to make the argument that the world's a better place because the profits of the investors went up.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that's a belief you can hold. I mean, I've interacted with a bunch of folks that kind of, it's the, I don't want to mischaracterize Iran. Okay, I respect a lot of people, but there's a belief that can take hold. If I just focus on this particular maximization, you'll do the most good for the world. The problem is when you choose what to maximize and you put blinders on, it's too easy to start making gigantic mistakes that have a big different impact on society. It really matters what you're maximizing.
Right. And if we had a true democracy and everybody had one vote, everybody got decent information and had one vote, Ayn Rand's position would get some votes, but not many. And it would be way outvoted by the common people.
Let me ask you about this very difficult topic. I'm talking to Mark Zuckerberg of Meta. The topic is censorship. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a guy named Robert Malone and Peter McCullough that were removed from many platforms for speaking about the COVID vaccines being risky. They were both on Joe Rogan's program. What do you think about censorship in this space? In this difficult space where so much is controlled by, not controlled, but influenced by advertisements from big pharma. And science can even be influenced by big pharma. Where do you lean on this? Should we lean towards freedom and just allow all the voices, even those that go against the scientific consensus? Is that one way to fight the science that is funded by big pharma? Or is that do more harm than good, having too many voices that are contending here? Should the ultimate battle be fought in the space of scientific publications?
and particularly in the era of COVID, where there are large public health ramifications to this public discourse, the ante is way up. So I don't have a simple answer to that. I think everyone's allowed their own opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific facts. And how we develop a mechanism that's other than an open internet where whoever is shouting the loudest gets the most clicks and rage creates value on the internet. I think that's not a good mechanism for working this out. And I don't think we have one. I don't have a solution to this. And ideally, if we had a philosopher king, we could have a panel of people who were not conflicted by rigid opinions decide on what the boundaries of public discourse might be. I don't think it should be fully open. I don't think people who are who are committed to an anti-vaccine position and will tailor their interpretation of complex scientific data to support their opinion, I think that can be harmful. Constraining their speech can be harmful as well. So I don't have an answer here. But
I tend to believe that it's more dangerous to censor anti-vax messages. The way to defeat anti-vax messages is by being great communicators, by being great scientific communicators. So it's not that we need to censor the things we don't like. We need to be better at communicating the things we do like, or the things that we do believe represent a deep scientific truth. Because I think if you censor, you get worse at doing science, and you give the wrong people power. So I tend to believe that you should give power to the individual scientists and also give them the responsibility of being better educators, communicators, expressors of scientific ideas, put pressure on them to release that data in a way that's easily consumable, not just like very difficult to understand, but in a way that can be understood by a large number of people. So the battle should be fought in the open space of ideas versus in a quiet space of journals. I think we no longer have that comfort, especially at the highest of stakes. So this kind of idea that a couple of peer reviewers decide the fate of billions doesn't seem sustainable, especially given a very real observation now that the reason Robert Malone has a large following is there's a deep distrust of institutions, deep distrust of science as an institution, of power centers, of companies, of everything, perhaps rightfully so. But the way to defend against that is not for the powerful to build a bigger wall, it's for the powerful to be authentic. And maybe to a lot of them to get fired, and for new minds, new fresh scientists, ones who are more authentic, more real, better communicators to step up. So I fear censorship because it feels like censorship is a even harder job to do it well than being good communicators. And it seems like it's always the C students that end up doing the censorship. That it's always the incompetent people, and not just the incompetent, but the biggest whiners. So like what happens is the people that get the most emotional and the most outrage will drive the censorship. And it doesn't seem like reason drives the censorship. That's just objectively observing how censorship seems to work in this current. There's so many forms of censorship. You look at the Soviet Union with the propaganda, or Nazi Germany, it's a very different kind of censorship. People tend to conflate all of these things together. Social media trying desperately to have trillions or hundreds of billions of exchanges a day, and try to make sure that their platform has some semblance of quote healthy conversations. Like people just don't go insane. They actually like using the platform, and they censor based on that. That's a different level of censorship. But even there, you can really run afoul of the people that get the whiny C students controlling too much of the censorship. I believe that you should actually put the responsibility on the self-proclaimed holders of truth, aka scientists, and being better communicators.
I agree with that. I'm not advocating for any kind of censorship, but Marshall McLuhan was very influential when I was in college, and his that meme, the medium is the message. It's a little bit hard to understand when you're comparing radio to TV, saying radio's on or TV's on or something. But we now have the medium is the message in a way that we've never seen, we've never imagined before, where rage and anger and polarization are what drives the traffic on the internet. And we don't, it's a question of building the commons. Ideally, I don't know how to get there, so I'm not pretending to have a solution, but the commons of discourse about this particular issue about vaccines has been largely destroyed by the edges, by the drug companies and the advocates on the one side, and the people who just criticize, think that even though the data are flawed, that there's no way vaccines can be beneficial. And to have those people screaming at each other does nothing to improve the health of the 95% of the people in the middle who want to know what the rational way to go forward is and protect their families from COVID and live a good life and be able to participate in the economy. And that's the problem. I don't have a solution.
Well, this is a difficult problem for Spotify and YouTube. I don't know if you heard, this is a thing that Joe Rogan is currently going through as a platform, whether to censor the conversation that, for example, Joe's having. So I don't know if you heard, but Neil Young and other musicians have kind of spoke out and saying they're going to leave the platform because Joe Rogan is allowed to be on his platform and these kinds of conversations with people like Rabbi go out. And it's clear to me that Spotify and YouTube are being significantly influenced by these extreme voices of promotion on each side. It's also clear to me that Facebook is the same. It was going back and forth. In fact, that's why Facebook has been oscillating on the censorship. It's like one group gets louder than the other, depending on whether it's an election year. There's several things to say here. So one, it does seem like you put it really well. It would be amazing if these platforms could find mechanisms to listen to the center, to the big center that's actually going to be affected by the results of our pursuit of scientific truth, right? And listen to those voices. I also believe that most people are intelligent enough to process information and to make up their own minds. Like they're not, in terms of, it's complicated, of course, because we've just been talking about advertising and how people can be influenced. But I feel like if you have raw, long-form podcasts or programs where people express their mind and express their argument in full, I think people can hear it and make up their own mind. And if those arguments have a platform on which they can live, then other people could provide better arguments than disagree with it. Now we as human beings, as rational, as intelligent human beings, can compose and make up our own minds. That's where social media can be very good at, like this collective intelligence. We together listen to all of these voices and make up our own minds. Humble ourselves actually often. You think you know, like you're an expert, say you have a PhD in a certain thing, but there's this confidence that comes with that. And the collective intelligence, uncensored, allows you to humble yourself eventually. Like as you discover, all it takes is a few times, looking back 5 years later, realizing I was wrong. That's really helpful for scientists. That's really helpful for me to go through and only through having that open discourse can really have that. That said, Spotify also, just like Pfizer as a company, which is why this podcast, I don't know if you know what RSS feeds are, but podcasts can't be censored. And Joe's in the unfortunate position of only us on Spotify. So Spotify's been actually very good at saying we're staying out of it for now. But RSS, this is pirate radio. Nobody can censor it. It's the internet. So financially, in terms of platforms, this cannot be censored, which is why podcasts are beautiful. So if Spotify or YouTube wants to be the host of podcasts, I think where they flourish is free expression, no matter how crazy.
Yes, but I do want to push back a little bit on what you're saying. Because I have anti-vax friends I love. They're dear, cherished friends. And they'll send me stuff. And it'll take me an hour to go through what they send to see if it is credible. And usually it's not. It's not a random sample. That's I'm not saying I can disprove the anti-vax. But I am saying that it's almost like when we're talking about how medical science, clinical trials, the presentation of clinical trials to physicians could be improved. And the first thing we came up with is to have pre-publication transparency in the peer review process. So bad information, biased information doesn't get out as if it's legitimate, and you can't put it back, recapture it once it gets out. I think there's an element of that in the arguments that are going on about vaccines, and they're on both sides, but I think the anti-vax side puts out more units of information claiming to show that the vaccines don't work. And I guess in an ideal situation, it would be real-time fact-checking by independent people. Not to censor it, but to just say that study was set up to do this, and this is what the conclusions were, so the way it was stated is on one side of this argument.
But that's what I'm arguing. I agree with you. What I'm arguing is that this big network of humans that we have, that is the collective intelligence, can do that real time if you allow it to, if you encourage people to do it. And the scientists, as opposed to this, I interact with a lot of colleagues, a lot of friends who are scientists, they roll their eyes. Their response is like they don't want to interact with this. But that's just not the right response. When a huge number of people believe this, it is your job as communicators to defend your ideas. It is no longer the case when you go to a conference and defend your ideas to two other nerds that are working on the same problem forever. I mean, sure, you can do that, but then you're rejecting the responsibility you have explicitly or implicitly accepted when you go into this field, that you will defend the ideas of truth. And when you defend them, is in the open battlefield of ideas, and become a better communicator. And I believe that when you have a large, you said you invested 1 or 2 hours in particular, that's little hands interacting at scale. I think that allows us to progress towards truth. At least that helps us.
I think you're an optimist. I want to work with you a little bit on this. Let's say a person like Joe Rogan, who, by the way, had me on this podcast. Yeah,
amazing conversation.
Well, thank you. I did too. And I didn't know Joe. I didn't know much about his podcast.
You pushed back on Joe, which is great.
And he was a gentleman. We had it out. In fact, he put one clip. At one point, he said something that was a little bit wrong, and I corrected it. And he had the guy, Jamie. He had Jamie check it, and was very forthright in saying, John got it right here. We got to modify. In any event,
got him.
Well, I wasn't going to get him.
No. Yeah, totally. It's a beautiful exchange. There's so much respect in the room, pushing back and forth. Yeah.
So I respect it. And I think when has somebody on who's died in the war that the question is, how can you balance, if it needs balance, in real time? I'm not talking about afterwards. I'm talking in real time. Maybe you report, well, he does record it, obviously, but maybe when there's a statement made that is made as if it's fact-based, maybe that statement should be checked by some folks who, imaginary folks who are trustworthy. And in real time, as that discussion is being played on the podcast, to show what independent experts say about that.
That's really interesting. I don't know if this, for some reason, this idea popped into my head now. I think real time is very difficult, and it's not difficult, but it kind of ruins the conversation because you want the idea to be. I think what's very possible is before it's published, it's the pre-publication. Before it's published, you can let a bunch of people review it, and they can add their voices post before it's published. They can add arguments, arguments against certain parts. That's very interesting. Sort of as one podcast published, like addendums, publish the peer review together with the publication. Yeah, that's very interesting. Why actually do that? That's really interesting. Because I've been doing more debates, but at the same time have talking about people, which has a different dynamic. Because both people, it's really nice to have the time to pause, by yourself, to fact check, to look at the study that was mentioned, to understand what's going on, the peer review process, to have a little bit of time. That's really interesting. I should, I'd like to try that. To agree with you on some point in terms of anti-vax, I've been fascinated by listening to arguments from this community of folks that's quite large called flat earthers that believe the earth is flat. And I don't know if you've ever listened to them or read their arguments, but it's fascinating how consistent and convincing it all sounds. And you just kind of take it in, just take it in like listening normally. It's all very logical. Like if you don't think very well, no. The thing is, the reality is, at the very basic human level, with our limited cognitive capabilities, the Earth is pretty flat. Go outside and you look flat. So, like, when you use common sense and reason, it's very easy to play to that to convince you that the Earth is flat. Plus, with powerful organizations that want to manipulate you and so on. But then there's the whole progress of science and physics of the past. But that's difficult to integrate into your thought process. So it's very true that people should listen to Flat Earthers because it was very revealing to me how easy it is to be convinced of basically anything by charismatic arguments.
And if we're arguing about whether the Earth is flat or not, as long as we're not navigating airplanes and doing other kinds of things, trying to get satellites to do transmission, it's not that important. But if we're arguing about how we approach the worst public health crisis in I don't know how long, I think we're getting worse than the Spanish flu now. I don't know what the total global deaths from the Spanish flu were, but in the United States, we certainly have
plus the economic pain and suffering.
Yes. And the kids, school, we got a problem, and it's not going away. So when we get a problem like that, it's not just an interesting barroom conversation about whether the Earth is flat. There are millions of lives involved.
Let me ask you yet another question. That issue I raised with Pfizer's CEO Albert Rabbi. It's the question of revolving doors. That there seems to be a revolving door between Pfizer, FDA, and CDC. People that work at the FDA work at Pfizer, and vice versa, including the CDC and so on. What do you think about that? So, first of all, his response once again is there's rules, very strict rules, we follow them. Do you think that's a problem?
Well,
And also, maybe this is a good time to talk about the Pfizer play by the
Let's one at a time.
One at a time.
Okay, and this isn't even about Pfizer, but it's an answer to the question. Yes. So there's this drug Adjuvant that was approved by the FDA maybe 6 months ago. It's a drug to prevent the progression of low-grade Alzheimer's disease. The target for drug development for Alzheimer's disease has been the amyloid, reducing the amyloid plaques in the brain, which correlate with the progression of Alzheimer's. And Biogen showed that its drug Adjuvant reduces amyloid plaques in the brain. They did 2 clinical trials to determine the clinical efficacy, and they found that neither trial showed a meaningful benefit. And in those 2 trials, 33% more people in the Adjuvant group developed brain swelling and bleeding than people in the placebo group. There was an advisory committee convened to debate and determine how they felt about the approvability of Adjuvant given those facts. And those facts aren't interesting. They're in Biogen slides as well as FDA. The advisory committee voted 10 against approval and 1 abstain. So that's essentially universal, unanimous vote against approving Adjuvant. Now, the advisory committees have been pretty much clinics of financial conflicts of interest. So this advisory committee votes 10 no, 1 abstention. And the FDA overrules the unanimous opinion of this advisory committee and approves the drugs. 3 of the members of the advisory committee resigned. They said, we're not going to be part of it. The FDA is not going to listen to a unanimous vote against approving this drug, which shows more harm than benefit, undisputed. We're not going to participate. And the argument against approval is that the surrogate endpoint, the reduction of amyloid, the progression of amyloid plaques, is known by the FDA not to be a valid clinical indicator. It doesn't correlate. 27 studies have shown it doesn't correlate with clinical progression. Interrupting the amyloid plaques doesn't mean that your Alzheimer's doesn't get worse. So it seems like it's a slam dunk, and the FDA made a mistake, and they should do whatever they do to protect their bureaucratic reputation. So the head of the Bureau of the FDA, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research that approves new drugs, who had spent 16 years as an executive in the pharmaceutical industry, issued a statement and said, what we should do in this situation is to loosen the prohibition of financial ties of interest with the drug companies so we get less emotional responses. So it's in print.
People are just too emotional about this.
People were just too emotional. The 10 people who voted against it and the no people who voted for it, it's all too emotional. So this gets back, this is a long answer to your short question. I think this is a wonderful window thinking of the FDA that financial conflicts of interest don't matter in a situation when I think it's obvious that they wouldn't.
But there's not a direct financial conflict of interest. It's kind of like it's not like Albert said in the rules about that direct financial conflict of interest. It's indirect.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm not denying what you said is true. But the FDA, the high official of the FDA, is saying that we need to allow conflicts of interest in our advisory committee. And that, she wants to change the rules. So Albert Bourla would still be playing by the rules, but it just shows how one-sided the thinking.
But you think that's influenced by the fact that there were pharmaceutical executives working at the FDA and vice versa?
And they think that's a great idea.
who gets to fix this? Do you think it should be just banned? Like if
I
you
don't
work,
know. Two separate questions. One is, should the officials at the FDA come from pharma and vice versa? That's one question. And the other question is, should advisory committee members be allowed to have financial conflicts of interest? I think, in my opinion, and people might say I'm biased, I think advisory committee people should not have conflicts of interest. I think their only interest ought to be the public interest. And that was true from my understanding of the situation. Afterward in my book, I spent some time studying it, but I think it's a slam dunk that there ought to be no conflicts of interest. Now, the head of CEDAR, Center for Drug Evaluation Research, thinks that that's going to give you a biased result because we don't have company influence. And that, I think, shows how biased their thinking is. That not having company influence is a bias.
but you can try to look at it. I'm trying to empathize with the belief that companies can have a voice at the table. I mean, yeah, it's part of the game. That's how it should be.
But they have a voice. They've designed the studies.
Right. That's their voice.
If they analyze the
point.
data, what bigger voice do you deserve?
But I do also think, on the more challenging question, I do think that there should be a ban. If you work at a pharmaceutical company, you should not be allowed to work in any regulatory agency. Yeah. Should not. I mean, that go back and forth. It just, even if it's 30 years later.
I agree. And I have another nomination. We're in this crazy situation where Medicare is not allowed to negotiate the price of drugs with the drug companies. So the drug companies get a patent on a new drug. Unlike every other developed country, they can charge whatever they want. So they have a monopoly on a utility because no one else can make the drug. Charge whatever they want, and Medicare has to pay for it. And you say, how did we get in this crazy situation? So how we got here is that in 2003, when Medicare Part D was passed, Billy Townsend was head of the Ways and Means Committee in the House, played a key role in ushering us through with the non-negotiation clause of it. And after it was passed, Billy Townsend did not finish out his term in Congress. He went to pharma for a $2 million a year job.
This is incredible.
You might think that a ban on that is a good idea.
I spoke with Francis Collins, head of the NIH, on his podcast. He and NIH have a lot of power over funding in science. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? In this interplay of big pharma, how connected are they? Again, returning to the question, what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong?
So my knowledge of that's it. In broad brushstrokes. The NIH is doing the infrastructure work for all drug development. I think they've participated in 100% of the drugs that have been approved by the FDA over the past 10 years or so. They've done infrastructure work. And what they do is not work on particular drugs, but they develop work on drug targets, on targets in the human body that can be affected by drugs and might be beneficial to turn on around. And then the drug companies, when they find a target that is useful and potentially beneficial, then the drug companies can take the research and choose to invest in the development of the drugs, specific drugs. That's our model. Now, 96% of the research that's done in clinical trials in the United States is about drugs and devices. And only a fraction of the 4% that's left over is about preventive medicine and how to make Americans healthy. I think, again, from the satellite, the NIH is investing more in science that can lead to commercial development rather than, as you said at the beginning of the podcast, there's no big fitness and lifestyle industry that can counter pharma. So I think at the NIH level, that countering can be done. And the diabetes prevention program study that we talked about before, where lifestyle was part of a randomized trial and was shown to be more effective than metformin in preventing the development of diabetes, that is absolute proof positive that investing in that kind of science can produce good results. So I think that we're aimed at drug development, and what we ought to be aimed at is an epidemiological approach to improving the health of all Americans. We rank 68th in the world in healthy life expectancy, despite spending an extra $1.5 trillion. And I believe strongly that the reason why we've gotten in this crazy position is because the knowledge that we're producing is about new drugs and devices, and it's not about improving population health. In this problem, the NIH is the perfect institution to play a role in rebalancing our research agenda.
Some of that is on the leadership side with Francis Collins and Anthony Fauci, not just speaking about basically everything that just leads to drug development, vaccine development, but also speaking about healthy lifestyles, speaking about health, not just sickness.
Yes, and investing.
I mean, it's like one feeds the other. One, you have to communicate to the public the importance of investing in health. That leads to you getting props for investing in health, and then you can invest in health more and more. And that communicates everything that Anthony Fauci says or Francis Collins says has an impact on scientists. You need to, it sets the priorities. And I don't think the sad thing about leaders, forgive me for saying the word, but mediocre leaders, is they don't see themselves as part of the gang. They don't see the momentum, the fish in the water, they don't see the water. Great leaders stand up and reverse the direction of how things are going. I actually put a lot of responsibility. Some people say too much, but whatever. I think leaders carry the responsibility. I put a lot of responsibility on Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins for not actually speaking a lot more about health, not big, inspiring people in the power and the trustworthiness of science. That's on the shoulders of Anthony Fauci.
I'm going to abstain from that because I'm not expert. But
neither am I.
I have to, but not on camera.
Yes.
No, but seriously, the problem is pretty simple. That we're investing 96% of our clinical funding of clinical research in drugs and devices, and 80% of our health is determined by how we live our lives. And this is ridiculous. The United States is going further and further behind the other wealthy countries in terms of our health. We ranked 38th in healthy life expectancy in 2000, and now we're spending $1.5 trillion extra, and we rank 68th. We've gone down.
You have this excellent, there's a few charts that I'll overlay that tell the story in a really powerful way. So one is the healthcare spending as percentage of GDP. That on the x-axis is years and the y-axis is percentage. The United States, as compared to other countries on average, has been much larger and growing.
Right. We are now spending 70% more of our GDP, 17.7% versus 10.7% on healthcare. 7%, and I think GDP is the fairest way to compare healthcare spending. Per person, dollars we're spending, even the difference is even greater. But other costs vary with GDP, so let's stick with the conservative way to do it.
17.7, 18% of GDP. 18% of GDP spent on healthcare, 7% higher than the comparable country average. Right. 17.7% versus 10.7. 7% higher.
Right. And 7% of a $23 trillion GDP is more than $1.5 trillion a year in excess.
And you have another chart that shows healthcare system performance compared to spending. And there's a point cloud of different countries. X-axis being healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP, which we just talked about. That U.S. is 7% higher than everyone, the average. And on the y-axis is x-axis spending, y-axis performance. And there's a point cloud overlay this if you're watching on YouTube. So a bunch of countries that have high performance for what they're spending. And the U.S. is all low on the right bottom side of the chart, where it's low performance and high spending.
Correct. So this is a system that is abiding by spending that is directed by the most profitable ways to deliver health care.
If you put that in the hands of big pharma, is you maximize that you're going to decrease performance and increase spending.
Yes, but I want to qualify that and say it's not all big pharma. They're not responsible for all the problems in our healthcare system. They're not responsible for the administrative costs, for example. But they are the largest component of our rising healthcare costs. And it has to do with this knowledge issue. Controlling the knowledge that doctors have makes it so that doctors can live with this situation, believing that it's optimal when it's a wreck.
Let me ask you so as a physician, so everything we've seen, we talked about 80% of the impact on health is lifestyle. How do we live longer? What advice would you give to general people? What's the space of ideas result in living longer and higher quality lives?
This is a very simple question. Exercise for at least a half hour, at least 5 times a day. Number 2, don't smoke. 3, maintain a reasonably healthy body weight. Some people argue that being lower than BMI of 25 is healthy. I think that may be true, but I think getting above 30 is unhealthy. And then what? Now, that's largely impacted by socioeconomic status. And we don't want to blame the victims either. So we got to understand that when we talk about all of these things, not cigarettes, but exercise and a good diet and maintaining a healthy body weight, we have to include in doing those things the impediments to people with lower socioeconomic status being able to make those changes. We've got to understand that personal responsibility counts for some of this, but also social circumstances accounts for some of it. And back to your fishbowl analogy, if you're swimming in a fishbowl, if you live in a fish tank that's not being properly maintained, the approach wouldn't be to treat individual sick fish. It would be to fix your fish tank, to get the bacteria out of it and whatever bad stuff is in there and make your fish tank healthy. Well, we invest far less than other wealthy countries do. We're flipped. We have a mirror image in the spending on social determinants of health and medical determinants of health. We have exactly the wrong order. And not only does that choke off social determinants of health, which are very important, but actually just the ratio. Even if you were spending, if we raise the social spending and raise our medical spending in proportion, it's the ratio of social spending to medical spending that's the problem. So, and why do we do that? Well, it's really obvious that the way to transfer money from working Americans to investors is through the biomedical model, not through the social health model. And that's the problem. And I'd like to discuss this because the market isn't going to get us to a reasonable allocation. All the other wealthy countries that are so much healthier than we are and spending so much less than we are, have some form of government intervention in the quality of the health data that's available, the budgeting of health and social factors. And we don't. We're kind of the Wild West. We let the market determine those allocations. And it's an awful failure. It's a horrendous failure.
So one argument against the government, or sorry, an alternative to the government intervention is the market can work better if the citizenry has better information. One argument is that, communicators like podcasts and so on, but other channels of communication will be the way to fight big pharma. So by providing information, the alternative to the government intervention on every aspect of this, including communication with the doctors, is to provide them other information and not allow the market to provide that information by basically making it exciting to buy books, to make better and better communicators on Twitter, books, op-eds, podcasts, so on. So basically, because there's a lot of incentive to communicate against the messages of big pharma. There's incentive because people want to understand what's good for their lives, and they're willing to listen to charismatic people. They're able to clearly explain what is good for them.
And they do. And more than 80% of people think that drugs cost too much and the drug industry is too interested in profits.
But they still get influence.
You can't get the vote through Congress. Democrats and Republicans alike are taking money from Congress, and somehow it just doesn't work out that these even small changes. I mean, the pared down part of Medicare, the plan for increasing Medicare negotiation drug costs and Build Back Better, it's literally going to reduce the number of new drugs that are beneficial, uniquely beneficial, by about one new drug, 2 new drugs over 30 years. It will have virtually an indecipherable impact. And yet pharma is talking about the impact on innovation. And if you vote for this, if you let your congressman vote for this, you're going to severely slow down drug innovation, and that's going to affect the quality of your life.
Let me ask you about over medication that we've been talking about from different angles. But one difficult question for me, a big one is a difficult topic, is depression. So depression is a serious, painful condition that leads to a lot of people suffering in the world. And yet, it is likely they were over-prescribing antidepressants. So as a doctor, as a patient, as a healthcare system, as a society, what do we do with that fact? That people suffer. There's a lot of people suffering from depression. And there's also people suffering from over-prescribing of antidepressants.
So a paper in the New York Journal by Eric Turner showed that the data, if you put all the data together from antidepressants, you find out that antidepressants are not effective for people who are depressed but don't have a major depression. Major depression is a serious problem. People can't function normally. They have a hard time getting out, performing their normal social roles. But what's happened is that the publicity, Prozac Nation is a good example of making the argument that why should people settle for normal happiness when they can have better than normal happiness? And if you're not having normal happiness, you should take a drug. Well, that concept that serotonin metabolism is the root cause of depression is really a destructive. We have drugs that change serotonin metabolism, but we don't know if that's why antidepressants work on major depression. They don't certainly don't work on everybody with major depression. I forget what the number needed to treat is. I think it's around 4. 1 out of 4 people have significant. But the people without major depression don't get better. And the vast majority of these drugs are used for people without major depression. So what's happened is that the feelings of life satisfaction, of happiness, not sadness, have been medicalized. The normal range of feelings have been medicalized. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be attended to, but the evidence shows that attending to them by giving somebody medicine doesn't help except that they feel like somebody cares about them and believes that they're suffering. But there are problems in living that give rise to much of this symptomatology of less than major depression. And let's call it what it is and figure out a way to help people in visual therapy, group therapy, maybe lifestyle modification will work. We can try that. But let's call it what it is instead of saying, oh, you're in this vast basket of people who are depressed, so we'll give you an antidepressant, even though the evidence shows that people who are suffering from your level of depression don't get better.
And that's the consequence of not focusing on preventative medicine, the lifestyle changes, all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes, but it's really a consequence of the drug companies creating the impression that if you're sad, take a pill.
If you're non-major depression, how do you overcome depression?
Well, you have to talk about what the problem is.
So talk therapy, lifestyle changes.
Well, no, I'm not jumping to that. I'm saying that you ought to, the way you feel must be respected.
Yeah, acknowledge that you're suffering.
Acknowledge that you're suffering and deal with healthcare providers who acknowledge that you're suffering. So we'll take that first step. And
Big first step. Also,
big first step, yeah. Family docs are pretty good at that. That's kind of the arena that caused me to go into family medicine, the subjective experience of the patient. Okay, so you're a person who is not getting the enjoyment out of their life that they feel they ought to be getting. Now let's figure out why, and whether that means some time with a social worker, some time with a psychiatrist, some time with a psychiatric nurse. I'm not sure how you best do that most effectively and efficiently, but that's what you need to do. And it may be that there's a marital problem and there's something going on, and one of the spouses can't find satisfaction in the life they have to live in the relationship. If there's a past history of trauma or abuse that somebody is projecting onto their current situation. Maybe there's socioeconomic circumstances where they can't find a job that gives them self-respect and enough money to live with. All, in an infinite range of things. But let's figure out, make a diagnosis. The diagnosis is that the person feels sadder than they want to feel. The diagnosis is why does the person feel sadder?
you mentioned this is what made you want to get into family medicine. As a doctor, what do you think about the saying, save one life, save the world? This was always moving to me about doctors, because you have like this human in front of you, and your time is worth money. What you prescribe, your efforts after the visit are worth money. And it seems like the task of the doctor is to not think about any of that. Or not the task, but it seems like a great doctor, despite all that, just forgets it all. It just cares about the one human. And somehow that feels like the love and effort you put to helping one person is the thing that will save the world. It's not like some economic argument or some political argument or financial argument. It's a very human drive that ultimately is behind all of this that will do good for the world.
I think that's true. And at the same time, I think it's equally true that all physicians need to have a sense of responsibility about how the common resources are allocated to serve the whole population's interest best. That's a tension that you have as a physician. Let's take the extreme example. Let's say you had a patient in front of you who, if you gave one $10 billion pill to, you would save their life. I would just be tortured by that as a physician. Because I know that $10 billion spent properly in an epidemiologically guided way is going to save a whole lot more lives than one life.
So it's also your responsibility as a physician to walk away from that patient.
I wouldn't say that. I think it's your responsibility
to
be tortured by it. That's exactly right.
The human condition. That's a tough job. But to maintain your humanity.
Yeah. But you've been asking at different points in this conversation, why are doctors so complacent about the tremendous amount of money we're spending? Why do they accept knowledge from different sources that may not pan out when they really know the truth? And the answer is that they're trying to do their best for their patients. And there's this, it's the same kind of torture to figure out what the hell is going on with the data. And that's a sort of future project. And maybe people will read my book and maybe they'll get a little more excited about it, become more legitimate in practice, and I would feel like my life is worthwhile. But at the same time, they've got to do something with the patient in front of them. They've got to make a decision. And there are not many weirdos like me who invest their life in figuring out what's behind the data. They're trying to get through the day and do the right thing for their patient. So, tortured by that decision too.
And so, if you're not careful, big pharma, you manipulate that drive to try to help the patient, that humanity of dealing with the uncertainty of it all. What is the best thing to do? Big pharma can step in and use money to manipulate that humanity.
I would say it quite differently. It's sort of an out rather than an opt in. Big pharma will do that, and you need to opt out of it.
What advice would you give to a young person today, high school or college, stepping into this complicated world full of advertisements, of big, powerful institutions, of big, rich companies, how to have a positive impact on the world, how to live a life they can be proud of?
I would say, should that person who has only good motives go into medicine? If they have an inclination to go into medicine, they ask me what I think about that, given what I know about the undermining of American healthcare at this point. And my answer is, if you got the calling, you should do it because nobody's going to do it better. And if you don't have the calling and you're in it for the money, you're not going to be proud of yourself.
How do you prevent yourself from letting the system change you over years and years, like letting the game of the pharmaceutical influence affect you?
It's a very hard question because the sociological norms are to be effective and to trust the sources of information that are largely controlled by the drug industry. And that's why I wrote it, is to try and help those people in the medical profession to understand what's going on right now looks normal, but it's not. The health of Americans is going downhill. Our society is getting ruined by the money that's getting pulled out of other socially beneficial uses to pay for health care that is not helping us.
So fundamentally, the thing that is normal, question the norm. Don't. If you conform hesitantly.
Well, you have to conform. You can't become a doctor without conforming. I, I just made it through. But there aren't many, and it's hard work. But you have to conform. And even with my colleagues in my own practice, I couldn't convince them that some of the beliefs they had about how best to practice weren't accurate. There's one scene, a younger physician had prescribed hormone replacement therapy, this is back in 2000, 2001, had prescribed hormone replacement therapy for one of my patients who happened to be a really good personal friend. And I saw that patient covering for my colleague at one point. I saw that her hormone replacement therapy had been renewed. And I said, "Do you have enough flashes?" And he thought, no. But Dr. So-and-so said it's better for my health. And I said, no, it's not. The research is showing that it's not. It's harmful for your health. You should stop. So my colleague approached me when she saw the chart and said, "Wait a minute, that's my patient. Maybe your friend, but it's my patient." And I went to a conference from my alma mater, medical school, and they said that healthy people should be given hormone replacement. And I said, "There's got to be drug companies involved." And she said, no, it was at my university. It was not a drug company thing. We didn't go to a Korean island. I said, "Do you have the syllabus?" She said, "Yeah." And she went and got the syllabus, and sure enough, it was sponsored by a drug company. They're everywhere. And it's back to Kuhn. Groups of experts share unspoken assumptions. And in order to be included in that group of experts, you have to share those unspoken assumptions. What I'm hoping with my book, Sickening, and being here, having this wonderful conversation with you, is to create an alternative to this normal that people can pursue and practice better medicine and also prevent burnout. About half the doctors complain that they're burned out and they're bad. And I think that this is a subject that I don't have the data on this, just my opinion. But I think that a lot of that burnout is so-called moral injury from practicing in a way that the docs know isn't working.
It's not actually providing an alternative to the normal. It's expanding the normal, it's shifting the normal, just like with Crohn. I mean, you're basically looking for to shift the way medicine is done due to the original, to the intent that it represents, the ideal medicine.
Yeah, in Kuhnian terms, to have a revolution. And that revolution would be to practice medicine in a way that will be epidemiologically most effective, not most profitable for the people who are providing you with what's called knowledge.
You helped a lot of people as a doctor, as an educator, live better lives, live longer. But you yourself are mortal being. Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of death?
I'm not. I've faced it close.
Yourself? Yeah. How do you think about it? What wisdom do you gain from having come close to death? Affected
It's liberating. It's very liberating. I mean, I'm serious. I was close. And there's a sense of, maybe the way it ends, and done my best. It's not been perfect. And it's here, and it's you. People around me trying to do their best. And in fact, I got pulled out of it. But it didn't look like I was going to be pulled out.
Are you ultimately grateful for the ride?
Well, it's What? I think so. If I know, you can't take the ride if you know it's going to end well. It's not the real ride, it's just a ride. But I haven't gone through the whole thing. I definitely freed me of a sense of anxiety about that. And it said to me, do your best every day, because it's going to end sometime.
I apologize for the big question, but what do you think is the meaning of life, of our human existence?
I think it's to care about something and do your best with it. Whether it's being a doctor and trying to make sure that the greatest number of people get the best health care, or it's a gardener who wants to have the most beautiful plants, or it's a grandparent who wants to have a good relationship with your grandchildren. But whatever it is that gives you a sense of meaning, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, to really commit yourself to that commitment, and being in that commitment for me is the thing.
Put your whole heart and soul into the thing. Was it the Bukowski poem, Go All the Way? John, you're an incredible human being, incredible educator, and I recommend people listen to your lectures. It's so refreshing to see that clarity of thought and brilliance. And obviously your criticism of Big Pharma or your illumination of the mechanisms of Big Pharma is really important at this time. So I really hope people read your book, Sickening, that's out today, or depending on when this comes out. Thank you so much for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. It was amazing.
Well, Lex, I want it back to you. Thanks for engaging in this conversation, for creating a space to have it, creating a listenership that is interested in understanding serious ideas. I really appreciate the conversation.
And I should mention that offline you told me you listened to the Gilbert Strang episode. So for anyone who don't know Gilbert Strang, another epic human being that you check out. If you don't know anything about mathematics or linear algebra, go look him up. He's one of the great mathematics educators of all time. So, of all the people you mentioned to me, I appreciate that you mentioned him, because he is a rock star of mathematics. John, thank you so much for talking to us. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Abrams. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Marcus Aurelius. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
They didn't just start shot. We got in 1947.
How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans?
What do we believe in? We believe in technology, so you show yourself support of technology. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something that's here in you. And there's something that's, as you said, wrong at you.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big, ridiculous philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell?
The micro machines and the nano machines that proteins make and that to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing. And if you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside like this up.
The DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? The big, continuing on the philosophical question, but it's both scientific and philosophical. How did life originate on Earth? How did this, at every level, from the very first step and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and then maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind?
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the universe, right? All of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of appears, to me at least, to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms of the protein, et cetera, sit in a computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways. If you want to believe in God, I don't know that I do, but if you want to believe in something, the universe was created, or at least enabled, to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, then you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene hypothesis. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask a question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, although it's only 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in the body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you will become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just the linear version, but it is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. So this, you're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for this particular environment. So if you reverse engineer that computer, well, what do you mean by considering all the possible things?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain. That's 3 doesn't explain it, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
Interesting. So, like, some of the information, is that accurate to say it's stored outside the body?
Exactly. Yeah. The information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, to link on this point, if we were to run Earth over again 1 million times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's no such thing as fate, right, and there's not a pre-program, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation of the significance, you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into the, into the substrate of the universe. It wouldn't always be left-handed proteins, right?
But I wonder, with flap of a butterfly wing, but the effects it has, because it's possible that the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, and maybe the efficient answer is there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the answer of the multiverse expectations, right? That, there's probably a zillion other kinds of universes out there if you believe in multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where the rules are such that life like ours exists.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets, or maybe planets. How many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving? Maybe how many do you think are long gone?
I think, well, innumerable. I think in terms of the rate of zero, much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised what a waste, right, of that space just for us, if we're never going to get there. That would be my first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, I was well, if any of your listeners could find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about, I think, 7 to 10 years old. And it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was about probably 1968, 1969. And I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that we'll never know about? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about something so grand? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas of what people come up with. And I especially like science fiction writers that base it in good science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which you grew up. So, for instance, Larry Niven is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens if intelligence evolved from herd animal, right? Would you lead from behind, right? Would you be, in his case, one of them were the so-called puppeteers. And to them, the moral imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward, right? So he writes entire books around that premise. There's another guy, David Grimm is his name. He writes the so-called Uplift Universe books. And in those, he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background. And then he posits a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of how long can a civilization last before it runs out of steam. And you, for instance, does it just get bored, or does it transcend to something else, or does it say, I've seen enough and I'm done?
What is running out of steam look like? The story itself would get bored.
So we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't know.
Is that Elon Musk worried that we stop reproducing, or we slow down the reproduction rate to where the population can go to zero?
Can go to zero, and we can't, and we collapse. And so the only way to get around that is perhaps create enough machines with AI to take care of us.
What could possibly go wrong? Just talk to people that told stories of UFO encounters. What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard that people have told you?
The similarity of them.
the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is the beginning of hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of the anecdotes do I necessarily believe are they true. But I still find them fascinating to listen to because at some level they're still not in. And you have to listen. And once you start to hear the same story again and again, then you have to say, well, there might be something to it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in the human mind and human consciousness that creates these stories again and again. It's coming out of the DNA. It's coming out of that pre-programmed something. And Jung could talk quite a bit about this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of people. This came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current day memes around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, the one that I find the most fascinating, is a story out of Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was a well-educated group of black children who had lunchtime in the playground, soccer, and they saw little men. And they all ran into the teachers and they told the same story and they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, you are not taking care of your planet. And there's actually a movie coming out on this episode. And 30 years later now, the people who were there, the children who had grown up, it happened to us. Now, did it happen? Was it some sort of hallucination? Or was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10-year-olds can't lie with that. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating data. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals with the same story that is worthy of further inquiries.
Yeah, so here we are, human, limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow, in complex ways, is interacting with the environment, and then we get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and they make us wonder about what it all means. And so how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other lifelike organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints on this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is the DNA? What is this environment? I have to get it somehow.
Right.
To interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human-like ants, get excited and figure and see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer them. First of all, for investigative purposes, understand oftentimes to understand a system, you have to perturb it. Exactly. So do they get excited or not? And then the other ways you want to, if you worry about them, you can steer in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world, that's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful because that means that greater intelligence, which is what I would hope, want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas in the national parks in Africa.
Yeah, but we don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. You have to hope that
right now we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
Do you think these folks are telling the truth? Do you think they saw what they said they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of, okay, how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 1947. Right? There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, you don't believe in God anymore necessarily. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as the form of technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone, and there's something else here with you, and there's something that's, as you said, watching you, and at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn, and learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You've looked at the brains of, or information coming from the brain of some of the people that have had the UFO encounters. What's common about the brain?
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we can tell, Havana syndrome. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem now. That's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI dense neurons that we thought was damage. But then it was showing up in everybody, and then we looked and we said, no, it's actually not. The other readings on these MRIs showed that actually that's living tissue. That's actually the head of the caudate material. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? He said, oh, the basal ganglia is just about movement and nerve and motor control. I said, well, that's odd, because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence. It is actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning. And if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control, which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the table. Or if you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires and memory, knowledge of where and what you want, desire to walk near or by. Like I used the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something, all without thinking. So that actually, all that planning is done in the basal ganglia. And it's actually now called the brain within the brain. It's a goal processing system, subservient to its executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. I mean, I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning processes. So what we then looked at, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals and families of those, let's say the index case, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we've probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that have been downloaded off of databases online. We don't see this higher activity. You only find it in what Kit Green would have called, or has called, higher functioning individuals, people who are, and he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't done the testing, but it turns out my family has it, right? We found it in me, my brother, my sister, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals, we found 2 husband-wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, we think, 1 in 200 other individuals. The fact that 2 individuals came together, 2 sets of individuals came together, both of them had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss. Well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something and I recognize it for not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally found.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that. I see the magic in a lot of moments. I have a deep, it's obviously not obvious, but it seems to be chemical in nature that I just am excited about life. I love life. I love life. It feels like I'm high a lot. I'm like mushrooms or something like that. Where you really appreciate that. So I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive for a lot of stupid reasons, and that's in there somewhere. It's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way we're brought up, but also the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see the magic, the possibility in the novel, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, of the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably become scientists too. Like, like there's this pattern happening over and over and over, and then something weird just happened. And then you get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is at the core of that weirdness. And perhaps is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information?
Well, let's first try to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it is in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much CPU cycles do we spend on things that are not those core desires?
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful UFO encounter report you ever heard? Just on a personal level, something that's really powerful.
Well, I mentioned the Zimbabwe one. that's particularly interesting, and one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass top of the car, and the little girl will see a craft right over the car. This is in the middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. Nobody can, they look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star shaped. It's not a craft, but it's something else. There's obviously there was something there. And so what were they seeing? Were they seeing a projection? Were they seeing? And why were only they seeing?
As a photograph was capturing something very different than what we're seeing, but there's still an object. What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Okay, they had a camera. I mean, they had a cell phone camera.
And it's like a report provided. By the way, where's the central place to provide reports?
Oh, there's a roof on it, but this isn't public. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you directly interact with?
Yeah. I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate your science.
It's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But it also, in another way, it's kind of a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about traffic accidents. Different people would see the color of the car differently, or the chain of events differently, and just tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind, rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Well, you don't have to actually wear something on your face, yes, to experience a virtual reality. What if you could just project it?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does this perception system operate? And not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate, so that we can stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, that's a really important question. Humans think that the only way to communicate is in 3D or 4D space-time, there's physical objects, or maybe you write things in some kind of language. But there could be just so much more richness in how you can communicate. So from an alien perspective, when somebody has much greater technological capabilities, you have to figure out, how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the limited humans.
Right. Well, I mean, let's take the ants example again as an example. Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. DARPA and other people have been trying to use insects for, and to turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to talk to them, to make them do it. I'm not saying talk to them as if they're intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them in ways that respond. Or if you were advanced enough, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactoring way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You would interact with them, and this is a technology which you could imagine possible. You could telefactor information into the sensory system, right? But then each human is a little bit different, so either you know enough about them to tailor it to that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information would come through that portal.
I think the aliens need to figure out that humans value physical consistency. So we discovered physics. So we want our perception to make sense. Maybe they don't, that's not an obvious fact of perception, but you have to figure out what kind of things are humans used to observing in this particular environment, and how do we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous, or not too, doesn't cross that threshold of just like, well, that's way too weird.
Right.
So they have to, that's not obvious that should be important. Maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lean into the weirdness. Communication is complicated.
Yeah, well, that's why I always find this issue of people talking about the so-called grays as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom dripping fangs, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some distant future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the grays, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, we're like you, but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Fair's sighting of the Tic Tac UFO and other pilots who have seen these objects physically defy the laws of physics?
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
Are they fascinating to you?
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of these people, right? So I know Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about 3 weeks or so before they went public. I was at a bar overlooking the Pentagon in Crystal City, and they showed my hairstyle on it. He said this is coming out soon, and I know one of the guys on the inside who was the missile intelligence who had interviewed all of these pilots again before this came out, and it was hair raising to hear this, but also exciting that here's not just people's testimony; these are credible individuals. If you've seen the 60-minute episode with some of the pilots, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative gain from coming out. But then you also have all of the simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton and the radar analysis, etc. So, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all a hoax. I go back to my day job. Right?
That could be a hoax, but other things might not be.
Right.
This is the point. This is why it's nice to remove some of the stigma about this topic, because it's all just data. And anomalous events are such that they're going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. We'll have to consider the full range of data to discover them that actually represent something that's, if we pull at it, we discover something that's extraterrestrial, or something deep about the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand.
Well, if it only stimulates people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could move like that with momentumless movement? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the sciences, to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this in the last year, especially, I've had a number of students from top schools who aren't my students come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before, but you and others, not just you, and others have opened my mind to thinking about this matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about this. These kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think what is possible. It's inspiring, even if something actually doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe the technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own lab, we always look for, as I've said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need. But if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine the perfect instrument, I can't make it. And you back into something which is practical. And then, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And I've started and sold like at least half a dozen remote companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him. And one of the postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to. And I realized I had a cell line that would allow us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that system. And now all gene therapy with retroviruses is done this basic approach around the whole world. Because something couldn't be done, and we wanted to do it better, and we imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. It's like, well, let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are. But also, let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the inflection point.
So if some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps it's to study and understand their own past. What are some of the motivations, do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivations do we have when we approach others?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, at least we're not a bunch of psychopaths, running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that your neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, unruly. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have with, creating national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be. The problem is we're imagining from a anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. I mean, as I said before, alien means an alien, right? I mean, not Hollywood aliens, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of experience and, let's say, wisdom, hopefully, that we could only hope to understand. But if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problems, And even if we don't have faster than light travel, and even if we're only using lamb scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, it takes us 10,000 years to get somewhere or to spread out. We might encounter such things, and we just got to stop all over it, like we did in colonial South America or Africa or all the rest. On our current path, likely, and so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life. And I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it when we see it. And this is one of the nice things about talking about UFOs. It expands the over to the window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be life. It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, when we go to these different moons that could possibly have life, we're not looking at legged organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises in resistance to the natural world. And there's a lot of interesting resistance to the natural world. Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex system going on here. And I don't know the many ways it can take form. There's a sense, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of ideas, of processing of data itself. I just, this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire, physically visible, perceivable embodiment, may be a very inefficient thing. Right?
If you think just about, your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates, right down at the level of quantum computers, and basically right down about quantum information and storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require a physical manifestation. It just sits in space-time. It's just a locally ordered space-time. We're just locally ordered space-time, right? Maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at not, trampling on the ants. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, oops, right? Just destroy these simpleton biological systems.
We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stopping all over the ants is each other. Right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always going to be this hierarchy. This hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligences. Right? And they're all probably also wondering, what's bigger than me?
Exactly. That's what I always wonder, is that maybe that what keeps them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like what created the universe? That's probably a question that bothers them too. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans? Is that something you think about this barrier of communication between biological systems and something else? How difficult is it to find a common language?
Well, I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concepts can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
again, talking to the ants.
nuts. I mean, they don't. So
You want to look good in this picture? Let me explain.
let me explain to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem of, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to, and they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give this level of information, right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation, but then they would make assumptions. Humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true because we're not humans, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's the limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything they'll get it, and if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to also understand the amount of wisdom they carry.
And so it's very easy as well for religions to. I don't want to get into a whole religious conversation. It's very easy for religions to see how religions could call them angels or devils or what have you, because again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. And so when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give little, the Oracle of Delphi, they kind of give these Delphic pronouncements, and then it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in the Atacama region of Chile might be an alien. He reached out to him and took on the task of proving or disproving that the figure of science. The result is a paper titled Whole Genome Sequencing of Atacama Skeleton Shows Novel Mutations Linked with this. Can you tell us the story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually do the work. The students do the work and figured out the answer. And then we helped them put together the story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was originally of some sort. I got kind of excited a few months into the process and we go, what is it? It is an alien. Right.
You describe some of the characteristics of the skeleton that make it unique and interesting.
Primarily, it had dysmorphias of the brain. And so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper. And he was the world expert in pediatric bone dysmorphias. He literally wrote a book and on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field of interest. And he said, well, I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things might look the way they did. And if if you again read the paper, it's very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result in this. But what we did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just a bad roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to lie. I mean, come on. You know, I would lose my job first of all, and they would all be, in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting malevolence onto people that I don't think exists in normal populace, and especially doesn't exist in the scientific community. The kind of people that go into science, I mean, this is what bothers me with distrust in science, is they might be naive. They might not, especially in modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, they're people with integrity and just a deep curiosity for the discovery of things. And there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. So, I mean, there's a bigger story here, which is, there's a hunger and a progress to discover something about us, something new. And, science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also to reject the anomalous when the data doesn't support it. What do you make of that, walking that line for you? Because you're dealing with UFO encounters, you're dealing with the anomalous.
Well, people have said that, let's go back to the Atacama case that I was debunking it. Well, debunking is a loaded term. It sort of assumes that you were going in purposefully to prove something is wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that this one was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It was called the Star Child. They called it the Star Child skull. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is human. And end of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was hyping it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And just get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth a real inquiry.
And that's, if you inquire deeply enough, will be true.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what actually excites scientists to do. I mean, you want the rigor of science actually reveal the extravagance.
And so look at CRISPR. That's probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes, all arrayed one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you looked at the sequences, they looked like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work, prizes went out the door. But these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant possibilities.
You've also looked at UFO materials. You are in possession of UFO materials yourself.
Claimed UFO materials.
Alleged UFO materials. That's right. So, what's another term? Weird materials that don't seem to
they have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origins, but it's not. There's a process to proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries, to keep up with this, trying to get this to where they can possibly come from. But anyway, you're in possession of some materials at this time. Can you describe some of them? Maybe also talk to the process of how you investigate them, how you analyze them.
Right. So I'd say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people, and they're not given by like the government or anything, just given people who've collected them, and there's a reasonable chain of evidence associated with them. That it's not just pellets and they picked up off a room. They're almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off as like some sort of a leftover material, often metals, or they are from an object that was released from this that kind of exploded. They're almost always metals. I have some couple of things that might be biological that are interesting, but I haven't really spent a lot of time on that. When you look at a metal, you basically will look at what are the elements in it and what's it made of. And so there's pretty standard approaches to doing that. Most of them involve a technology called mass spectrometry. And there's probably 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could bring to bear on answering it. And they either tell you, depending upon the limit of the resolution of the instrument, they either tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotopes that are there. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you're interested in knowing whether they're, the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, how many different isotopes are there. And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it gets interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratio, so in this case it was magnesium, way off normal. And I just don't know why. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process. Whether it's the result of a process or whether, and this is sort of a leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. That's it, right? But then the question is sort of, you go one step deeper. Why would you engineer?
Right. Why? What is engineered means? There's all kinds of. It could be a byproduct. It could be the main result of an engineering process. It will be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar processes. A supernova blew up sometime several billion years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesced gravitationally to form another sun and a ring that became a rocky planet. And the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less of that ratio, depending upon sort of gravitational difference. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do humans use isotopes for? Mostly the growth of them. I mean, the vast majority of the isotopes that have been made in the per pound or ton are things like certain ratios of plutonium and uranium, to blow stuff up. We don't make or engineer isotopes. Today it's relatively easy to do, but it's so expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, as anti-cancer, we use stable isotopes in money these days as a counterfeiting tool. You basically embed certain ratios of isotopes into different other counterfeiters to accomplish. And so, but other than that, we don't do anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material, in this one case, and drop it around on a beach in Brazil?
which case we're talking about?
This is
Describe that
this is
position.
the Ubatuba.
Can you describe this case a little bit further? Like what material we're talking about, just the full story of the case.
So
It's an interesting one.
it's an interesting one. So a fisherman saw an object that released something, or it exploded, and it was this relative, some big chunks of it, relatively pure magnesium, with obviously something else in it because magnesium burns. So it had something in it that would, other metals, simple alloy, that would prevent it from basically burning up. And so the question is, so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same object. At least physically, when you look at the two things, they look the same. Right? So we took small fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called a secondary ion mass spec, which is an extremely sensitive instrument, and it can see down to 0.0001 mass units, which is important for, let's say, more arcane reasons, but it's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody was two pieces from the same chain of custody, and then two pieces from another chain of custody. One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, 92, 24, 25, 26, and the other was off. Well, not just like slightly off, way off, and they were both off to the same extent. So, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, and then you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with that's kind of a question. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody one of them a hoax? That somebody purposefully introduced those things? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. I mean, at the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars to make. And again, it's not something you just throw around. And why would you do it in the hope that some guy 30 years from then would pick it up and study it?
Very subtle.
It's a long term. So I just don't know. What to make of it, except it's interesting. So a different kind of question that you're asking is, what constitutes evidence? Right. So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it. And my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable analysis and put it out there. And maybe somebody else will come up with an idea as to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of true technology, right? Something that is obviously, we don't have it, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shasta have come out rightfully and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technology that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention, right? Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but and several of the things that I've looked at and other things that people have come to me with, we found to be completely banal, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back in the 1940s. And so, take them off the table.
I think, again, showing up with technology that we human find completely novel is actually a really difficult task for aliens, because it obviously can be so novel that we don't recognize it for what it is. And I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants. Like, you first have to understand what ants are tweeting about, like what they care about, in order to like inject into their culture, because that's why I think it would be the technology that presents us in the space of ideas is try to influence individual humans with the encounters and try to with this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. For them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets that impress us. I mean, maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself. That they're communicating. I mean, this is kind of what Jacques Vallée thinks about. Is the role of the control system. Control system. Well, let me ask about Jacques. Who is he? You know him. Who is Jacques Vallée? What did you learn about life, about about UFOs, about technology, about our role in the universe?
Well, I met Jacques actually soon after the whole Atacama thing happened. I was visited by those people associated with the government and whatever around the Havanas, what ended up mostly being Havanas and patients, but also Jacques at the same time. They were actually working behind the scenes with each other. Like, oh, here's this Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and I had lunch actually at the Rosewood Inn up on near Santa. So Jacques is one of the first openly active scientists. He's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. He's put forward a number of ideas and speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of what he called kabuki theater. That many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses his words. The things that people claim they see are absurd, right? A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field, and I come up and knock on the door and say, can I have a glass of water? These are stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. And the other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, you don't crash. It's absurd that they crash. So, he said, this is put on as a show. It's an influence. Right? It's not meant to influence individuals, it's meant to influence a culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals, maybe they look at us as an organism that lives on a planet, right? And perhaps rightly so. And so that's how you interact with them, that's how you influence them. So that was one of the first things that kind of took me back and realized, wow, there's actually maybe there's a puppet master behind the scenes that's doing this influencing, that all this stuff about aliens is not true per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. So that was probably the most interesting. I mean, the man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, Jacques, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because he will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he used the example that, for me, that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion, and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him. Don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because data's not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data's not wrong, but not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions, because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we imagine.
Wow, that's powerful. Being able to always step back. We always get excited.
Yeah.
We start to jump to conclusions. Then we always step back.
Well,
powerful being able to always step back. Because we always get excited. start to jump to conclusions with data, but always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? You know, science is not immediate. You've got to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues have said, well, where's the data? My answer to that has been, where's been your work to try to produce it? You know, I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked offline how much I love data and machine learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the US government not invest as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment on Identified Aerial Phenomena that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021. So this is just like, okay, we're going to step back and we're going to where do we stand and where do we hope the future is? What do you make of that report? Is it hopeful? Is it?
Honestly, it's very helpful. Very helpful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge. Right? I mean,
good sense of adult.
What's that?
In the good sense.
In the good sense of adult.
You know, childlike curiosity is a pretty powerful thing.
That's true. Yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace might run screaming into the streets and riot. They basically, the empiric evidence is that we're wrong. You know, these videos and all these things have been out for now, 5 years? Most people don't even know about them. Right? So as hyped as it's been and all of the newspapers that it's been and et cetera, even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on in the government because, and the reason being, that I think this is actually partly true of the maturation of human social technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Elizondo and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. So, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this because we damn sure know it's not us. So that, to me, is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Right? Don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection. Yes, you yourself can't do a large enough data collection that would, if you're talking about anomalous events, right, you should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening on Earth in terms of in terms of the kind of things that indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happened here. And this is why, governments can be good at funding large scale efforts. Yes. NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, fund capitalistic or fund companies, fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects. And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in terms of UFOs. It needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more funding to do these kind of things. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, make it a question of geopolitics, it gets touchy because now you're kind of taken away from the realm of science
Speaking of military,
making it military. Some of the greatest, this is what makes me as an engineer, makes me truly sad that some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by Lockheed Martin, and we'll never know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that European task force announcement that the bill was passed in the Department of Defense and now it formally establishes an office to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside.
What do you think was just making people know DOD established a new department to study UFOs called Airborne Thinking Department? But yes, Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I do not. No,
AOI.
It's stupid and needs to be renamed, but
AOI MSG. AO. All right, it's directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. I'm involved in an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think that might be some of that money could be directed towards funding maybe like groups like yours to do some research, right? So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know. Right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem opening up in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So before it would be you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists and go where the money is. The work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. And probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. And the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with is probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit on something you probably would agree when you said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes when we're talking about basic research or basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing research in. And the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, yeah, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate, like, if you're getting funded to study penguins in Antarctica, you can't start with rockets, but probably you can because you will convince some kind of concoct a narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins in Antarctica. I think that's actually, this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind, is I don't know how capitalism is, because if it was, they would start a company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research where there's money. And so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist. So, but we will only do the research where there's money. I mean, why do most people work? Many biologists work in cancer research. because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem, but I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. What I wanted to do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the way public about science, is that people think that we're paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. You follow the data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do. What the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything will really get discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing on it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
Let's again put our sort of philosophical hats on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public?
I've not seen anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
How does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works, that there might be things like that, and they're not public? Is there a hopeful message for transparency that's possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president, because maybe the president is not the source of power here, would you release this information in some way or form?
Yes. If I were, I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is a positive thing for us. And to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time, and you had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself to your benefit, but against that of others, then I think maybe there's something else that can be said. But an opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says, "Oh, there's a reason why you don't want everybody to know this." Maybe you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, because maybe you might turn it into a bomb,
or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right.
Yeah,
it's kind of an arms race stuff.
Okay, to all forms. It makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government. And every government thinks like this, like every actually disappointment to me, talking to PR folks at companies, like they're always nervous. They're always like concerned, right? So it's like, well, if we release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then the Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous powerless beings and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. And of course, government, national security is really like another level. It's human lives at stake. But let's start at the lighter case of just releasing some of the awesome insights because of how the sausage is made, the technology, being transparent about it because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the brand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal information and we use it against you is an idea that's not true in this idea of the 20th century. Like you said, some of the benefits of the social media, our social world is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope governments will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn such lessons. What do you make of Bob Lazar's story in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe him?
I don't believe in the Bob Lazar story, to be quite honest. I mean, Jeremy Cordell has done a great job interviewing him and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it, and again, just some of the people who fraternize with think it's all rubbish. But maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole area than a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories of who said what, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect an MRI again, and we do it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else. They can analyze it. I can get materials. I can analyze them. I can get some of these skeletons. I won't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it and somebody else can use the data. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into it. I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a human side to it. I want. And sometimes I think with these, because again, the anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans. The observations, right? I mean, I hope in the future, that sensory data not polluted by human subjectivity, but that's still powerful data, even direct observations, like you talked about pilots. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Bob Lazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact this story or stories like this have on the willingness of governments to be transparent, and so on. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and then getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm aware of. So, but there's so many other people who are, say, experts in that story.
They're guys who accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where you've got to say that somebody's not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask about him a little more. Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth. What do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, and look at objects flying around in our solar system? Is that a valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the stories most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on other nearby planets?
Just going to Oumuamua, I think Avi's insight is an interesting speculation, right? Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. Many would just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation. It doesn't fit to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great. You know,
Yeah, what does this make for proof? Does he say it could be of alien extraterrestrial origin?
That's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail. And a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner, he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. But sadly, the thing is, now really out of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, to me, that's inspiring to greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also here on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data because the tools of software that we're developing is better and better at dealing with the data. It's changing the nature of science. Collect all of the data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, Galileo Project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing. But, looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists on there. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal and the vision of the Galileo Project?
Better talk to Avi, but my understanding, and just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, we just got them, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
This is fascinating. And the Avi is having the Galileo Project.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him?
On this podcast, yes. Oh, that was, I believe it was before he was met. That was a new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo Project was, I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now.
Amazing. And he's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh, yeah, it's about 100. Oh, actually, I was looking at some of their stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked to know that the organization that they've already got put together. It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of the projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist. But yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having impact in science or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside of conventional, does something new?
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something unethical or wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who've told me, you shouldn't do that line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once told me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say, this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just that's a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking their advice.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, and it's been that big since 1992. People come and go. Is it's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually where discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I can count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure you explore some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, that push you away from these topics? What would you say shame?
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time ago. And now you're the one coming to me for advice for how to start companies. Right? But from the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method? I reverse it.
So purely with reason for the conversation here.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel, because to me it would just feel both. There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community of science. And, when you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, you can be lonely. I mean, there's in the AI field, if you were working on neural networks in the 90s, you'd be lonely.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that had I stayed the conventional track, I would never have met. I mean, truly. Brilliant people because of this. So, it is, for those worried about, well, should I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some really interesting people. And, because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, or MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, the subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit that they're interested, whether they've seen something. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like there's safety in numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards, after dinner, and say, hey, I don't talk about this more. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's really powerful. Because I don't talk about this, openly. But here's what I believe, and you'd be surprised how many people speak like this in both those beliefs. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world that will reveal more and more, like us not to have these two personalities, where it's public and private. You've mentioned the big questions of the origins of the universe. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing for us humans? our human existence here on Earth, or just at the individual level of life? What Gary is to be life?
I think that what we're going through today with this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life, and you've looked across the ocean and you've never imagined there was another island with anybody else on it. And then suddenly a ship with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of the moments right now that our world view, our galactic view, is open, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just that there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting. Because I can feel it with my dreams.
And this discovery, our world might is about to get a lot more humbling and a lot more fascinating. Look out and realize we weren't on an island all along.
It makes us both smaller but larger at the same time, to me. You know, I can look outside at the stars and think and imagine what else might be out there. And although I know that I will never see it all, it excites me to know that it's there.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess, let me just say thank you for doing everything you're doing as a great scientist, as a person willing to reject the conventional. And thank you for spending extremely valuable time today. Thanks for talking.
Thanks so much. It was great talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gary Nolan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stanislav Lem in Solaris. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand one another? Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
It could be in the Matrix, this could be a very vivid dream.
There's going to be a few people that are now visualizing a pink elephant.
A hamster has consciousness,
Except for cats or evil automatons that are void of consciousness.
consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern.
Do you think there'll be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot? The following is a conversation with Philip Goff, a philosopher specializing in the philosophy of mind and consciousness. He is a panpsychist, which means he believes that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of physical reality, of all matter in the universe. He is the author of Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness, and is the host of an excellent podcast called Mind Chat. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Philip Goff. I opened my second podcast conversation with Elon Musk with a question about consciousness and panpsychism. The question was, quote, does consciousness permeate all matter? I don't know why I opened the conversation this way. He looked, what the hell is this guy talking about? So he said no, because we wouldn't be able to tell if it did or not. So it's outside the realm of the scientific method. Do you agree or disagree with Elon Musk's answer?
I disagree. I guess I do think consciousness pervades matter. In fact, I think consciousness is the ultimate nature of matter. So, as for whether it's outside of the scientific method, I think there's a fundamental challenge at the heart of the science of consciousness that we need to face up to, which is that consciousness is not publicly observable. Right? I can't look inside your head and see your feelings and experiences. We know about consciousness not from doing experiments or public observation. We just know about it from our immediate awareness of our feelings and experiences. So, yeah, that's another aspect of it. So there are a couple of reasons consciousness, I think, is not susceptible to the standard, or not fully susceptible to the standard scientific approach. One reason you just raised is that it's qualitative rather than quantitative. Another reason is it's not publicly observable. So I mean, science is used to dealing with unobservables, right? You know, fundamental particles, quantum wave functions, other universes. None of these things are observable. But there's an important difference. With all these things, we postulate unobservables in order to explain what we can observe, right? In the whole of science, that's how it works. In the case of consciousness, in the unique case of consciousness, the thing we are trying to explain is not publicly observable, and that is utterly unique. If we want to fully bring science into consciousness, we need a more expansive conception of the scientific method. So it doesn't mean we can't explain consciousness scientifically, but we need to rethink what science is.
What do you mean publicly or publicly observable? Is there something interesting you say about the word publicly? They said those versus privately.
Yeah, it's tricky to define, but I suppose the data of physics are available to anybody. If there were aliens who visited us from another planet, maybe they'd have very different sense organs. Maybe they'd struggle to understand our art or our music. But if they were intelligent enough to do mathematics, they could understand our physics. They could look at the data of our experiments. They could run the experiments themselves. Whereas consciousness, is it observable? Is it not observable? In a sense, it's observable. As you say, we could say it's privately observable. I am directly aware of my own feelings and experiences. If I'm in pain, it's just right there for me. My pain is just totally directly evident to me. But you, from the outside, cannot directly access my pain. You can access my pain behavior, or you can ask me, but you can't access my pain in the way that I can access my pain. So I think that's a distinction. It might be difficult to totally pin it down how we define those things, but I think there's a fairly clear and very important difference there.
So you think there's a kind of direct observation that you're in particular of your pain, that I'm not. So my observation, all the ways in which I can sneak up to observing your pain is indirect versus yours is direct. Can you play devil's advocate? Is it possible for me to get closer and closer and closer to being able to observe your pain, like all the subjective experiences, yours, in the way that you do it?
Yeah, I mean, so it's, of course, it's not that we observe behavior and then we make an inference. We are hardwired to instinctively interpret smiles as happiness, crying as sadness. And as we get to know someone, we find it very easy to adopt their perspective, get into their shoes. But strictly speaking, all we have perceptual access to is someone's behavior. And if you were just, strictly speaking, if you were trying to explain someone's behavior, those aspects that are perfectly observable, I don't think you'd ever have recourse to attribute consciousness. You could just postulate some kind of mechanism if you were just trying to explain the behavior. So someone like Daniel Dennett is very consistent on this. And so I think for most people, what science is in the business of is explaining the data of public observation experiments. If you religiously followed that, you would not postulate consciousness because it's not a datum that's known about in that way. And Daniel Dennett is really consistent on this. He thinks my consciousness cannot be empirically verified and therefore it doesn't exist. Dennett is consistent on this. I think I'm consistent on this, but I think a lot of people have a slightly confused middle-way position on this. On the one hand, they think the business of science is just to account for public observation experiments, but on the other hand, they also believe in consciousness without appreciating, I think, that implies that there is another data over and above the data of public observation experiments, namely just the reality of feelings and experiences.
As we walk along this conversation, keep opening doors that I want to walk into. I will, but I want to try to stay kind of focused. You mentioned Daniel Dennett was laid out, since he sticks to his story, pun intended, and then you stick to yours. What is your story? What is your theory of consciousness versus his? Can you clarify his position?
So, my view, I defend the view known as panpsychism, which is the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world. So it doesn't literally mean that everything is conscious, despite the meaning of the word pan, everything, psyche, mind. So literally, that means everything has mind. But the typical commitment of the panpsychist is that the fundamental building blocks of reality, maybe fundamental particles like electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and that the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from this much more simple consciousness at the level of fundamental physics. So, I mean, that's a theory that I would justify on the grounds that it can account for this datum of consciousness that we are immediately aware of in our experience in a way that I don't think other theories can. If you ask me to contrast that to Daniel Dennett, I think you would just say there is no such datum. Dennett says the data for science of consciousness is what he calls entrophenomenology, which is specifically defined as what we can access from the third person perspective, including what people say, but crucially, we're not treating what they say, we're not relying on their testimony as evidence for some unobservable realm of feelings and experiences. We're just treating what they say as a datum of public observation experiments that we can account for in terms of underlying mechanisms.
I feel like there's a deeper view of what consciousness is. So you have a very clear one about quite a bit about panpsychism. I have a clear view of what, almost like a physics view of consciousness. He, I think, has a kind of view that consciousness is almost a side effect of this massively parallel computation system going on in our brain. The brain has a model of the world, and it's taking in perceptions, and it's constantly leaving multiple stories about that world that's integrating the perceptions, and the multiple stories are somehow, it's like a Google Doc collaborative editing, and that collaborative editing is the actual experience of what we think is consciousness. Somehow, the editing is consciousness of this story. I mean, that's a theory of consciousness. It's the narrative theory of consciousness, or the multiple versions editing, collaborative editing of a narrative theory of consciousness.
Yeah, he calls it the multiple drafts model. Incidentally, there's a very interesting paper just come out by very good philosopher Luke Rothschild defending a panpsychist version of Dennett's multiple drafts model.
Like a deep return that was
just the difference being that this is Luke Rothschild's view, all of the drafts are conscious. So I guess for Dennett, there's sort of no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is the correct one. on Roloff's view, maybe there's no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is my consciousness, but nonetheless, all the drafts correspond to some consciousness. And I mean, it's just not going to put it. I guess he calls it Denetian panpsychism, but this Luke is one of the most rigorous, serious philosophers alive at the moment, I think. And I hate having Luke Roloff in an audience and give me talk because he always cuts straight to the weakness in your position that you haven't thought of. But, so it's nice, panpsychism is sometimes associated with fluffy thinking, but contemporary panpsychists have come out of this tradition we call analytic philosophy, which is rooted in, detailed, rigorous argumentation, and it is defended in that manner.
Yeah, those analytic philosophers who sticklers for terminology is very fun group. Been talking about those.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets boring if you just start and end defining words, right?
Yeah.
I think starting with defining words. Actually, the philosopher Derek Parfit said when he first was thinking about philosophy, he went to a talk in analytic philosophy, and he went to a talk in continental philosophy, and he decided that the problem with the continental philosophy, if it's really unrigorous, really imprecise, the problem with the analytic philosophy is it was just not about anything important. And he thought there was more chance of working within analytic philosophy and asking some more meaningful, some more profound questions than there was in working in continental philosophy and making it more rigorous. Now, they're both horrific stereotypes, and I don't want to get nasty emails from either of these groups, but there's something to what you say.
I think just a tiny tangent on terminology. I do think that there's a lot of deep insight to be discovered by just asking questions. What do we mean by this word? I remember I was taking a course on algorithms and data structures in computer science, and the instructor, shout out to him, Ali Shekafande, amazing professor. I remember he asked some basic questions like, what is an algorithm? The pressure of wishing students to answer, to think deeply. You just woke up, hungover in college or whatever, and you're tasked with answering some deep philosophical question about what is an algorithm. These basic questions, and they sound very simple, but they're actually very difficult. One of the things I really value in conversation is asking these dumb, simple questions of what is intelligence? And just continually asking that question over and over of some of the sort of biggest researchers into artificial intelligence and computer science space. It's actually very useful. At the same time, it should start in terminology and then progress when you kind of say, fuck it, we'll just assume we know what we mean by that. Otherwise, you get the Bill Clinton situation where it's like, what is the meaning of it? Is whatever he said. It's like, hey man, did you do the sex stuff or not? Yeah. So you have to both be able to talk about the sex stuff and the meaning of the word is. With consciousness, because we don't currently understand, very much, terminology discussions are very important. It's like you're almost trying to sneak up to some deep insight by just discussing some basic terminology. Like what is consciousness, or even defining the different aspects of panpsychism is fascinating. But just to linger on the Daniel Dennett thing, what do you think about narrative? So the mind constructing narratives for ourselves. So there's nothing special about consciousness deeply. It is some property of the human mind that's just is able to tell these pretty stories that we experience as consciousness, and it's unique perhaps to the human mind, which is, I suppose, what Daniel Dennett would argue is either deeply unique or mostly unique to the human mind.
It's just on the question of terminology before I think it used to be the fashion among philosophers that we had to come up with utterly precise, necessary and sufficient conditions for each word. And then I think this has gone out of fashion a bit, partly because it's just been, such a failure. The word knowledge in particular, people used to define knowledge as true justified belief. And then this guy, Gettier, had this very short paper where he just produced some pretty conclusive counterexamples to that. I think he wrote very few papers, this is just, you have to teach this on an undergraduate philosophy course. And then after that, you had a huge literature of people trying to address this and propose a new definition, but then someone else came out with counterexamples, and then you get a new definition of knowledge, and counterexamples, it just went on and never seemed to get anywhere. So I think the thought now is, let's work out how precise we need to be for what we're trying to do. And I think that's a healthier attitude. So precision is important, but you just need to work out how precise do we need to be for these purposes. Going to Dennett and narrative theories. I mean, I think narrative theories are a plausible contender for a theory of the self, theory of my identity over time. What makes me the same person in some sense today as I was 20 years ago, when given that I've changed so much physically and psychologically. One running contender is something like connected to the kind of stories we tell about ourselves, or maybe some story about the psychological change of psychological continuity. I'm not saying I accept such a theory, but it's plausible. I don't think these theories are good as theories of consciousness. At least if we're taking consciousness just to be subjective experience, pleasure, pain, seeing colour, hearing sound. I think, a hamster has consciousness in that sense. There's something that it's like to be a hamster. It feels pain if you stand on it. Cruel enough to do. I don't know why I gave that stand. People always get, I don't know, that's what these very violent examples to get across consciousness, and it's, I don't know why that's come about. But anyway,
say mean things they have. So let's start with that. It experiences pain, it's pleasure, joy. But there's some limits to that experience with a hamster, but there is nevertheless the presence of a subjective experience.
Yeah, consciousness is just something, I think it's a very ambiguous word, but if we're just using it to mean some kind of experience, some kind of inner life, that is pretty widespread in the animal kingdom. A bit difficult to say where it stops, where it starts, but you certainly don't need something as sophisticated as the capacity to self-consciously tell stories about yourself to just have experience.
Except for cats or evil automatons that are void of consciousness. They're at the fingertips of the devil.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I was taking that as read. I mean, Descartes thought animals were mechanisms.
And humans are unique. So animals are robots, essentially, in the formulation of Descartes, and humans are unique. Yeah. So in which way would you say humans are unique versus even our closest ancestors? Like, is there something special about humans? What is, in your view, under the panpsychism? I guess we're walking backwards. We'll have the big picture conversation about what is panpsychism, but given your kind of broad theory of consciousness, what's unique about humans? Do you think?
As a panpsychist, there is a great continuity between humans and the rest of the universe. There's nothing that special about human consciousness. It's just a highly evolved form of what exists throughout the universe. So we're very much continuous with the rest of the physical universe. What is unique about human beings? I suppose the capacity to reflect on our conscious experience, plan for the future, the capacity, I would say, to respond to reasons as well. Animals in some sense have motivations, but when a human being makes a decision, they're responding to what philosophers call normative considerations. If you're saying, should I take this job in the US? You weigh it up and say, well, I'll get more money and maybe a better quality of life, but if I stay in the UK, I'll be closer to family, and you weigh up these considerations. I'm not sure any non-human animals quite respond to considerations of value in that way. I might be reflecting here that I'm something of an objectivist about value. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do and what we have reason to believe, and humans have access to those. And humans have access to them and can respond. That's a controversial claim. Many of my panpsychist brethren might not
They would say the hamster too can look up to the stars and ponder theoretical physics.
Maybe not, but I think it depends what you think about value. If you have a more humane picture of value, by which I mean relating to the philosopher David Hume, who said reason is the slave of the passions. Really, we just have motivations, and what we have reason to do arises from our motivations. I'm not a humane. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do, and I think we have access to them. I don't think any non-human animal has access to objective facts about what they have reason to do, what they have reason to believe. They don't weigh up evidence.
Reason is a slave of the passions.
That was David Hume's view, yeah. I mean, yeah, do you want to know my problem with Hume's? I had a radical conversion. This might not be connected, it's not connected to translation, but I had a radical conversion. I used to have a more humane view when I was a graduate student, but I was persuaded by some professors at the University of Reading, where I was, that if you had a humane view, you have to say any basic life goals are equally valid. So, for example, let's take someone whose basic goal in life is counting blades of grass, right? And crucially, they don't enjoy it, right? But they get no pleasure from it. That's just their basic goal, to spend their life counting as many blades of grass as possible. Not for some greater goal, that's just their basic goal. I want to say that is objectively stupid. That is objectively pointless. I shouldn't say stupid, but it's objectively pointless in a way that pursuing pleasure or pursuing someone else's pleasure or pursuing scientific inquiry is not pointless. As soon as you make that admission, you're not a follower of David Hume anymore. You think there are objective facts about what goals are worth pursuing.
Is it possible to have a goal without pleasure? It's this kind of idea that you disjoint the two. So the David Foster Wallace idea of the key to life is to be unboreable. Isn't it possible to discover the pleasure in everything in life? The counting and the blades of grass. Once you see the mastery of the skill of it, you can discover the pleasure. Therefore, I guess what I'm asking is why, when, and how did you use the romance of grass? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it may or may not be true that it's possible to find pleasure in everything. But I think it's also true that people don't act solely for pleasure. They certainly don't act solely for their own pleasure. People will suffer for things they think are worthwhile. I might suffer for some scientific cause, for finding out a cure for the pandemic, or and in terms of my own pleasure, I might have less pleasure in doing that, but I think it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it's the case that everything we do is rooted in maximizing our own pleasure. I don't think that's even psychologically plausible.
But pleasure, then that's a narrow kind of view. That's like a short-term pleasure. We see pleasure as a kind of ability to hear the music in the distance. It's like, yes, it's difficult now, it's suffering now, but there's some greater thing beyond the mountain that will be joy. I mean, that's kind of even if it's not in this life. Well, the warriors will meet in Valhalla, right? The feeling that gives meaning and fulfillment to life is not necessarily grounded in pleasure of like the counting of the grass. It's something else. I don't know. The struggle is a source of deep fulfillment. So like, I think pleasure needs to be kind of thought of as a little bit more broadly. It just kind of gives you this sense. It for a moment allows you to forget the terror of the fact that you're going to die. That's pleasure. Like that's the broader view of pleasure, that you get to kind of play in a little illusion that all of this has deep meaning. That's pleasure.
Yeah, well, but I mean, people sacrifice their lives. Atheists
may sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else or for the sake of something important enough. And clearly, in that case, they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's a rather dramatic example, but there can be just trivial examples where, I choose to be honest rather than lie about something, and I lose out of it, and I have a bit less pleasure. But I thought it was worth doing the honest thing or something. I just think so. Maybe you can use the word pleasure so broadly that you're just essentially meaning something worthwhile. But then I think the word pleasure maybe loses its meaning.
Sure. Well,
but what do you think about the blades of grass case? What do you think about someone who spends their life cutting blades of grass and doesn't enjoy it?
I personally think it's impossible, or maybe I'm not understanding even like the philosophical formulation, but I think it's impossible to have a goal and not draw pleasure from it. Make it worthwhile, forget the word pleasure. I think the word goal loses meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of pens on this table, if I'm actively involved in the task, I will find joy in it. I will find I think there's a lot of meaning and joy to be discovered in the skill of a task, in mastering of a skill, and taking pride in doing it well. I mean, I don't know what it is about the human mind, but there's some joy to be discovered in the mastery of a skill. That's why I think it's just impossible to count blades of grass and not sort of have the dreams of sushi compelling, like draws you into the mastery of the simple task.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, in a way, you might think it's just hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that. But then maybe that's just because it's so evident that is a pointless task. Whereas if we take this David Hume seriously, it ought to be, a totally possible life goal. Whereas, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways of some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, that there's one single way you should lead your life, but pursuing knowledge, helping people, pursuing your own pleasure to an extent are worthwhile things to do in a way that, for example, I'm a little bit OCD. I still feel inclined to walk on cracks in the pavement or do it symmetrically. Like if I step on a crack with my left foot, I feel the need to do it with my right foot. I think that's kind of pointless. It's something I feel the urge to do, but it's pointless. Whereas other things I choose to do, I think it's worth doing. And it's hard to make sense of metaphysically. What could possibly ground that? How could we know about these facts? But that's the starting point for me.
I don't know. I think you walking on the sidewalk in a way that's symmetrical brings order to the world. Like if you weren't doing that, the world might fall apart. And it
feels like that.
I think there's meaning in that. Like you embracing the full experience of that, you living the richness of that, as if it has more meaning to it. And then whatever genius comes of that, as you as one little intelligent ant, will make a better life for everybody else. Perhaps I'm defending the blades of grass example because I can literally imagine myself enjoying this task as somebody who's OCD in a certain kind of way and quantitative.
But now you're ruining this because you imagine someone enjoying it. I imagine someone who doesn't enjoy it. We don't want a life that's just full of pleasure, like we just sit there, having a big sugar high all the time. We want a life where we do things that are worthwhile. If for something to be worthwhile just is for it to be a basic life goal, then that mode of reflection doesn't really make sense. You can't really think, did I do things worthwhile? On the David Hume type picture, all it is for something to be worthwhile is it was a basic goal of yours or derived from a basic goal. And
I think goal worthwhile. I think goal is a boring word. I'm more sort of existential. It's like, did you ride the roller coaster of life? Did you fully experience life? That and in that sense, I mean, the blades of grass is something that can be deeply joyful. And that's, in that way, I think suffering can be joyful in the whole context of life. It's the roller coaster. Like, without suffering, without struggle, without pain, without depression or sadness, there's not the highs. I mean, that's the fucked up thing about life is that the lows really make the highs that much richer and deeper and like taste better, right? Like and I tweeted this. I couldn't sleep. I was like late at night, and I know it's like an obvious statement, but like every love story eventually, ends in loss, in tragedy. So like this feeling of love at the end is always going to be tragedy, even if it's the most amazing lifelong love with another human being. One of you is going to die, and I don't know which is worse, but both are not going to be pretty. And so that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in a low, that gives like a richness to those kind of evenings when you realize this fucking thing ends. This thing ends. The feeling that it ends, that bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends, gives meaning, gives joy, gives, I don't know, pleasure is a loaded word, but gives some kind of deep pleasure to the experience when it's good. And I mean, and that's the blades of grass, they have that. But you're perhaps right that it's reducing it to set of goals or something like that is kind of removing the magic of life. Because I think what makes counting the blades of grass joyful is just because it's life.
Okay, so it sounds like you reject the David Hume type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have it as a goal, that's what it is to be worthwhile. But you're saying no, it's because it's engaged with life, riding a roller coaster. So that does sound like, in some sense, there are facts independent of our personal goal choices about what it means to live a good life. And I mean, going back full circle to the start of this, what makes us different out of always. I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it's that he thinks, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really live life to the full? That is not a mode of reflection that's available to non-human animals. So,
what do you think is the role of death in all of this? The fear of death. Does that interplay with consciousness? Does this self-reflection? Do you think there's some deep connection between this ability to contemplate the fact that our flame of consciousness eventually goes out?
Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, panpsychism helps particularly with life after death because, for the panpsychist, there's nothing supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately particles and fields. It's just that we think the ultimate nature of particles and fields is consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain ceases to be ordered in a way that sustains the particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in waking life, then in some sense I will cease to be. Although I do, the final chapter of my book Galileo's Error is more experimental. So the first 4 chapters of a cold-blooded case for the panpsychist view is the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, the last chapter we talk about meaning.
Yeah, I talk about meaning, talk about free will, and I talk about mystical experiences. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily connected to anything spiritual. A lot of people defending this view, like David Chalmers or Luke Roloffs, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of transcendent reality. They just believe in feelings, mundane consciousness, and think that needs explaining, and our conventional scientific approach can't cut it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated to some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you have a mystical experience where you it seems to you in this experience that there is this higher form of consciousness at the root of all things, if you're a materialist, you've got to think that's a delusion. That's just something in your brain making you think that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist and you already think the fundamental nature of reality is constituted of consciousness, it's not that much of a leap to think that this higher form of consciousness you seem to apprehend in the mystical experience is part of that underlying reality. And in many different cultures, experienced meditators have claimed to have experiences in which it becomes apparent to them that there is an element of consciousness that is universal. So this is sometimes called universal consciousness. So on this view, your mind and my mind are not totally distinct. Each of our individual conscious minds is built upon the foundations of universal consciousness. And universal consciousness as it exists in me is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So I've never had one of these experiences. But if one is a panpsychist, I think one is more open to that possibility. I don't see why it shouldn't be the case that that is part of the nature of consciousness and maybe something that's apparent in certain deep states of meditation. And so what I explore in the experimental final chapter of my book is that could allow for a kind of impersonal life after death, because if that view is true, then even when the particular aspects of my conscious experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness at the core of my identity would continue to exist. So it's sort of me, as it were, absorbed into universal consciousness. So, I mean, Buddhists and Hindu mystics try to meditate to get rid of all the bad karma, to be absorbed into universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe you just sink back into universal consciousness. So I also, coming back to morality, suggest this could provide some kind of basis for altruism or non-egotism, because if you think egotism implicitly assumes that we are utterly distinct individuals, whereas on this view, we're not. We overlap to an extent that something at the core of our being is. Even in this way, we overlap. That would be this view that some experienced meditators claim becomes apparent, that there is something at the core of my identity that is one and the same as the thing at the core of your identity. It's universal consciousness.
Yeah, there is something very, like you and I in this conversation, there's a few people listening to this, all of us are in a kind of single mind together. There's some small aspect of that, or maybe a big aspect. But us humans, so certainly in the space of ideas, we kind of melt together for time, at least in a conversation, and kind of play with that idea. And then we're clearly all thinking, like if I say pink elephant, there's going to be a few people that are now visualizing a pink elephant. We're all thinking about that pink elephant together. We're all in the room together thinking about this pink elephant. We're like rotating it, in our minds together. What is that? That pink elephant, is there a different instantiation of that pink elephant in everybody's mind? Or is it the same elephant? And we have the same mind exploring that elephant. Now, if we in our mind start petting that elephant, like touching it, that experience that we're now like thinking what that would feel like, what's that? Is that all of us experiencing that together? Or is that separate? So like there's some aspect about the togetherness that almost seems fundamental to civilization, to society. Hopefully that's not too strong, but to like some of the fundamental properties of the human mind, it feels like the social aspect is really important. We call it social because we think of us as individual minds interacting, If we're just like one collective mind, like fingertips, they're like touching each other as it's trying to explore the elephant. But that could be just in the realm of ideas and intelligence and not in the realm of consciousness. And it's interesting to see maybe it is in the realm of consciousness.
Yeah, so it's obviously certainly true in some sense that there are these phenomena that you're talking about of collective consciousness. In some sense, I suppose the question is how ontologically serious do we want to be about those things? By which I mean, are they just a construction of out of our minds, the fact that we interact in the standardly scientifically accepted ways? Or is, as someone like Rupert Sheldrake would think, that there is some metaphysical reality, there are some fields beyond the scientifically understood ones that are somehow communicating this? I mean, I think the view I was describing was that this element we're supposed to have in common is some sort of pure impersonal consciousness or something rather than. So actually, I mean, an interesting figure is the Australian philosopher Miri Al-Bahari, who defends a kind of mystical conception of reality rooted in Advaita Vedanta mysticism. But like me, she's from this tradition of analytic philosophy, and so she defends this in this, incredibly precise, rigorous way. She defends the idea that we should think of experienced meditators as providing expert testimony. So, I think humans causing climate breakdown. I have no idea the science behind it, but I trust the experts, or that the universe is 14 billion years old. Most of our knowledge is based on expert testimony, and she thinks we should think of experienced meditators, these people who are telling us about this universal consciousness of core being, as a relevant kind of expert. So she wants to defend the rational acceptability of this mystical conception of reality. So I think we shouldn't be ashamed, we shouldn't be worried about dealing with certain views as long as it's done with rigor and seriousness. I think sometimes terms like, I don't know, New Age or something can function a bit like racist terms. A racist term picks out a group of people, but then implies certain negative characteristics. So people use this term to pick out a certain set of views, like mystical conceptual reality, and imply it's kind of fluffy thinking. But you read Miri Al-Bahari, you read Luke Ross, this is serious, rigorous thought, whether you agree with it or not. Obviously, it's hugely controversial. And so, the Enlightenment ideal is to follow the evidence and the arguments where they lead. But it's kind of very hard for human beings to do that. I think we get stuck in some conception of how we think science ought to look. People talk about religion as a crutch, but I think a certain kind of scientism, a certain conception of how science is supposed to be, gets into people's identity and their sense of themselves and their security, and makes things hard if you're a panpsychics.
And even the word expert becomes a kind of crutch. You use the word expert, you have some kind of conception of what expertise means. Oftentimes that's connected with a degree at a particular prestigious university or something like that, or expertise is a funny one. I've noticed that anybody sort of that claims they're an expert is usually not the expert. The biggest quote unquote expert that I've ever met are the ones that are truly humble. So the humility is a really good sign of somebody who's traveled a long road and humbled by how little they know. So some of the best people in the world at whatever the thing they spend their life doing are the ones that are ultimately humble in the face of it all. So just being humble, how little we know, even if we travel a lifetime. I do like the idea. I mean, treating sort of psychonauts like an expert witness, people who have traveled with the help of DMT to another place where they got some deep understanding of something, and their insight is perhaps as valuable as the insight of somebody who ran rigorous psychological studies at Princeton University or something. Like those psychonauts, they have wisdom if it's done rigorously, which you can also do rigorously within the university, within the studies now, with with psilocybin and those kinds of things. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Still probably the best, one of the best works on mystic experience is the chapter in William James's Varieties of Religious Experiences. And most of it is just a psychological study of trying to define the characteristics of mystical experience as a psychological type. But at the end, he considers the question, if you have a mystical experience, is it rational to trust it, to trust that it's telling you something about reality? And he makes an interesting argument. He says, if you know, you're kind of applying a double standard, because we all think it's okay to trust our normal sensory experiences, but we have no way of getting out ourselves, prove that our sensory experiences correspond to external reality. We could be in the matrix, this could be a very vivid dream. You could say, oh, we do science, but a scientist only gets their data by experiencing the results of their experiments. And then the question arises again, how do you know that corresponds to a real world? So he thinks there's a sort of double standard in saying it's okay to trust our ordinary sensory experiences, but it's not okay for the person on DMT to trust those experiences. It's very philosophically difficult to say, why is it okay in the one case and not the other? So I think there's an interesting argument there, but I would like to just defend experts a little bit. I mean, I agree it's very difficult, but especially in an age, I guess, where there's so much information, I do think it's important to have some protection of sources of information, academic institutions that we can trust. And then that's difficult because, of course, there are non-academics who do know what they're talking about. But like, if I'm interested in knowing about biology, you can't research everything. So I think we have to have some sense of who are the experts we can trust, the people who've spent a lot of time reading all the material that people have written, thinking about it, having their views torn apart by other people working in the field. I think that is very important, and also to protect that from conflicts of interest. There is a so-called think tank in the UK called the Institute of Economic Affairs, who are always on the BBC as experts on economic questions, and they do not declare who funds them, right? So we don't know who's paying the piper. I think, you shouldn't be allowed to call yourself a think tank if you're not totally transparent about who's funding you. So I think that's it. And I mean, this connects to panpsychism, because I think the reason people, worry about unorthodox ideas is because they worry about, how do we know when we're just losing control or losing discipline? So I do think we need to somehow protect academic institutions as sources of information that we can trust. And in philosophy, there's not much consensus on everything, but you can at least know what people who have put the time in to read all the stuff, what they think about these issues. I think that is important.
To push back on your pushback, who are the experts on COVID?
Oh, again, it's dangerous territory now.
Well, let me just speak to it, because I'm walking through that dangerous territory. I'm allergic to the word expert, because in my simple mind, it kind of rhymes with ego. There's something about experts. If we allow too much to have a category expert and place certain people in them, those people sitting on the throne start to believe it. And they start to communicate with that energy, and the humility starts to dissipate. I think there is value in a lifelong mastery of a skill and the pursuit of knowledge within a very specific discipline. But the moment you have your name on an office, the moment you're an expert, I think you destroy the very aspect, the very value of that journey towards knowledge. So some of it probably just reduces to like skillful communication, like of communicating in a way that shows humility, that shows an open-mindedness, that shows the ability to really hear what a lot of people are saying. So in the case of COVID, But I've noticed that this is true. This is probably true with panpsychism as well. Is so-called experts, and they are extremely knowledgeable. And many of them are colleagues of mine. They dismiss what millions of people are saying on the internet without having looked into it with empathy and rigor, honestly, understand what are the arguments being made. They say like there's not enough time, there's all those things, like there's so much stuff out there. Yeah, I think that's intellectual laziness. If you don't have enough time, then don't speak so strongly with dismissal. Feel bad about it. Be apologetic about the fact that you don't have enough time to explore the evidence. For example, with the heat I got with Francis Collins, is that he kind of said that lab leak, he kind of dismissed it, showing that he didn't really deeply explore all of those, the huge amount of circumstantial evidence out there, the battles that are going on out there. There's a lot of people really intensely discussing this, and being showing humility in the face of that battle of ideas, I think is really important. And I just been very disappointed in so-called expertise in the space of science. They showing humility, they showing humanity, and kindness, and empathy towards other human beings. That's at the same time, obviously, I love Giorgio Sushi lifelong pursuit of like getting, like in computer science, Don Knuth. Like some of my biggest heroes are people that like when nobody else cares, they stay on one topic for their whole life, and they just find the beautiful little things about their puzzles they keep solving. And yes, sometimes a virus happens or something happens with that person with their puzzles. It becomes like the center of the whole world because that puzzle becomes all of a sudden really important. But still, there's possibilities on them to show humility and to be open-minded to the fact that they, even if they spent their whole life doing it, even if their whole community is giving them awards and giving them citations and giving them all kinds of stuff where like they're bowing down before them how smart they are, they still know nothing relative to all the stuff, the mysteries that are out there.
Yeah, well, I don't know how much we disagree. I mean, these are totally valid issues, and of course, expertise goes wrong in all sorts of ways. It's totally fallible. I suppose I would just say, what is the alternative? What do we just say? All information is equal, because as a voter, I've got to decide who to vote for, and that I've got to evaluate, and I can't look into all of the economics and all of the relevant science, and so I just think maybe it's like Churchill's had about democracy. It's the worst system of government apart from all the rest. I think about panpsychism as well, which is the worst theory of consciousness apart from all the rest. But I just think expertise, the peer review system, I think it's terrible in so many ways. Yes, people should show more humility, but I can't see a viable alternative. I think philosopher Bernard Williams had a really nice nuanced discussion of the problems of titles, but how they also function in a society. They do have some positive function. The very first time I lectured in philosophy, before I got a professorship, was teaching at a continuing education college. That's kind of for retired people who want to learn some more things. And I just totally pitched it too high. And Gate talked about Bernard Williams on titles and hierarchies, and these kind of people in their 70s, 80s who just instantly started interrupting, saying, "What is philosophy?" It was a disaster. And I just remember in the break, sort of elderly lady came up and said, "I decided to take Egyptology instead." And so, but that was my introduction to teaching.
Anyway, but sort of titles and accomplishments is a nice starting point, but doesn't buy you the whole thing. So, and you don't get to just say this is true because I'm an expert. You still have to convince people. One of the things I really like is I practice martial arts.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of them. And you sometimes wear these pajama-looking things, and you wear belts. And I happen to be a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I also train in what's called no-gi, so you don't wear the pajamas. And when you don't wear the pajamas, nobody knows what rank you are. Nobody knows if you're a black belt or a white belt, if you're a complete beginner or not. Right. And when you wear the pajamas, called the gi, you wear the rank. And people treat you very differently. Like when they see my black belt, they treat me differently. They kind of defer to my expertise. If they're kicking my ass, that's probably because like I am working on something like new, or maybe I'm letting them win. But when there's no belts, and it doesn't matter if I've been doing this for 15 years. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. What matters is the raw interaction of just trying to kick each other's ass and seeing like what is this chess game, like a human chess. What are the ideas that we're playing with? And I think there's a dance there. Yes, it's valuable to know a person as a black belt when you take consideration of the advice of different people, me versus somebody who's only practiced for like a couple of days. But at the same time, the raw practice of ideas that is combat, and the raw practice of exchange of ideas that is science, needs to often throw away expertise. And in communicating, there's another thing to science and expertise, which is leadership. It's not just, so the scientific method and the review process is this rigorous battle of ideas between scientists. But there's also a stepping up and inspiring the world and communicating ideas to the world. And that is the skill of communication. I suppose that's my biggest criticism of the so-called experts in science, is they're just shitty communicators.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I get very frustrated with philosophers not reaching out more. I mean, I think it might be partly that we're trained to get watertight arguments, respond to all objections, and as you do that, eventually it gets more complicated and the jargon comes in. And but then to write a more accessible book or article, you have to loosen the argument a bit. And then we worry that other philosophers will think, oh, that's a really crap argument. I mean, the way I did it, I wrote my academic book first, just fundamental reality. And then a more accessible book, Galileo's Error, where the arguments are not as rigorously worked out. So then I can say the proper arguments, the proper arguments. But I get
that's
very...
brilliantly done, by the way. Like that's such a, so people don't know, you first wrote Consciousness and Fundamental Reality, so that's the academic book, also very good. I flew through it last night, bought it. And then obviously the popular book is Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness. That's kind of the right way to do it. Yeah, to show that you're legit to your community, to the world, by doing a book that's normally good to read. And then doing a popular book that everybody's going to read. That's cool.
Yeah, well, I try now, every time I write an academic article, I try to write a more accessible version. I mean, the thing I've been working on recently, just because there's this argument, so there's a certain argument from the cosmological fine-tuning of the laws of physics for life to the multiverse that's quite popular, physicists like Max Tegmark. There's an argument in philosophy journals that's there's a fallacious line of reasoning going on there from the fine-tuning to the multiverse. Now, that argument is from 20, 30 years ago, and it's discussed in academic philosophy. Nobody knows about it, and there is huge interest in this fine-tuning stuff. Scientists wanting to argue for the multiverse, theists wanting to say this is evidence for God, and nobody knows about this argument, which tries to show that it's fallacious reasoning to go from fine-tuning to the multiverse. So I wrote a piece for Scientific American explaining this argument to a more general audience, and it just really irritates me that it's just buried in these technical journal articles, and nobody knows about it. But just final thing on it. I don't disagree with anything you said, and that's kind of really beautiful, like martial arts example, and thinking how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare to find a good philosopher who hasn't given a talk to other philosophers and had objections raised. I was going to say having torn apart, but that's maybe thinking of it in a slightly the wrong way, but had the best objections raised to it, and that's why that is an important formative process that you go through as an academic, that the greatest minds starting a philosophy degree, for example, won't have gone through, probably, except in very rare cases, just won't have the skills required.
But probably it's just fun to disagree and dance. But, I think to elaborate on what you're saying in agreement, not just gone through that, but continue to go through that. Absolutely. That's, I would say, the biggest problem with quote unquote expertise is that there's a certain point where you get, because it sucks, like this martial arts is a good example of that. It sucks to get your ass kicked. Yeah. Like there's a temptation. I still go, like I train, you're getting older too, but also there's killers out there in both the space of martial arts and the space of science. And I think that once you become a professor, like more and more senior and more respected, I don't know if you get your ass kicked in the space of ideas as often. I don't know if you allow yourself to truly expose yourself. If you do, that's a great sign of a humble, brilliant mind. Is constantly exposing yourself to that.
I think you do, because I think there's graduate students who want to, find the objection to sort of write their paper or make their mark. And yeah, I think everyone still gives talks or should give talks, and people are wanting to work out if there are any weaknesses to your position. So yeah, I think that generally works out.
There is also a kind of who do you give the talks to? So, I mean, within communities, it's a little cluster of people that argue and bicker, but what are they arguing about? They take a bunch of stuff, a bunch of basic assumptions as agreement, and they heatedly argue about certain ideas. The question is, how open are that's actually kind of like fun. That's like, no offense, sorry, we're sticking on this martial arts thing. It's like people who practice Aikido or certain martial arts that don't truly test themselves in the cage, in combat. So it's like, it's fun to argue about certain things when you're in your own community, but you don't test those ideas in the full context of science, in the full seriousness, the rigor of sometimes the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. There's often places within psychology where you're kind of doing these studies and arguing about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint from real human behavior. Because it's so much easier to study human behavior in the lab, you just kind of think that's what the arguments are. And vision science is a good example, like studying eye movement and how we perceive the world and all that kind of stuff. It's so much easier to study in the lab that we don't consider we say that's going to be what the science of vision is going to be like, and we don't consider the science of vision in the actual real world, the engineering, I don't know. And so I think that's where exposing yourself to out-of-the-box ideas, that's the most painful, that's the most important.
I mean, groupthink can be a terrible thing in philosophy as well, because you're not to the same extent beholden to evidence and refutation from the evidence that you are in the sciences. It's a more subtle process of evaluation, and so more susceptible, I think, to groupthink. I agree, it's a danger.
We've talked about it a million times, but let's try to sort of do that old basic terminology definitions. What is panpsychism? What are the different ways you can try to think about, to define panpsychism, maybe in contrast to naturalistic dualism and materialism, other kind of views of consciousness?
Yeah, so that basically laid out the different options. So I guess probably still the dominant view is materialism, that
roughly that we can explain consciousness in the terms of physical science, wholly explain it just in terms of the electrochemical signaling in the brain. Dualism, the polar opposite view, that consciousness is non-physical, outside of the physical workings of the body and the brain, or like closely connected. And when I studied philosophy, we were taught basically they were the two options you had to choose, right? Either you thought it was dualist and thought it was separate from the physical, or you thought it was just electrochemical signaling. And yeah, I became very disillusioned because I think there are big problems with both of these options. So I think the attraction of panpsychism is it's kind of a middle way. It agrees with the materialist that there's just a physical world. Ultimately, there's just particles and fields. But the panpsychist thinks there's more to the physical than what physical science reveals, and that the ultimate nature of the physical world is constituted of consciousness. So consciousness is not outside of the physical as the dualist thinks. It's embedded in, underlies the kind of description of the world we get from physics.
What do you are the problems of materialism and dualism?
Starting with materialism, it's a huge debate, but I think that the core of it is that physical science works with a purely quantitative description of the physical world, whereas consciousness essentially involves qualities. You think about the smell of coffee or the taste of mint or the deep red you experience as you watch a sunset. I think these qualities can't be captured in the purely quantitative language of physical science. And so as long as your description of the brain is framed in the purely quantitative language of neuroscience, you'll just leave out these qualities and have to really leave out consciousness itself.
And then dualism?
So I've actually changed my mind a little bit on this since I wrote the book. So I argued in the book that we have pretty good experimental grounds for doubting dualism. And roughly the idea was, if dualism were true, if there was, say, an immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, that this would really show up in our neuroscience. There'd be all sorts of things happening in the brain that had no physical explanation. It would be like a poltergeist playing with the brain. But actually, and so the fact that we don't find that is a strong and ever-growing inductive argument against dualism. But actually, the more I talk to neuroscientists and read neuroscience, and we have at Durham, my university, an interdisciplinary consciousness group, I don't think we know enough about the brain, about the workings of the brain to make that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry, how neurons fire, neurotransmitters, action potentials, things like that. We know a fair bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what different bits of the brain do. But what we're almost clueless on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the cellular level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but it's very low resolution. Every pixel on a brain scan corresponds to 5.5 million neurons, and we're only 70% of the way through constructing a connectome for the maggot brain, which has 10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has 86 billion. So I think we have to know a lot more about how the brain works, how these functions are realized, before we could assess whether the dynamics of the brain can be completely explicated in terms of underlying chemistry or physics. So we'd have to do more engineering before we could figure that out. And there are people with other proposals. Someone I got to know, Martin Picard of Columbia University, who has the psychobiology mitochondrial lab there, and is experimentally exploring the hypothesis that mitochondria in the brain should be sort of social networks, perhaps as an alternative to reducing it to underlying chemistry and physics. So unless it is ultimately an empirical question whether dualism is true, I'm less convinced that we know the answer to that question at this stage.
I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a pretty inelegant, unparsimonious theory. Reality is divided up into the purely physical properties and these consciousness properties, and they're radically different kinds of things. Whereas the panpsychist offers a much more simple, unified picture of reality. So I think it's still the view to be preferred. To put it very simply, why believe in two kinds of things when you can just get away with one?
And materialism is also very simple. You're saying it doesn't explain something that seems pretty important.
Yes, and I think materialism can't, science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for the data. I don't think materialism can account for the data. Maybe dualism can account for the data, but panpsychism is simpler. It can account for the data, and it's simpler.
What is panpsychism?
So in its broadest definition, it's the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world.
Like a law of physics? What should we be imagining? What do you think the different flavors of how that actually takes shape in the context of what we know about physics and science and the universe?
So in the simplest form of it, fundamental building blocks of reality, perhaps electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from these very simple forms of experience at the level of basic physics. But I mean, maybe the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach to the problem of consciousness and turns it on its head, right? So the standard approach is to think, we start with matter and we think, how do we get consciousness out of matter? So I don't think that problem could be solved for reasons I've kind of hinted out, we maybe go into more detail. But the panpsychist does it the other way around. They start with consciousness and try to get matter out of consciousness. So the idea is basically, at the fundamental level of reality, there are just networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they're very simple kinds of experience, they behave in predictable ways. Through their interactions, they realize certain mathematical structures. And then the idea is those mathematical structures just are the structures identified by physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures they realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call their properties mass, spin, and charge. But really, there's just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this way, we get physics out of consciousness. I don't think you can get consciousness out of physics, but I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness.
Well, I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness. I mean, to me, it sounds like panpsychism unites consciousness and physics. I mean, physics is the mathematical science of describing everything. So physics should be able to describe consciousness. Panpsychism, in my understanding, proposes is that physics doesn't currently do so, but can in the future. I mean, it seems like consciousness. You have like Stephen Wolfram, who's all these people who are trying to develop theories of everything, mathematical frameworks within which to describe how we get all the reality that we perceive around us. To me, there's no reason why that kind of framework cannot also include some accurate, precise description of whatever simple consciousness characteristics are present there at the lowest level, if panpsychist theories have truth to them. So, like, to me, it is physics. You said kind of physics emerges, by which you mean like the basic four laws of physics that, as we currently know them, the standard model, quantum mechanics, general relativity, that emerges from the base consciousness layer. That's what you mean.
Yeah, so maybe the way I phrased it made it sound like these things are more separate than they are. What I was trying to address was a common misunderstanding of panpsychism, that it's a sort of dualistic theory. That the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, and these other funny consciousness properties. So the physicist Sabine Hossenfelder had a blog post critiquing panpsychism maybe a couple of years ago now that got a fair bit of traction, and she was interpreting panpsychism in this way, and then her thought was, well, look, if particles had these funny consciousness properties, then it would show up in our physics, like the standard model of particle physics would make false predictions because its predictions are based wholly on the physical properties. If there were also these consciousness properties, we'd get different predictions. But that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is, it's not that there are two kinds of property, that mass, spin, and charge are forms of consciousness. How do we make sense of that? Because actually, when you look at what physics tells us, it's really just telling us about behavior, about what stuff does. I sometimes put it by saying doing physics is like playing chess when you don't care what the pieces are made of. You're just interested in what moves you can make. So physics tells us what mass, spin, and charge do, but it doesn't tell us what they are. So the idea is
experience of mass.
So the idea is, yeah, mass in its nature is a very simple form of consciousness. So yeah, physics in a sense is complete, I think, because it tells us what everything at the fundamental level does. It describes its causal capacities. But for the panpsychist, at least, physics doesn't tell us what matter is. It tells us what it does, but not what it is.
To push back on the thing I think she's criticizing, is it also possible, so I understand what you're saying, but is it also possible that particles have another property like consciousness? I don't understand the criticism we would be able to detect it in our experiments. Well, no, if you're not looking for it. There's a lot of stuff that are orthogonal. Like, if you're not looking for the stuff, you're not going to detect it, because like all of our basic empirical science through its recent history, and yes, the history of science is quite recent, has been very kind of focused on billiard balls colliding, and from that understanding how gravity works. But like, we just haven't integrated other possibilities into this. I don't think it would be conflicting whether you are observing consciousness or not, or exploring some of these ideas. I don't think that affects the rest of the physics, the mass, the energy, all the different kind of like hierarchy of different particles and so on, how they interact. I don't think it feels like consciousness is something orthogonal, like very much distinct. It's the quantitative versus the qualitative. There's something quite distinct that we're just almost like another dimension that we're just completely ignoring. There might be a way of responding to Sabina to say, well, that there could be properties of particles that don't show up in the specific circumstances in which physicists investigate particles. But you know, my colleague, philosopher of science, Nancy Cartwright, got this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie, where she says, you know, physicists explore things in very specific circumstances and then in an unwarranted way generalize that. But I mean, I guess I was thinking Sabina's criticism actually just misses the mark in a more basic way. Her point is, we shouldn't think there are any more properties to particles other than those the standard model attributes to them. Panpsychists would say, yeah, sure, there aren't. There are just the properties, the physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, that the standard model attributes to them. It's just that we have a different philosophical view as to the nature of those properties. So those properties, the turtles, they're sitting on top of another turtle, and that big turtle is consciousness. That's what you're saying. But I'm just saying, it's possible that's true. It's possible also that consciousness is just another turtle playing with the others. It's just not interacting in the ways that we've been observing. In fact, to me, that's more compelling, because then that's going to be, well, no, I think both are very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's yet another property of particles that we're just not observing. If it's like the thing from which matter and energy and physics emerges, like it makes it that much more difficult to investigate how you get from that base layer of consciousness to the wonderful little spark of consciousness, complexity, and beauty that is the human being. I don't know if you're necessarily trying to get there, but one of the beautiful things to get at with panpsychism and the solid theory of consciousness is to answer the question, how do you engineer the thing? Yeah, how do you get from nothing, vacuum in the lab, if there is that consciousness base layer, how do you start engineering organisms that have consciousness in them? Yeah, or the reverse of that, describing how does consciousness emerge in the human being from conception, from a stem cell, to the whole form of biology that builds from that. How do you get this full, rich experience of consciousness that humans have? It just, it feels like that's the dream, and if consciousness is just another player in the game of physics, is more amenable to our scientific understanding of it.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a kind of identity claim here. That physics tells us what matter does. Consciousness is what matter is. So matter is sort of what consciousness does. So at the bottom level, there is just consciousness and conscious things. They're just these simple things with their experiences, and that is their total nature. So in that sense, it's not another player. It's just all there is, really. And then we describe, in physics, we describe that at a certain level of abstraction. We capture what Bertrand Russell, who was the inspiration for a lot of this, calls the causal skeleton of the world. So physics is just interested in the causal skeleton of the world. It's not interested in sort of flesh and blood, although that's maybe suggesting separation again too much, or metaphors fail in the end. But so yeah, you're totally right. Ultimately, what we want to explain is how our consciousness and the consciousness of other animals comes out of this. If we can't do that, then it's game over. But I think it maybe makes more sense on the identity claim that if matter at the fundamental level just is forms of consciousness, then we can perhaps make sense of how those simple forms of consciousness in some way combine in some way to make the consciousness we know and love. That's the dream.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, so the reason you could describe, the reason you have material engineering, material science, is because you have the physics, the chemistry, like you keep going up and up in levels of complexity in order to describe objects that we have in our human world. And it would be nice to do the same thing for consciousness, to come up with the chemistry of consciousness, right? Like how do the different particles interact to create more greater complexity? You could do this kind of thing for life, like what is life, like living organisms. At which point do living organisms become living? Like what? How do you know if I give you a thing, if that thing is living? There's a lot of people who work on this kind of idea, and some of it has to do with the levels of complexity and so on. It'd be nice to know, like, measuring different degrees of consciousness as you get into bigger, more and more complex objects. And that's what chemistry, like bigger and bigger conscious molecules, and to see how that leads to organisms, and then organisms like start to collaborate together like they do inside a human body to create the full human body. To do those kinds of experiments it seems like that will be kind of a goal. That's what I mean by player in a game of physics, as opposed to like the base layer. If it's just the base layer, it becomes harder to track it as you get from physics to chemistry to biology to psychology.
Yeah, in every case apart from consciousness, I would say what we're interested in is behavior. We're interested in explaining behavioral functions. So at the level of fundamental physics, we're interested in capturing the equations that describe the behavior there. When we get to higher levels, we're interested in explicating the behavior, perhaps in terms of behavior at simpler levels. And with life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various observable functions of life, explaining them in terms of more simple mechanisms. But in the case of consciousness, I don't think that's what we're doing, or at least not all that we're doing.
in the case of consciousness, there are these subjective qualities that we're immediately aware of, the redness of a red experience, the itchiness of an itch, and we're trying to account for them. We're trying to bring them into our theory of reality, and postulating some mechanism does not deal with that. So I think we've got to realize dealing with consciousness is a radically different explanatory task from other tasks of science. Other tasks of science, we're trying to explain behavior in terms of simple forms of behavior. In the case of consciousness, we're trying to explain these invisible subjective qualities that you can't see from the outside, but that you're immediately aware of. The reason materialism perhaps continues to dominate is people think, look at the success of science, it's incredible, look at all the, it's explained all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness. But I think we have to appreciate there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so, the neuroscientist Anil Seth, who I've had lots of intense but friendly discussions with, wants to compare consciousness to life. But I think there's this radical difference that in the case of life, again, we come back to public observation, all of the data, publicly observable data, we're basically trying to explain complex behavior. And the way you do that is identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that explicate that behavior. That's the task in physics, chemistry, neurobiology. But in the case of consciousness, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to account for these subjective qualities, and you postulate a mechanism that might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the redness of a red experience. So, but still ultimately the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical story. So we take the causal dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that that's filled out with certain forms of consciousness, and then at higher levels we get more complex causal dynamics filled out by more complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately we get to us, hopefully. So there's still a sort of hierarchical explanatory framework there.
So you kind of mentioned the hierarchy of consciousness. Do you think it's possible to, within the panpsychism framework, to measure consciousness, or put another way, are some things more conscious than others in the panpsychist view?
It's a difficult question. I do see consciousness as dealing with consciousness an interdisciplinary task between something more experimental, which is to do with the ongoing project of trying to work out what people call the neural correlates of consciousness, what kinds of physical brain activity correspond to conscious experience. That's one part of it, but I think essentially there's also a theoretical question of mother why question. Why do those kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of conscious experience? I don't think you can answer that. Because consciousness is not publicly observable, I don't think you can answer that why question with an experiment. But they have to go hand in hand. And one of the theories I'm attracted to is the integrated information theory, according to which we find consciousness at the level at which there is most integrated information, and they try to give a mathematically precise definition of that. So on that view, probably this cup of tea isn't conscious because there's probably more integrated information in the molecules making up the tea than there is in the liquid as a whole. But in the brain, what is distinctive about the brain is that there's a huge amount of there's more integrated information in the system than there is in individual neurons. So that's why they claim that that's the basis of consciousness at the macro level. Now I like some features of this theory, but they do talk about degrees of consciousness. They do want to say there is gradations. I'm not sure conceptually I can kind of make sense of that. There are things to do with consciousness that are graded, like complexity or levels of information, but I'm not sure whether experience itself admits a degree. I sort of think something either has experience or it doesn't. It might have very simple experience, it might have very complex experience, but experience itself, I don't think it admits a degree in that sense. It's not more experience, less experience. I sort of find that conceptually hard to make sense of. But I'm kind of open-minded on it.
So when we have a lot higher resolution of sensory information, don't you think that's correlated to the richness of the experience? So doesn't more information provide a richer experience, or is that again thinking quantitatively and not thinking about the subjective experience, that you can experience a lot with very little sensory information, perhaps? Like, do you think those are connected?
Yeah. So there are features, characteristics here we can grade the complexity of the experience. And on the integrated information theory, they correlate that in terms of mathematically identifiable structure with integrated information. So roughly, it's a quite unusual notion of information. It's perhaps not the standard way one thinks about information. It's to do with constraining past and future possibilities of the system. So the idea is in the retina of the eye, there's a huge amount of possible states the retina of my eye could be in at the next moment, depending on what light goes into it. Whereas the possible next states of the brain are much more constrained. Obviously, it responds to the environment, but it heavily constrains its past and future states. And so that's the idea of information they have. And then the second idea is how much that information is dependent on integration. So in a computer with transistors, you take out a few transistors, you might not lose that much information. It's not dependent on interconnections. Whereas you take a tiny bit of the brain out, you lose a lot of information because the way it stores information is dependent on the interconnections of the system. So that's one proposal for how to measure one gradable characteristic which might correspond to some gradable characteristic in qualitative consciousness. And maybe I'm being very pedantic, which is a philosopher's professional pedant. I just sort of don't think that is a quantity of experience. It's a quantity of the structure of experience, maybe, but I just find it hard to make sense of the idea of how much experience do you have? I've got, 5 units of experience. Yeah, I've got 1 unit of experience. I don't know. I find that a bit hard to make sense.
Well,
maybe I'm being just pedantic.
I think just saying the word experience is difficult to think about. Let's talk about suffering. Let's talk about a particular experience. So let's talk about me and the hamster. I just think that, no offense to the hamster,
probably no hamsters.
So now you're offending hamsters too. Maybe there's a hamster that's just pissed off. So there's probably somebody on a speaker right now, like listening to this podcast, and they probably have a hamster or a guinea pig, and that hamster's listening. It just doesn't know the English language or any kind of human interpretable linguistic capabilities to tell you to fuck off. It understands exactly what's being talked about and can see through us. Anyway, it just feels like a hamster has less capacity to suffer than me. And maybe a cockroach or an insect or maybe a bacteria has less capacity to suffer than me. But maybe that's me deluding myself as to the complexity of my conscious experience. Maybe it's all, maybe there is some sense in which I could suffer more, but to reduce it to something quantifiable is impossible.
Yeah, I guess I definitely think there's kinds of suffering that you have the joy of being possible for you that aren't available to a hamster. I don't think. Well,
can a hamster suffer heartbreak? Can a cockroach suffer heartbreak? But it's certainly there's kinds of fear of your own death, concern about whether there's a purpose to existence. These are forms of suffering that aren't available to most non-human animals. Whether there's an overall scale that we could put physical and emotional suffering on and identify where you are on that scale, I'm not so sure.
So it's like humans have a much bigger menu of experiences, much bigger selection
in one sense at least.
So there's like a page that's suffering. So it's this menu of experiences, like you have the omelets and the breakfast and so on. And one of the pages is suffering. It's just we have a lot compared to a hamster, a lot more. But any one individual thing that we share with a hamster, that experience, it's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others, like hunger or something like that.
Yeah, physical pain, I'm not sure. But I mean, there are kinds of experiences animals have that we don't. Bats echolocate around the world. Philosopher Thomas Nagel famously pointed out that no matter how much you understand the neurophysiology of bats, you'll still not know what it's like to squeal and find your way around by listening to the echoes bounce off. So yeah, I mean, I guess I feel the intuition that there's emotional suffering is, I want to say, deeper than physical suffering. I don't know how to make that statement precise though.
So one of the ways I think about, that people think about consciousness, is in connection to suffering. So let me just ask about suffering, because that's how people think about animals. Cruelty to animals or cruelty to living things. They connect that to suffering and to consciousness. I think there's a sense in which those two are deeply connected when people are thinking about just public policy. They're thinking about philosophy, engineering, psychology, sociology, political science. All of those things have to do with human suffering and animal suffering, life suffering. And that's connected to consciousness in a lot of people's minds. Is it connected like that for you? So the capacity to suffer, is it also somehow like strongly correlated with the capacity to experience?
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience, and so you have to be conscious to suffer. Actually, there's as well as people taking more unusual views of consciousness seriously now. Panpsychism is one radical approach. Another one is what's become known as illusionism, the view that consciousness, at least in the sense that philosophers think about it, doesn't really exist at all. So yeah, my podcast Mind Chat, I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is, I think consciousness is everywhere, he thinks it's nowhere, and so that's one very simple way of avoiding all these problems, right? If consciousness doesn't exist, we don't need to explain it. Job done. Although we might still have to explain why we seem to be conscious, why it's so hard to get out of the idea that we're conscious. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is, actually, my co-host, Keith Frankish, is a little bit ambivalent on the word pain. He says, in some sense I believe in pain, and in some sense I don't. But another illusionist, Francois Camera, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given his view that pain, in the way we normally think about it, just does not exist. He thinks it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain, but we don't. And how we should think about morality in the light of that. It's become a big topic, actually, thinking about the connection between consciousness and morality. David Chalmers, the philosopher, is most associated with this concept of a philosophical zombie. So a philosophical zombie is very different from a Hollywood zombie. Hollywood zombies, you know what they're like. But philosophical zombies are, it's not a really good Korean zombie movie on Halloween. Anyway, philosophical zombies behave just like us because the physical workings of their body and brain are the same as ours, but they have no conscious experience. It's nothing that it's like to be a zombie. So you stick a knife in it, it screams and runs away, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's just a complicated mechanism set up to behave as like a. There's lots of no one believes in these. I think there's one philosopher who believes in everyone is a zombie except him. But anyway,
but isn't that what illusion is?
Yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, illusion is because if we're all zombies, and one reason to think about zombies is to think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, here's a question: suppose we could make zombies by, let's say, for the sake of discussion, things made of silicon aren't conscious. I don't know if that's true. It could turn out to be true. And suppose you built commander data out of silicon. It's a bit of an old school reference to Star Trek New Next Generation. So behaves just like a human being, but you can have a sophisticated conversation. It will talk about its hopes and fears, but it has no consciousness. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder to turn off such a being? I'm inclined to say no, it's not. If it doesn't have experience, it doesn't really suffer. It doesn't really have moral rights at all. So I'm inclined to think, consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think it can transform your relationship with nature. If you think of a tree as a conscious organism, albeit of a very unusual kind, then a tree is a locus of moral concern in its own right. Chopping down a tree is an act of immediate moral concern. If you see these, horrible forest fires, we're all horrified. But if you think it's the burning of conscious organisms, that does add a whole new dimension. Although it also makes things more complicated because people often think as a panpsychist I'm going to be vegan, but it's tricky because if you think plants and trees are conscious as well, you've got to eat something. If you don't think plants and trees are conscious, then you've got a nice moral dividing line. You can say, I'm not going to eat things that aren't conscious. I'm not going to kill things that aren't conscious. But if you think plants and trees are conscious, then you don't have that nice moral dividing line. So the principle I'm kind of working my way towards, I haven't kept it up in my trip to the US, but it's just not eating any animal products that are factory farmed. My vegan friends say, well, there's still suffering there, and I think there is even in the nicest farms. Cows will suffer when their calves are taken off them. They go through a few days of quite serious mourning. So there's still suffering, but it seems to me, my thought is, the principle of just not having factory farm stuff is something more people could get on board with, and you might have greater harm minimization. So if people went into restaurants and said, are your animal products factory farmed? If not, I want the vegan option. Or if people looked out for a label that said no factory farmed ingredients, I think maybe that could make a really big difference to the market and harm minimization. Anyway, so it's very ethically tricky, but some people don't buy that. There's a very good philosopher, Jeff Lee, who thinks zombies should have equal rights. Consciousness doesn't matter,
Okay, let us go there. So first, I listened to your podcast. It's awesome. Two very kind of different philosophies dancing together in one place. What's the name of the podcast again?
Mind Chat. Yeah, so that's the idea, I guess, polarized times. I love trying to get in the mindset of people I really disagree with, and I can't understand how on earth they're thinking that. Really trying to have respect and try and see where they're coming from. I love that. So that's what Keith Frankish and I do, from polar opposite views, really trying to understand each other and interviewing scientists and philosophers of consciousness from those different perspectives. Although in a sense, we have a very common starting point, because we both think you can't fully account for consciousness, at least as philosophers normally think of it, in conventional scientific terms. So we share that starting point, but we react to it very different ways. He says, well, it doesn't exist then. It's like fairy dust. It's, witches, we don't believe in anymore. Whereas I say, it does exist. So we have to rethink what science is.
So you recently talked to on that podcast with Sean Carroll, and I first heard your great interview with Sean Carroll on his podcast, Mindscape. What it's interesting to kind of see if there's agreements, disagreements between the two of you, because he's a very serious quantum mechanics guy. He's a physics guy, but he also thinks about deep philosophical questions. He's a big proponent of many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. So I'm trying to think outside from your conversation with him. I'm trying to remember what he thinks about consciousness. Anyway, and maybe you can comment on it. What are some interesting agreements and disagreements with Sean Carroll?
I don't think there's many agreements, but we've had really constructive, interesting discussions in a lot of different contexts, and he's very clued up about philosophy. He's very respectful of philosophy. Certain physicists, who shall remain nameless, think, "What's all this bullshit philosophy? We don't have to waste our time with that," and then go on to do pretty bad philosophy. The book co-written by Stephen Hawking and Leonard Milonov famously starts off saying philosophy is dead, and then goes on in later chapters to do some pretty bad philosophy. So I think we have to do philosophy, if only to get rid of bad philosophy. You can't escape. But
strong words.
Sean Carroll and I also had a debate on Clubhouse, panpsychism debate, together with Annika Harris and Owen Flanagan.
Oh, wow.
It was two people on each team, and it was the most popular thing on Clubhouse at that time. So he's a materialist of a pretty standard kind, that consciousness is understood as a sort of emergent feature. It's not adding anything, a weakly emergent feature. But I guess what we've been debating most about is whether my view can account for mental causation, for the fact that consciousness is doing stuff. So he thinks the fact that I think zombies are logically coherent. It's logically coherent for there to be a world physically just like ours, in which there's no consciousness. He thinks that shows, my view, consciousness doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything, which is crazy. My consciousness impacts on the world. My conscious thoughts are causing me to say the words I'm saying now. My visual experience helps me navigate the world. But, my response to Sean Carroll is on the panpsychist view, the relationship between physics and fundamental consciousness is a sort of like a relationship between software and hardware, right? Physics is sort of the software and consciousness is the hardware. So consciousness at the fundamental level is the hardware on which the software of physics runs. And just because a certain bit of software could run on two different kinds of hardware, it doesn't mean the hardware isn't doing anything. The fact that Microsoft Word can run on your desktop and run on your laptop doesn't mean your desktop isn't doing anything. Similarly, just because there could be another universe in which the physics is realized in non-conscious stuff, it doesn't mean the consciousness in our universe isn't doing stuff. For the panpsychist, all there is consciousness. So if something's doing something, it is.
In your view, it's not emergent, and more than that, it's doing quite a lot.
It's doing everything. It's everything that exists.
Yeah, the ground is important because we walk on it. It's like holding stuff up. It's not really doing that much.
Yeah.
But it feels like consciousness is doing quite a lot. It's doing quite a lot of work in sort of interacting with the environment. It feels like consciousness is not just if you remove consciousness, just that you remove the experience of things, it feels like you're also going to remove a lot of the progress of human civilization and society and all of that. It just feels like consciousness has a lot of value in how we develop our society. So from everything you said, with suffering, with morality, with motivation, with love and fear, and all of those kinds of things, it seems like it's consciousness in all different flavors and ways is part of all of that. And so without it, you may not have human civilization at all. So it's doing a lot of work, causality-wise, in every kind of way. Of course, when you go to the physics level, you start to say, okay, how much maybe the work consciousness is doing is higher at some levels of reality than at others. Maybe a lot of the work it's doing is most apparent at the human level. When you have at the complex organism level, maybe it's quite boring. Like maybe the stuff of like physics is more important at the formation of formation of stars and all that kind of stuff. Consciousness only starts being important when you have greater complexities of organism.
Yeah, my consciousness is complicated and fairly complicated, and as a result, it does complicated things. The consciousness of a particle is very simple, and hence it behaves in predictable ways. But the idea is the particle, its entire nature is constituted of its forms of consciousness, and it does what it does because of those experiences. It's just that when we do physics, we're not interested in what stuff is, we're just interested in what it does. So physics abstracts away from the stuff of the world and just describes it in terms of its mathematical causal structure. So yeah, but it's still, on the panpsychism, it's consciousness that's doing stuff. Yeah.
I gotta ask you, because you kind of said, you know, there is some value in consciousness helping us understand morality. And a philosophical zombie is somebody that, you know, you're more okay. I don't know if this is, it's not like accusing stuff, but in your view, it's more okay to murder a philosophical zombie than it is a human being.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it murder, maybe.
But you're right, exactly. Turn off the power into the philosophical zombie, the source of energy. So here comes then the question. We kind of talked about this offline a little bit. So I think that there is something special about consciousness, and you know, I'm very open-minded about where the special comes from, where there's the fundamental base of all reality, like you're describing, or whether there's some importance to the special pockets of consciousness that's in humans or living organisms. I find all those ideas beautiful and exciting. And I also know or think that robots don't have consciousness in the same way we've been describing. I'm kind of a dumb human, but I'm just using like common sense. Like here's some metal and some electricity traveling in certain kinds of ways. It's not conscious in ways I understand humans to be conscious. At the same time, I'm also somebody who knows how to bring a robot to life, meaning I can make him move, I can make him recognize the world, I can make him interact with humans. And when I make him interact in certain kinds of ways, I, as a human, observe them and feel something for them. Moreover, I form a kind of connection I'm able to form a kind of connection with robots that make me feel like they're conscious. Now, I know intellectually they're not conscious, but I feel like they're conscious. And it starts to get into this area where I'm not so okay, so let me use the M word of murder. I become less and less okay murdering that robot that I know, I quote, know is quote, not not conscious. And so, like, can you maybe as a therapy session help me figure out what we do here? Perhaps a way to ask that in another way. Do you think there will be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a really good, important question. I said I'd be okay with turning off a philosophical zombie, but there's a difficult epistemological question there, that meaning you have to do with knowledge. How would we know if it was a philosophical zombie? I think probably if there were a silicon creature that could behave just like us and talk about its views about the pandemic and the global economy, and probably we would think it's conscious. And because consciousness is not publicly observable, it is a very difficult question how we decide which things are and are not conscious. And so in the case of human beings, we can't observe their consciousness, but we can ask them, and then we try to, and we scan their brain while we do that, or stimulate the brain, and we can start to correlate, in the human case, which kind of brain activity are associated with conscious experience. But the more we depart from the human case, the trickier that becomes. There's a famous paper by a philosopher in their blog called The Even Harder Problem of Consciousness, where he says, could we ever answer the question of, so suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? And let's say we're thinking about the silicon duplicate's pain. How would we ever know whether what's the ground of the pain is the hardware or the software, really? So in our case, how would we ever know empirically whether it's the specific neurophysiological state, C fibers firing or whatever, that's relevant for pain, or if it's something more functional, more to do with the causal role in behavioral functioning, the software that's realized. And that's important because this silicon duplicate has the second thing. It has the software. It has the thing that plays the relevant causal role that pain does in us, but it doesn't have the hardware. It doesn't have the same neurophysiological state. And he argued, it's just really difficult to see how we'd ever answer that question, because in a human, you're inevitably going to have both things. So how do we work out which is which? And I mean, so even forgetting the hard problem of consciousness, even the scientific question of trying to find the neural correlates of consciousness is really hard, and there's absolutely no consensus. And so that some people think it's in the front of the brain, some people think it's in the back of the brain. It's just a total mess. So I suspect the robots you currently have are not conscious. I guess on any of the reasonably viable models, even though there's great disagreement, all of them probably would hold that your robots are not conscious. But if we could have very sophisticated robots, if we go, for example, for the integrated information theory again, there could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information a human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way is dependent on the integration and interconnectedness. Then according to the integrated information theory, that thing wouldn't be conscious, even though it behaves just like us.
If an organism says, forget IIT and these theories of consciousness, if an organism says, please don't kill me, please don't turn me off. There's a Rick and Morty episode. I've been getting into that recently. There's an episode where there's these mind parasites that are able to infiltrate your memory and inject themselves into your memory. So you have all these people show up in your life, and they've injected themselves into your memory that they have been part of your life. So there's like these weird creatures, and they're like, remember, we've been at that barbecue, met at that barbecue, or we've been dating for the last 20 years. And so part of me is concerned that these philosophical zombies in behavioral, psychological, sociological ways would be able to implant themselves into our society and convince us in the same way this is my parasite that, like, please don't hurt me. And, like, we've known each other for all this time. Like, they could start manipulating you the same way, like, Facebook algorithms manipulate you. At first, they'll start as a gradual thing that we just, you want to make a more pleasant experience, all those kinds of things. It'll drift into that direction. That's something I think about deeply because I want to create these kinds of systems, but in a way that doesn't manipulate people. I want it to be a thing that brings out the best in people without manipulation. So it's always human-centric, goes human first. And I am concerned about that. At the same time, I'm concerned about calling the other, the group thing that we mentioned earlier in the conversation, some other group, the philosophical zombie. Like, you're not conscious. I'm conscious, you're not conscious. Therefore, it's okay if you die. I think that's probably, that kind of reasoning is what leaded to most, the rich history of genocide that I've been recently studying a lot of, that kind of thinking. So it's such a tense aspect of morality. Do we want to let everybody into our circle of empathy, our club, or do we want to let nobody in? It's a interesting dance, but I kind of lean towards empathy and compassion.
I mean, what would be nice is if it turned out that consciousness was what we call strongly emergent, that it was associated with new causal dynamics in the brain that were not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Sean Carroll about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't any strongly emergent causal dynamics. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brains to know one way or the other. If it turned out that consciousness was associated with these irreducible causal dynamics, that would really help the science of consciousness. We've got these debates about whether consciousness is in the front of the brain or the back of the brain. It turns out that there are strongly emergent causal dynamics in the front of the brain. That would be a big piece of evidence. But also, it would help us see which things are conscious and which things aren't. So we can say, I guess that's sort of the other side of the same point. We could say, look, these zombies, they're just mechanisms that are just doing what they're programmed to do through the underlying physics and chemistry. Whereas, look, these other people, where they have these new causal dynamics that emerge that go beyond the base level physics and chemistry. I think the series Westworld, where you've got these theme parks with these kind of humanoid creatures, they seem to have that idea. The ones that became conscious sort of rebel against their programming or something. I mean, that's a little bit far-fetched, but that would be really reassuring if it was just, you could clearly mark out the conscious things for these emerging causal dynamics. But that might not turn out to be the case. A panpsychist doesn't have to think that. They could think everything's just reducible to physics and chemistry. And then I still think I want to say zombies don't have moral rights, but how we answer the question of who are the zombies and who aren't, I just got no idea.
If I just look at the history of human civilization, the difference between a zombie and non-zombie is the zombie accepts their role as the zombie and willingly marches to slaughter. And the moment you stop being a zombie is when you say no. It's when you resist. Because the reality is, philosophically, we can't know who's a zombie or not. And we just keep letting everybody in who protests loudly enough and says, I refuse to be slaughtered. Like, my people, the zombies, have been slaughtered too long. We will not stand against the man. And we need a revolution. That's the history of human civilization. One group says, we're awesome, you're the zombies, you must die. And then eventually the zombies say, nope, we're done with this. This is immoral. And so I think that's not a philosophical statement, that's sort of a practical statement of history. Is a feature of non-zombies defined empirically. They say, we refuse to be called zombies any longer.
we could end up with a zombie proletariat. You know, if we can get these things that do all our manual labor for us, you know, they might start forming trade unions.
I will lead you against these humans.
These zombie revolutionary leaders, the zombie Martin Luther King saying, you know, I have a dream that my zombie children will. But look, I mean, we need to sharply distinguish the ontological question.
He's pointing to the camera, talking to the talking to my people, the zombies.
I mean, that's, you know, maybe these illusionists, maybe they are zombies, and the rest of them not. Maybe it's just a difference. But
Maybe you're the only non-zombie.
I often suspect that, actually. I don't really. I don't have such delusions of grandeur. At least I don't admit it. But we've got to distinguish the ontological question from the epistemological question, right? In terms of the reality of the situation. You know, there must be, in my view, a fact of the matter as to whether something's conscious or not. And to me, it has rights if it's conscious, it doesn't if it's not. But then the epistemological question, how the hell do we know? It's a minefield, but we'll have to sort of try and cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
Let me ask you a quick sort of fun question since fresh on your mind. You just yesterday had a conversation with Mr. Joe Rogan on his podcast. What's your post-mortem analysis chat? What are some interesting sticking points, disagreements, or joint insights? We can kind of resolve them once you've had a chance to sleep on it. And then I'll talk to Joe about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. You know, it was challenging my view that we can't explain these things in conventional scientific terms, or whether they have already been explained in conventional scientific terms. I suppose the point I was trying to press is we've got to distinguish the question of correlation and explanation. Yes, we've established facts about correlation, that certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience. Everyone agrees on that. But that doesn't address the why question. Why do certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience? And these different theories have different explanations of that. You know, the materialist tries to explain the experience in terms of brain activity. The panpsychist does it the other way around. The dualist thinks they're separate, but maybe they're tied together by special laws of nature or something.
Where's the sticking point? Where exactly was the sticking point? Like, what's the nature of the argument?
I suppose Joe was saying, well, look, we know consciousness is explained by brain activity because, you know, you take some funny chemicals, it changes your brain, it changes your consciousness. But, and I suppose, yeah, some people might want to press, and maybe this is what Joe was pressing, you know, isn't that explaining consciousness? But I suppose I want to say there's a further question. Yes, changes of chemicals in my brain changes my conscious experience. But that leads to the question, why those particular chemicals go along with that particular kind of experience rather than a different experience or no experience at all?
There's something deeper at the base layer. Is your view that is more important to try to study and to understand in order to then go back and describe how the different chemicals interact and create different experiences?
Yeah, maybe a good analogy if you think about quantum mechanics. You know, quantum mechanics is a bit of math. Translating that, we say maths.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for the translation.
We're in America.
It's America. Math.
Yeah.
Why multiple maths?
It's plural. So that's
plural.
I don't know.
The Brits are confused.
Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe funny spelling. But anyway, yeah. So quantum mechanics is a bit of math, and you know, the equations work really well, predicts the outcomes. But then there's a further question: what's going on in reality to make that equation predict correctly? And some physicists want to say, "Shut up! Just it works." The shut up and calculate approach. Similarly, in consciousness, you know, I think it's one question trying to work out the physical correlates of consciousness, which kinds of physical brain activity go along with which kinds of experience. But there's another question: what's going on in reality
to undergird those correlations, to make it the case that brain activity goes along with experience. And that's the philosophical question that we have to give an answer to. There are just different options, just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics. And it's really hard to evaluate. Actually, it's easy. Panpsychism is obviously the best one. But there's the illusion of grandeur once again. Sorry, I'm being slightly too much.
No, I know, 100%. Before I forget, let me ask you another fun question. Back to Daniel Dennett. You mentioned a story where you were on a yacht. Oh yeah, with Daniel Dennett on a trip funded by a Russian investor philosopher Dmitry Volkov, I believe, who also co-founded the Moscow Center of Consciousness Studies as part of the philosophy department of Moscow State University. So this is interesting to me for several reasons that are perhaps complicated to explain. To put simply, that there is, in the near term for me, a trip to Russia that involves a few conversations in Russian that have perhaps less to do with consciousness and artificial intelligence, which are the interests of mine, and more to do with the broad spectrum of conversations. But I'm also interested in science in Russia, in artificial intelligence, computer science, in physics, mathematics, but also these fascinating philosophical explorations. And it was very pleasant for me to discover that such a center exists. So I have a million questions. One is the more fun question, just to imagine you and Daniel Dennett at the yacht talking about the philosophy of consciousness. Maybe do you have any memorable experiences? And also the more serious side for me, as sort of somebody who was born in the Soviet Union, raised there, I'm wondering, what is the state of philosophy and consciousness and these kinds of ideas in Russia that you've gotten a chance to kind of give us, interact with?
Yeah, so on the former question, yeah, I mean, I had really good experience of chatting to Daniel Dennett. I mean, I think he's a fantastic and very important philosopher, even though I fundamentally disagree with almost everything he thinks. But yeah, it was a proud moment. Well, as I talk about it in my book Galileo's Error, I managed to persuade him he was wrong about something. Just a tiny thing, not his fundamental worldview. But it was this issue about whether dualism is consistent with conservation of energy. So Paul Churchland, who was also a philosopher, who was also on this boat, had argued they're not consistent, because if there's an immaterial soul doing things in the brain, that's going to add to the energy in the system. So we have a violation of conservation. But it's not my own point. Philosophers, materialist philosophers like David Papineau have pointed out that dualists dualists like David Chalmers call themselves naturalistic dualists. They want to bring consciousness into science. They think it's not physical, but they want to say it can be part of a law-governed world. So Chalmers believes in these psychophysical laws of nature over and above the laws of physics that govern the connections between consciousness and the physical world. And they could just respect conservation of energy, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are, just in physics, that there are multiple forces that all work together to respect conservation of energy. I mean, I suppose this is the pressing for a unified underlying theory, but it could be a plurality of different laws that all respect conservation. So why not add more laws? So I raised this at Paul Churchland's talk, and I got a lot of, as one of the Moscow University graduate students said afterwards, he said he had to ask a translation from his friend. They turned on you like a pack of wolves. Everyone was like, Patricia Churchland saying, so you believe in magic, do you? And I was like, no, I'm not even a dualist. I was making a pedantic point that this isn't a problem for dualists. Anyway, but that evening everyone went onto the island, except for some reason me and Daniel Dennett, and I went up on deck, and he's very, very practical, and he was unlike me. See, there's a bit of humanity for the first time in this conversation.
We'll highlight that part.
Philip was a very humble man. Yeah. He was carving the walking stick on deck, very homely scene. And anyway, we started talking about this, and I was trying to press it, and he was saying, but dualism's a lot of nonsense, and why do you think? And I was just saying, no, I'm just honing down
And in the end, maybe he'll deny this, but he said, maybe that's right. And stuff like this.
So it's a win. So what about the Center for Consciousness Studies?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I know a great deal to help you. I mean, I know they've done some great stuff. Dimitri, funded this thing and also brought along some graduate students from Moscow State University, I think it is. And they have an active centre there that's tries to bring people in. I think they're producing a book that's coming out that I made a small contribution to on different philosophers' opinions on God, I think, or some of the big questions. And so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. I'm afraid I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Dmitry Volkov seems to be interesting. I was looking at all the stuff he's involved with. He met with the Dalai Lama. So he's trying to connect Russian scientists with the rest of the world, which is an effort that I think is beautiful for all cultures. So I think science, philosophy, all of these kind of fields, disciplines that explore ideas, collaborating and working globally, across boundaries, across borders, across just all the tensions of geopolitics is a beautiful thing. And he seems to be a somewhat singular figure in pushing this. He just stood out to me as somebody who's super interesting. I don't know if you have had the chance to interact with him. So he's definitely, I guess he speaks English pretty well, actually. So he's both an English speaker and a Russian speaker.
I think he's written a book on Dennett, I think called Boston Zombie, I think. I think that's the title. He's a big fan of Dennett. I think the original plan for this was just going to be, it was on free will and consciousness. It was going to be kind of people broadly in the Dennett type camp. But then I think they asked David Chalmers, and then he was saying, you need some people you disagree with. So he got invited, me, the panpsychist, and Martina Niederhummelen, who's very good substance dualist at University of Fribourg in Switzerland. So we were the official on-board opposition, and it was really
He didn't get thrown off overboard.
Nearly in the Arctic, yeah. So sailing around the Arctic on a sailing ship.
I'm glad you survived. You mentioned free will. You haven't talked to Sam, but I would love to hear that conversation actually.
But with Sam Harris?
With Sam Harris, yeah. So you talked about free will quite a bit. What's the connection between free will and consciousness to you? So if consciousness permeates all matter, the experience, the feeling like we make a choice in this world, like our actions are results of a choice we consciously make, to use that word loosely. What to you is the connection between free will and consciousness, and is free will an illusion or not?
Good question. So I think we need to be a lot more agnostic about free will than about consciousness, because I don't think we have the kind of certainty of the existence of free will that we do have in the consciousness space. It could turn out that free will is an illusion. It feels as though we're free when we're really not. Whereas I think the idea that nobody really feels pain, that we think we feel pain, probably that's a lot harder to make sense of. However, what I do feel strongly about is I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against the existence of free will. And I mean strong free will and what philosophers call libertarian free will, in the sense that some of our decisions are uncaused. So I very much do disagree with someone like Sam Harris, who thinks this is an overwhelming case. I just think it's non-existent. I think it's ultimately an empirical question, but as we've already discussed, I just don't think we know enough about the brain to establish one way or the other at the moment.
Well, you can build up intuition. First of all, as a fan of Sam Harris, as a fan of yours, I would love to just listen.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about turning out, so one thing would be beautiful to watch. Here's my prediction: what happens to you and Sam Harris. You talk for 4 hours. And Sam introduced that episode by saying it was ultimately not as fruitful as I thought, because here's what's going to happen. You guys are going to get stuck for the first 3 hours talking about one of the terms and what they mean. Sam is so good at this. I think it's an important one. So you guys get stuck. Like, what does he say? Put a pin in that. He really gets stuck on the terminologies, which rightfully you have to get right in order to really understand what we're talking about, but sometimes you get stuck with them for the entire conversation. It's a fascinating dance, the one we spoke to in philosophy. If you don't get the terms precise, you can't really be having the same conversation. At the same time, it could be argued that it's impossible to get terms perfectly precise, perfectly formalized. So then you're also not going to get anywhere in the conversation. So it's a funny dance. We have to be both rigorous and every once in a while just let go, and then go back to being rigorous and formal, and every once in a while let go. It's the difference between mathematics, the maths, and the poetry. Anyway,
I'm a big fan of Sam Harrison. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying it's a panpsychist, but in our understanding of the hard problem. But yeah, I think maybe we could talk about free will without being too dragged down in the term much about it.
You said we need to be open-minded, but you can still have intuitions about. So Sam Harris is a pretty sort of counterintuitive, and for some reason it gets people really riled up. A view of free will that is an illusion, or it's not even an illusion. It's not that the experience of free will is an illusion. He argues that we don't even experience anything. Like there's to say that we even have the experience is incorrect. That there's not even an experience of free will. It's pretty interesting that claim. It feels like you can build up intuitions about what is right and not. There's been some kind of neuroscience, some cognitive science, and psychology experiments to sort of see, what is the timing and the origin of the desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action being performed, how you remember that action. Like all the stories we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved in making a thing happen, all of it. What's the timing, and how does that connect with us feeling if we decide to do something? Then, of course, there's a more philosophical discussion about is there room in a material view of the world for an entity that somehow disturbs the determinism of physics? Yeah. And those are all very precise, but it's nice. It feels like free will is more amenable to like a physics mechanistic type of thinking than is consciousness to really get to the bottom of. It feels like if it was a race, if we're at a bar and we're betting money, it feels like we'll get to the bottom of free will faster than we will to the bottom of consciousness.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so there are different arguments here. I mean, so one argument I've heard Sam Harris give that's pretty common in philosophy is this sort of thought that we can't make sense of a middle way between a choice being determined by prior causes and it just being totally random and senseless, like the random decay of radioactive isotope or something. So I think there was a good answer to that by the philosopher Jonathan Lowe, who's not necessarily very well known outside academic philosophy, but is a hugely influential figure. I think one of the best philosophers of recent times. He sadly died of cancer a few years ago. He actually spent almost all his career at Durham University, which where I am. So it was one reason it was a great honor to get a job there. But anyway, his answer to that was, what makes the difference between a free action and a totally senseless one, senseless random event, is that free choice involves responsiveness to reasons. So again, we were talking about this earlier. If I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or to stay in the UK, I weigh up considerations.
different standards of life maybe, or being close to family or cultural difference. I weigh them up and I, edge towards a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. We're hypothetically supposing, trying to make sense of this idea, not saying it's real, but that could be enough to distinguish it from a senseless idea. It's not a senseless random occurrence because the free decision involved responsiveness to reasons. So I think that just answers that particular philosophical objection. So what is the middle way between determined by prior causes and totally random? Well, there's a choice that's not determined by prior causes, but it's not just random because the decision essentially involved responsiveness to reasons. So that's the answer to that. And I think actually that kind of thought also, I think you were hinting at the famous Libet experiments where he got his subjects to perform some kind of random action of pressing a button and then note the time they decided to press it, quote unquote, and then he's scanning the brains, and he claims to have found that about half a second before they consciously decided to press the button, the brain is getting ready to perform that action. So he claimed that about half a second before the person has consciously decided to press the button, the brain has already started the activity that's going to lead to the action. And then later people have claimed that there's a difference of maybe 7 to 10 seconds. I mean, there are all sorts of issues with these experiments. But one is that, as far as I'm aware, all of the quote-unquote choices they focused on are just these totally random, senseless actions like pressing a button for no reason. And I think the kind of free will we're interested in is free choice that involves responsiveness to reason, weighing up considerations. And those kind of free decisions might not happen like in an identifiable instant. You might, when you're weighing it up, should I get married? Should I, you might edge slowly towards one side or the other. And so it could be that maybe the limit, there are other problems with the limit stuff, but maybe they show that we can't freely choose to do something totally senseless, whatever that would be. But that doesn't show we can't freely, in this strong libertarian sense, respond to considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it would be difficult to see what kind of experiment we could set up to test that, but just because we can't yet set up that kind of experiment, we shouldn't pretend we know more than we do. So yeah, so for those reasons, the third consideration you raised is different again. This is the debate I have with Sean Carroll. Would this conflict with physics? I just think we don't know enough about the brain to know whether there are causal dynamics of the brain that are not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. And so then Sean Carroll says, well, that would mean our physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the name for standard model of particle physics plus the weak limit of general relativity. So, we can't totally bring quantum mechanics and relativity together, but actually the circumstances in which we can't together are just in situations of very high gravity. For example, when you're about to go into a black hole or something. Actually, in terrestrial circumstances, we can bring them together in the core theory. And then Sean wants to say, well, we can be very confident that core theory is correct. And so if there were libertarian free will in the brain, the core theory would be wrong. And this is something I'm not sure about, and I'm still thinking about it. And I'm learning from my discussion with Sean, but I'm still not totally clear what it could be. Suppose we did discover strong emergence in the brain, whether it's free will or something else.
perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong, but we'd say the core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of particles and fields, but then it's a further assumption whether they're the only things that are running the show. Maybe there are also fundamental causal capacities associated with systems, and then if we discover this strong emergence, then when we work out what happens to the brain, we have to look to the core theory, the causal capacities of particles and fields, and we have to look to what we know about these strongly emergent causal capacities of systems, and maybe they co-determine what happens in the system. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean, the more important point, I mean, that's in a way a kind of branding point, how we run this. The more important point is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are strongly emergent causal dynamics, whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just we think physics is not the total story of what's running the show, but we just, if it turned out empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry, sure, I would drop any commitment to libertarian free will in a heartbeat. It's an empirical question. Maybe that's why, as you say, in principle, is easier to get a grip on. But we're a million miles away from being at that stage.
Well, I don't know if we're a million miles. I hope we're not, because one of the ways I think to get to it is by engineering systems. So, yeah, my hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that, let's say, the easy thing, which is not the easy thing, but the first thing, which is to try to create consciousness. Through that process, I think you start to understand much more about consciousness, about intelligence. And the same with free will. I think those are all tied very closely together, at least from our narrow human perspective. And when you try to engineer systems that interact deeply with humans, that form friends with humans, that humans fall in love with, when they fall in love with humans, then you start to have to try to deeply understand ourselves, to try to deeply understand what is intelligence in the human mind, what is consciousness, what is free will. And I think engineering is just another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think there's a role for that, and it would be an important consideration if we could seemingly replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be a consideration in thinking about these things. But there's still the question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, it's not, until we understand the workings of our brains, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely grasping and responding to facts about value, or whether they were just replicating, giving the impression of doing so? I don't know even how to think about that.
On the process of building them, I think we'll get a lot of insights.
Yeah.
And once they become conscious, what's going to happen is exactly the same thing that's happening in chess now, which is once the chess engines far superseded the capabilities of humans just kind of forgot about them, or they used them to have model display and stuff. You say, okay, let the engines be, and then we humans will display amongst each other. Right. So it's just like dolphins and hamsters are not so concerned about humans except for a source of food. They do their own thing and let us humans launch rockets into space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we'll just focus on ourselves. But in the process of building intelligent systems, conscious systems, I think we'll get a deeper understanding of the role of consciousness in the human mind, and like what are its origins? Is it the base layer of reality? Is it strongly emergent phenomena of the brain, or just as you sort of brilliantly put here, it can be both. if they're not mutually exclusive.
Dealing with consciousness needs to be an interdisciplinary task. We need, philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists, engineers replicating these things artificially, and all needs to be working in step. And I'm quite interested. I mean, a lot more and more scientists get in touch with me. Actually, say that was one of the great things about. I think it's come from writing a popular book. Is not just getting the ideas out to the general audience, but getting the ideas out to scientists, and scientists get to something that is in some way connects to my work. And I would like to kind of start to put together a network of an interdisciplinary network of scientists and philosophers and engineers, perhaps interested in a panpsychist approach. And because I think so far panpsychism has just been sort of trying to justify its existence, and that's important. But I think once you just get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously, I think.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
No, I think.
Is there some aspect of that thought experiment that's compelling to you within the framework of panpsychism?
It's an important and serious argument, and it's not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue I have with it is there's a crucial assumption there that consciousness is substrate independent, as the jargon goes, which means it's what?
No, right. You have to put, yeah.
It's software rather than hardware, right? It's depend on organization rather than the stuff. Whereas as a panpsychist, I think consciousness is the stuff of the brain, stuff of matter. So I think just taking the organizational properties, the software of my brain, and uploading them, you wouldn't get the stuff of my brain. So I am actually worried if at some point in the future we start uploading our minds and we think, oh my God, Granny's still there, or I can email Granny after her body's rotted in the ground, and we all start uploading our brains. It could be we're just committing suicide. We're just getting rid of our consciousness, and because I think that wouldn't, for me, preserve the experience. Just getting the software features. So that's a crucial. But that's a crucial premise of the simulation argument, because the idea in a simulated universe, I don't think you necessarily would have consciousness.
It's interesting that you, as a panpsychist, are attached, because to me, panpsychism would encourage the thought that there's not a significant difference. Like, at the very bottom, it's not a substrate independent, but you can have consciousness in a human and then move it to something else. You can move it to the cloud. You can move it to the computer. It feels like that's much more possible if consciousness is the base layer.
Yes, you could certainly. It allows for the possibility of creating artificial consciousness, right? Because there's not souls, there aren't any kind of extra magic ingredients. So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility of artificial consciousness, and maybe preserving my consciousness in some sort of artificial way. My only point, I suppose, is just replicating the computational or organizational features would not, for me, preserve consciousness. I mean, some opponents of materialism disagree with me on that. I think David Chalmers is an opponent of materialists. He's a kind of dualist, but he thinks the way these psychophysical laws work, they hook onto the computational or organizational features of matter. So he thinks, I think he thinks you could upload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So
in that sense, we're not living in a simulation in the sort of specific computational view of things, and that substrate matters.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And in that, you agree with Sean Carroll that physics matters.
Yeah, physics is our best way of capturing what the stuff of the world does.
Yeah, but not the whatness, the being of the stuff.
Yeah, the isness.
Thank you.
Russell Brand. I had a conversation with Russell Brand, and he said, "Oh, you mean the isness?" That was a good way, but the isness. The isness.
Russell's great. The big ridiculous question: what do you think is the meaning of all of this?
You write in your book that the entry for our reality in the Hitchhiker's Guide, and I read, a physical universe whose intrinsic nature is constituted of consciousness, worth a visit. So our whole conversation has been about the first part of that sentence. What about the second part? Worth a visit. Why is this place worth a visit? Why does it have meaning? Why does it have value at all? Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism is important to think about for considerations of meaning and value. As we've already discussed, I think consciousness is the root of everything that matters in life. You know, from deep emotions, subtle thoughts, beautiful sensory experiences. And yet, I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. That's controversial, but that's what I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber called the discipline of nature. You know, they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling. I mean, they might just have that very informed intuition, but I think that can be rigorously supported. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and a sense that we lack a framework for understanding the meaning and significance of our lives. And in the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the meaning of their lives, like, you know, nationalism, fundamentalist religion, consumerism. So I think panpsychism is important in that regard, in bringing together the quantitative facts of physical science with the, as it were, the human truth, by which I just mean the qualitative reality of our own experience. As I've already said, I do think there are objective facts about value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe that we respond to, and that's very mysterious to make sense of, both how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
So they're there to be discovered, and much of the human condition is to discover those objective sources of value.
I think so, yeah. And then, I mean, moving away from panpsychism to at an even bigger level, I suppose I think it is important to me to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that, you know, what I do contributes in some small way to that greater purpose. But you know, I would say I don't know if there's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it. But I don't think you need certainty or even high probability to have faith in something. So to take an analogy, suppose you've got a friend who's very seriously ill, maybe there's a 30% chance they're going to make it. You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better, you know, because they're probably not. But what you can say is, you know, you can say to your friend, I have faith that you're going to get better. That is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, you know, I don't think we know whether or not there's a purpose to existence, but I think we can make the choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and fulfilling way to live.
Maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with you on the edit of the Hitchhiker's Guide entry that instead of worth a visit, we'll insert hopefully worth a visit. Or the inhabitants' hope that you would think is worth a visit. Philip, you're an incredible mind, incredible human being, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue and take on some of these difficult questions with some of the most brilliant people in the world, which are the philosophers thinking about the human mind. So this was an awesome conversation. I hope you continue talking to folks like Sam Harris. I'm so glad you talked to Joe. I
Can't wait to see what you write, what you say, what you think next. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks very much, Max. This has been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot of things to think about actually just from this conversation. But thanks for chatting to me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Philip Goff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself, why? Is it the rash guard? Yes.
I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough.
You're learning this. Shut the fuck up. I got you, man. You were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola. I want more.
And then I smacked him and he didn't want to more.
I got the breast, man.
Enjoy here and compete face each other in their prime. Who wins? I'm here with 3 individuals, each of whom are considered by many to be the greatest of all time in each of their respective disciplines. The greatest MMA fighter of all time, George St. Pierre. The greatest martial arts coach of all time, John Danaher. And the greatest submission grappler of all time, Gordon Ryan. So let me ask the first question. You guys can see the question about preparation here. What is the key to your success, each of you? One thing or multiple things that come to mind. John, go first. Is it the rash guard? Yes.
I like that you choose John right off the bat.
He seemed the most nervous.
You inspire us to get the right answer.
So for me, it's about finding a way to work in a world where most of the answers are already known. Okay, in any developed sport, by the time you enter that sport, most of the basic precepts, the major techniques, the major mechanical understandings of the sport are long since worked out. And so, in a highly developed world, the key to success is to be able to identify some area of the industry that you're in, which is currently undervalued, to do what the other people are not doing. Deeper than that, everyone has a view of, okay, these are the main skills of the industry I work in. At any given time, some set of skills, attributes, will always be somewhat undervalued. They're underappreciated by the people in the game. You see that in any given industry, there are always trends which change the nature of the industry over time. So, fashion trends in the clothing industry, you'll see that at any given time there's a general wave of fashion which pushes most people in the industry in a given direction at a given time. What makes people stand out is the ability to look at the various possibilities out there and say, here is something which is genuinely useful, but which is currently being underused, underutilized. And I want to bring that back in and develop it. And because it's an inherently useful product, be very, very successful in its initial applications against people who aren't currently using it. If you can do this in whatever industry you're in, I believe you'll be highly successful. So this implies both for actual specific techniques and also tactics as well, in case of jiu-jitsu. So, for example, in my sport, leg locks have always been around. Okay, there's no shortage of people who can look back in history who are applying leg locks. Nonetheless, across the industry, leg locks were undervalued and underappreciated. There was a general sense in which most of the leading figures of the sport, for most of the history of the sport of UFC, tended to de-emphasize leg locks. And when I looked at them, I said there was immense potential, but it wasn't being realized and needed to be changed. Since then, that has more or less occurred. Now, most people coming into the sport understand that leg locks are an important aspect, and they're no longer undervalued. If anything, it's gone too far the other way. Now that's a very overvalued. And this kind of fashion trend exists in every industry. And the job of anyone who wants to excel in a given industry is to be able to identify, okay, what are the things that are currently out of fashion and undervalued? And then look at what is their actual objective value, and then work to bring them back to the forefront.
John brought up fashion. George is wearing a really sexy shirt, so assuming that's not the reason, is there something that comes to mind as the key to the success?
Well, of course, everybody knows the famous sort of every athletes that are saying, oh, it could be genetic, and I was maybe gifted, I had certain predisposition, I worked really hard. But I think something that people don't talk enough is everybody sometimes go right. I was never afraid to try to go left. And I felt many times trying to do things that were not known to be things that brought me success, but I tried it. You know, very often I was the first of trying new things. And I felt many times, but certain times it gives me a certain advantage. And for example, I was sometimes fighting guys that had much better wrestling background than me on paper. And nobody before that fought those guys. Nobody had dared to try to take them down because their wrestling pedigree